Okay. I need to connect this as well.
I don't know if it's crushed on. It looks different, but it's oh, like to my Google account?
I don't know how. We might be able to do something.
But you all could like message me your slides. This is what I was like, I'm not
Yeah, I can do. Yeah, I can do that. And I started the live stream too.
started it already?
Yeah, I mean,
How is it recorded?
I added the stream key.
Oh, sure.
You got them there? Awesome. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna send. I'm gonna send it to you right now. Yeah, HTML. I don't know why. I mean, try it, but it wasn't working. There is a control panel there. I sent you mine as well. I thought that's what.
I'm not signed in, like, I mean, that's on my phone. But,
Oh yeah,
I
that
just
makes.
emailed
I'm
it to
sorry. I need coffee. Let me send email it to you.
I have your number. She's going to try to get a hold of the guy who's not on campus. That's all right. I mean, we still have. He was the one who was supposed to meet you yesterday. Did he never reply? No, but it's okay. I mean, not okay. I They were like, you need to tell us if you need a technology person. I did. Not your fault. Sorry, it's a Saturday morning. Thank you for calling back. She's going to see if he can text or call some tips and call you back to see if it works. She suggested rebooting the whole thing, but this works, so I don't know if you want to risk that.
Yeah.
I don't know how workable this is for the day versus she was like, sometimes rebooting and press on panels helps.
Okay.
I think that's how we got this working.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
just
people
heard it
could
all.
also log in on their own. Or I could have just had you log in. You don't have to go through my email. But I mean, we can.
That's gonna be. I think what we can do is to have everyone.
Yeah.
If we can make it work, then that would be awesome. Otherwise, they're gonna do
Hopefully
something.
they call back and have, yes, of course you need to do this thing. You all are getting crazy. I have to like caveat it. They're like, did you try this? I'm like, this is what I do. Yes. I wouldn't have called tech support if the first 5 obvious things were. I don't know if you have this problem. I get this a lot. They're like, did you reboot it?
Well,
Yes.
you're right. Well,
Probably I
I
rebooted
don't know
it.
who logged in to the computer, but someone logged in, and I don't have the login. Did you log in to the computer?
No,
Not this morning.
It was logged in
It was
somehow.
on.
One of the reasons I came was I thought I might have
Oh, okay.
because that might need a swim login.
Yeah. So, but it's logged in, so I don't know on whose account. I hope they don't log us out.
No, it was on when I got here this morning.
Happy to kick in. Happy to go to my students. You said use those up if you need more. You've got backups, and maybe we can transfer them another time and have a chat about it.
Yeah,
Sounds like you might have
yeah.
a screen thing too.
Yeah, well, there's IWD, and then and I know on the email, and this is, I was like, let's get together.
Yeah,
But like setting up the GDSC is great, and I can always connect you with the person for it. Oh, that's a system.
No, I did
That's
that.
the lights.
Oh, you
Okay.
did? Okay.
So like, oh, okay, the sun.
Clearly, I have students interested in this kind of thing, and I don't have I need students to run it, and they usually need funding to start programs. And it's always a good thing to collaborate.
What did you do?
I was the check. Yeah, this is what the
Students nap in my class. Better you gonna watch.
That's true. But
They
thank
do.
you so much for coming.
Yeah, no
We
problem.
do get a mention. I don't know. I know you won't be here, but we do get a shout out to like a thank you.
Department.
Yes.
They're happy to help co-sponsor things. Great. The space is usually there's other ones we can look at.
Okay.
Well, perfect. I'm not sure this one is in this space because hopefully it will work.
Yeah. Well, I think because like at the time I was working with Gregory. Does he prefer Gregory? Dr. Gregory? Dr. Triplett? I don't think so. Okay, cool. It's funny. I'm having flashbacks because in my high school I had like a gym teacher who was like from the military. His name was Triplett too, so I'm like Mr. Triplett. Like he was super strict, and I'm just like, oh gosh, sorry, maybe it related. I don't know, but no, he was super strict. Yeah, so I'm really excited for that. But yeah, I think hopefully everything goes well. We should be good.
Hopefully my friends behave. Tell them all about them.
But they've got my number.
All right. I'm going to go back to that.
Thank you so much.
No worries. Yeah.
I really
I was
want
gonna
to.
say, did you go to one when we were young?
Yeah.
Was it fun? I keep getting ticket updates about it, and I want to go.
And
And
last year, it was actually my 20th anniversary, and we joked at our wedding that we should have had something. We were like, you know what? Let's take it. So we renewed our vows and all this, and went to a day-long concert. And
that's so cool.
yeah, we were feeling that it was good.
Yep. So
I don't know that I'd do it again. It's crowded and crazy, but it was totally worth it.
Yeah. Nope,
Yeah,
I got
it was a great night.
that. Perfect. Great. Well,
All right.
I'll text you.
Thank you very
Excellent.
much.
You got my number.
Feel better.
But
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I need to go get the drinks. I wonder if I can use this sorting.
Sure. Do you want to use the same parking lot entrance, or are you gonna go around?
Oh,
Does the door need someone to hold it? Or you want to do? What's it?
one of us needs to stay here. Like,
Yeah.
so
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
go.
Hey, Dad, could you stay or could you go with Min to hold the door open again?
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, that's your dad?
Yeah, that's my dad.
Yeah, let me send those. Yeah, I'm working on the section where I talk about computer work and I'm going to be here in a minute. Actually, it'll be the link, so it'll just keep updating when I update it. So.
Okay.
Oh, I've already shared them with you.
Oh, you mean like you did? Oh yeah, you did.
Yeah, so you can just saw them the other night. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. My like Mac user hands are like, what is this? Is that you saying hi? Ooh, let me check it.
Look at like 7 habits, maybe that might be.
Yeah.
That would be just the number 7 habits. I am supposed to be a backup speaker in case no one shows, but quite honestly, I'm just like, I always speak. If I can. I'm like, I'm too stressed out to. Well, so yeah, yeah. I've made the mistake where I made myself the first speaker of the morning,
Oh gosh.
but because I'm the one that's kind of running the whole thing, it's like, okay, hold that thought. There's 3 more people that showed up. I need to get them signed in.
No, we don't need to check you in.
And then my daughter runs over and she's like, this person's not on here. And it's like, yeah, because their dad paid for them.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes. And of course, there's a part of me that's just like, what if no one shows up? I don't know, that could happen too. Like, I am both panicked that no one will show up and too many people will show up. Oh, thank you, Marshall, for setting that up. That's great. I just put it there. That's why I have this register up.
Well, at least hopefully your speakers show up. I think we'll get that.
Yes.
Let's see if that's scannable on the.
Also, if you need a parking pass, here is one for you. Is that scanned?
Okay, that works. Then I'll fine. Friend of the
That you like it. Work. Yeah.
I'm not like, ooh, Asiata.
Oh, hi. Oh, wait, you're Kevin. Hi, I recognize you from your picture. I'm Miranda. What? Oh, well, I guess this is like staring at
One Asiata, they want fruit bowl.
Yeah, feel free to take one, I guess. They all have fruit bowls.
Yeah, but it's only one Asiata, they want fruit bowl.
Yeah, here's your breakfast. Yeah. So apparently we're having a little bit of a not very our first technical issue, but laptops HDMI isn't quite working. So do you want to email me or something? Or are we like, is this? Oh, no, that's fine. Okay. That's, yeah. So there's no way I'm going to do that. Usually I would reaction. We still have some time before you fix it. But for some reason, like, I mean, you're worth on, like, there's a, yeah, like, I brought an HDMI cable, but for some reason it's not connecting. What's showing is, like, directly on the computer itself. And so, yeah, so I was like, if you want to share me the link, I got the remote resolution. But if yours is different, by all means, we're going to kind of play around, but we're not quite sure. Where did I just put my phone again?
Which
Yeah.
computer is it coming off of? This like over here?
So yeah, just in case you needed to get up your local computer.
Cool.
Maybe I wonder if maybe it's not. Maybe we're supposed to plug in. Yeah. I know. We're supposed to do this. I think it's much better for it's a bit of a tech out of my like the whole time. Like, is it nice for me? Or, actually, maybe this doesn't hook up to anything. You know what? That may actually be hooked up to
Yeah,
this.
this is what this knows what this
Actually, I think this is the computer that it's running on. And it's all the way back here.
Well, I would think that would come right with that.
Will you? Okay.
Let's see. Does it change that stuff?
Did you just turn off the fan? Or I don't know. I was like, okay. Which Min should have live streaming going on his laptop.
There, you see the bars moving down there, but it didn't really go under there.
What happens if
But you still have to be able to switch.
I know. Well, there is a clicker though. There is a clicker. Can we just for Grammys, can we just try plugging in everything and just see? See if there's a reason that you should find it works. And I know it's not even. I just want to know.
So that's a pass wheel.
Let's see. Not change anything? Nope. Okay, JK. That's fine. Oh, hi. Are you here for the DevFest?
Yeah, I'm Turvey, I guess.
Wow. Yeah. No, we're still trying to figure things
Yeah,
out.
take your time, take it.
So sorry, but I know it's first problem of the day. But anyways, hi, welcome. I haven't even really set up anything. I need to set up for check-ins. So give me one moment and I can check you in. Wow, our speaker. Wow, something did something.
Oh,
I
audio.
found out this computer hasn't had the sticky keys to save it.
Oh. All right. Let me get started on here. Did you register on our event page by chance?
From Meetup?
From
The actual site?
the actual
Yeah.
site. Okay, cool. I was like, well, I guess there is Meetup. Oh, something else. Okay.
Well, I did both, just in case.
Okay, perfect. All right. And then we do have some breakfast things like coffee, and then I guess they're all individually packed. So by all means, okay, sorry, I'm trying to get on the Wi-Fi. Okay, there we go. Join SLU guest. Okay. So, okay, and then check-ins.
Oh no, I spilled water on myself. No, I did not spill water on myself. Yeah, I did that. I basically burnt myself.
Duplicate. All right. Oh, wait, check-in. Okay, check-in. What is your name?
Louis 10.
L-E-W-I-S?
LOUS.
L-O-U-S?
Seriously, I did not mean to drop it. I was trying
Louis
to
Tang.
do some
Okay,
of it.
cool beans. So I guess I'll just check you in. And then, is that all I do? I just hit a check mark. You're my first check-in. So, oh, hey, Lance. Way to make it. Okay. Well, I'm assuming I hit the check-in, so you're good. Feel free to take whatever swag and stickers you want. I would recommend taking. These are our St. Louis ones for today. So I was like, by all means.
This is
That'll-
an interesting space. Guess it used to be a gym or something?
This no, I mean it's an auditorium. I don't know. They use it as an auditorium though, but you're right. It does look like you're right with the bleachers. Actually, you're right. So by all means, you are checked in, and then go ahead and grab some coffee, breakfast, take a seat at a table, and we're gonna. I guess check-in does start in a minute.
Is there okay, so just these are the stickers.
Oh yeah. By all means, take whatever you want. And then let me just check you in as well. Lance, got it. Do I just hit a check mark? Is that it? Is that
Yeah,
it for
that's
check-in?
it.
I thought
Yeah.
there was more to the process.
No.
Literally, just all I do is hit a check mark.
Yeah.
You are checked in. 67, but some might be remote because we're gonna try to live stream it.
Yeah.
Also, Kevin is, and I do have your slides open on there because right now there's kind of a bit of a issue with that. We're trying to get the tech people to come up to get this to work, but
I
we'll
was
see.
planning to use my laptop.
Yeah, I hope it works.
Yeah, if they're we could get the link for the live stream because I'd like to share it with other people.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And do we have name tags or language or anything or not?
No, not for this one. We're just like it is.
Yeah, it was kind of a last minute pull together, it seems to me.
A little bit. It was definitely a lot of stuff happened in the last week. Oh wait, we have these label. Well, that's more of a label. Do you want a name tag?
I don't need it. I was just didn't want to miss it if there wasn't.
Yeah, no. We didn't quite have time for that. But we did get all our speakers and we did get people RSVP'd and we have food, which is the most important thing. And hopefully as more and more people, it's open to all the college students and they know about it. That looks like one of our speakers as well. Hey, come over here. We're all, so yes, and go ahead and get some breakfast and hi, Rabimba, right? Hi, nice to meet you. I'm
Nice to meet you.
Miranda. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
So, are you just in town? Because this whole time I was like, are you in Houston? And like, how are you gonna make it?
I was in Houston, but I was traveling, so I was like, okay, I can go there.
Oh, okay, perfect. Well, let me go ahead.
Yeah, I expected way more cold.
Wait, what?
I expected way more cold, which is
Oh yeah.
it's not bad.
So, okay. Oh, did you happen to register for the event? Or okay, no, you're fine. I have if you want to just go ahead and scan this and just like add yourself really quickly.
This is in the the GDG portal.
So yeah, hopefully you should be able to. And then if you have a chance, if we're having some trouble with the HDMI, so do you have your slides on like a Google Doc, or do you like need your laptop for the presentation?
The slides normally it can be shared,
Okay.
but it has some tables.
Okay, that's what I. Okay, yeah, it's okay. Hopefully, we can get some the tech people here. We showed up early and whatnot, but no one has still.
1, 2, 3.
Well,
Um,
in case,
But you're at the end, so
yeah.
hopefully.
I haven't.
Okay, cool. Perfect.
Let's see. So we just need to find out if
1, 2.
Oh, there are people on here. That's cool.
Kevin, can you talk a little bit more?
1, 2, 3. Check.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it is microphone. So
I'm so sorry. Oh. Are you signed in? Okay.
Are you ready for a cup of
all right.
Yeah,
One.
not even in the bevy
One.
yet.
Oh yeah. Are you in baby?
No, I'm looking for the right link for that.
Hello. Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3. No, you can't hear me. Okay, let me change the microphone. Default. Let's see.
Oh, do I need to like log into this maybe?
No. Look, go up.
Is this website?
You're in. Yeah. So let's scroll. Yeah, you need to log into your Google. Okay, let's see. Log in. 1, 2, 3. You still can't hear me, right? 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Well, actually, someone commented that they can't hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now, Niti? I can. Okay, that's great.
Oh, okay. I muted your microphone. Yeah, I'll check it. Feel free to grab breakfast on the back.
Oh, I thought I already did this with Google Developer Groups yesterday.
Yeah, that's me on there.
Let me know if it changes. That's. I can see here. That's weird. Yeah, that's right. Because this is you,
Oh,
but
that
it
is
doesn't
weird.
show there.
Should we try refreshing on? Should we ask them if they can refresh?
Yeah.
Are you here for the DevFest? Or do you want to just join if you want? We're free for like graduation.
Can you guys see Miranda as well? People online. Okay. Let's just start.
Okay, I'm signed in.
Signed in.
Now let's see if I can find this virtual room. Right?
Oh wait. Okay. I don't know why this shows black. That's weird.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I don't know why it's not working, but no worries.
Let's go ahead and RSVP for this.
I don't understand why the video is not working. Yeah.
The chapter, what the heck? Errors in the form. What are you most excited to learn about this event?
Yes. Yeah, the stage. What is high? High. Okay, yeah, that's the stage. Because on my laptop it shows a blank screen. Maybe it's the problem is on mine. So that's good. Thank you guys. Yeah, did you join? Oh, you're still working on it?
Ticket number. I think I need to download this ticket. Virtual URL. There we go. I'm getting closer now. You don't want to use my camera or microphone.
No, you don't need to use those. Yeah, you can use your camera, but just not microphone.
Okay.
How's it going over there?
We're getting warmer.
We are? Okay. Because in 10 minutes, I'll do the opening remarks. So we'll see.
Yeah, these.
Did the camera change?
Yep, the camera changed.
Okay, perfect. Oh yeah, it works for me. For me, it is.
Yep.
It's a black screen. Okay.
The bathrooms are right over there. Oh my goodness, are you okay?
I mean, probably.
Okay.
Most of the little horror movies where it's like I have.
That.
Oh shoot, I forgot to say
And then I need to make sure I've got my notes here.
Kevin, did I give you a parking pass?
You did not.
Okay. Here's that for when.
Thank you.
So, I'm in the guy. Oh, that's great. Then take a second here.
Fix that. Put that to the side. Fold the one I don't want.
Hi, how are you? Good. Great. Okay. Have you registered how to do okay. Oh, that's a little
Okay, this could be a problem.
What happened?
The Wi-Fi, guest Wi-Fi keeps dropping me,
Oh,
so it disconnected me from the event.
did you get the message, the text message? Because it has like two.
This here. I'm still seeing the same thing as that there.
If not, we
Worst
can.
comes to worst, I'm just gonna hotspot off
Yeah,
my phone.
hotspot and.
That way I don't.
And this is what we're gonna do. So once you start, you share your screen, and everyone should be able to see.
Okay.
Awesome. And we are gonna see you up there as well. Perfect.
As a matter of fact,
Oh, it's Miranda who it starts. So
yeah, she starts out, and then I'll. Let me make sure my notes are synced up with
perfect.
my
Let me
phone.
know. Let me know if you,
Does this work on the stream? Check 1, 2, 3. Is this coming through the live?
Hello? Ma'am? Hey. Oh, we need to check in. You need to check in people now too. But can people hear me on the live stream? Okay, I'm just gonna start then. I mean, it's 5 minutes. Hello? Okay. I hope this is working. Okay, cool. Thanks for making it out this morning. My name is Miranda Reese. I'm one of the GDG St. Louis organizers, and Mim over there, he's kind of our tech support guy too, but he's also an organizer. So together, it's been really fun to put this event, and hopefully it all goes well today. So I think everyone, I checked you all in. Make sure that you are registered. If not, that is the QR code to scan. Grab some coffee, and then yeah, let's get started. Okay. So first thing on the agenda is the opening remarks. Ta-da, we're here. Another QR code if you want. If you have one of those GDG developer profiles, you can get a badge on there. Those are kind of fun. So feel free to scan that. But also, I think I should have it emailed out to the participants afterwards. So yeah, I'll let you all have a moment to do that. Still see a couple screens. Cool. Okay, perfect. Wait, a couple more cameras. I'll give you all 5 more seconds. Ooh. Okay, cool beans. Okay, so I wanted to start off. Some of you all might just be here because you just randomly heard about this event. But what is a GDG? So today's event is run by Google Developer Group St. Louis. GDG is this going to be a local community in town that puts together a bunch of events like these just to kind of help out the developer community. We aspire to be the most helpful way for developers to connect with others to learn about and be successful building on all Google platforms or more. It's not always just Google. There are over 1,000 GDG communities across the world in over 145 countries, which is pretty cool. And we do actually have members from other GDGs. So if you are from another GDG in a different state, raise your hand. JK, okay. It was these guys. But anyways, since you logged on or RSVP'd, if you want, also feel free to join our community. That is at gdg.community.dev/GDG St. Louis. We have more events than just DevFest, DevFest DL, as we're calling it, that are a little bit more smaller scale and again, might be more niche in the topics. So, okay, and then I'm just gonna really quickly go over a code of conduct for today, and this also applies to the online community. Basically, it's 3 really simple rules. Be nice. We're all here. It's a volunteer-run organization. There already have been some technical issues this morning, so we expected it. But be nice, be patient, be courteous. Be aware of you're more than welcome to ask any questions, but just make sure that they're appropriate. No hate speech, nothing like that. Please be nice. I think that covers it. Be respectful and constructive. So if it's okay to disagree in this community, if someone says something that you're like, wait, is that right? You can correct them, but again, just be polite with how you go about it. We are going to open, all of our speakers should have about 5 to 10 minutes at the end of their talks for you to ask any questions. And then lastly, whoa, oh, okay. What happened to my slides? Well, be collaborative, unlike the computer. Don't be like that, but be collaborative. Oh, it logged out on here. Ooh, fun. Literally just said tech. Oh, okay. Ha, I did that without Mim's help. So thank you. This is my degree. I am actually a computer science major, but then I became a designer and decided coding wasn't my thing. So the best I can do is hit a cursor. But anyway, so be collaborative. So hopefully you all, the tables are kind of going to allow you to make some friends or whatnot, talk to each other. There will be some breaks in between. So hopefully if you're learning something or, you just want to ask your neighbor what they thought of the session, by all means, please do that. We're all about fostering a community here. Okay. And then lastly, hey guys. Okay, and then lastly, I did want to give a thank you, obviously a big one, to St. Louis University. They are letting us have this cool space, and they're also collaborating with us, specifically the Department of Engineering and Computer Science, so shout out to them. And then we also reached out to a lot of communities. I know that some of them might be represented either here right now or on the live stream, so thank you. We have a lot of Google developer experts here, STLX. Holly is from there. She's the president of STLX. She'll be speaking later today. Launch Code, St. Louis Big Data, St. Louis Java Users Group, STL Tech, and St. Louis Unix Users Group. So those are all the different communities. If you didn't know about them, also check them out. They have some really cool events. Okay, hopefully you all have looked at the agenda. So for today, the first half, everything, all the talks will be in person. And then the second half will be remote. You are more than welcome to stay if you want. Or we also did that so that if you wanted to go home, I know sometimes staying in a big building all day is not ideal. But we are going to start off with Kevin. He'll be our speaker here in just a moment. With Beyond Kanban and Scrum, creating a culture of flow. Next will be Mim talking about DevContainers. And then we have Lance talking about Angular. And then I'm sure you all are also here for some lunch. So there will be some Jimmy John's catering. We did get some gluten-free and vegetarian options if you need that. And then, because I'm vegetarian, no shame in that. Oh, hi. If you need to register, it's right over here. Okay. And then lastly, in the afternoon, we'll have the 7 Habits of the Somewhat Effective Self-Taught Programmer by Chris. And then at 2:20 on Device Generative AI, which is by Rabimba. So awesome. Hopefully you guys are excited for our DevFest. And then again, the evening track, we'll have a little break here and then we'll switch to kind of remote and we'll figure that out as well. And then at 6 to 6:30, we're going to have some closing remarks and then you all can network as well. Okay, so first things first. Kevin, you ready? Okay. And I totally have these in the notes and they're not speaking, but I was going to give you a cool introduction, but I guess you can drum roll. You can just do it yourself. All right, perfect. Do you want this mic or do you want? Okay.
Yeah, I'll share in a moment when I actually have some content to share.
Okay.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to DevFest TL. First of all, I want to thank Mim for inviting me to this and Miranda and all the rest of the organizers for putting this together. I'm certain that they've been under a lot of stress and this is a lot of work to get together. So thank you. Thank you to the campus for letting us do this here. Also for any veterans or first responders that are out there, thank you for your service and what you do for our communities. So my talk again is on Beyond Kanban and Scrum, creating a culture of flow. And this isn't going to be a conventional presentation. And that could be good for some of you guys out there that are doing the PowerPoint slides. And maybe it's bad. I don't know. Maybe it changes how you think about your presentations. This is kind of something that I kind of threw together last minute because I also wasn't sure until Thursday that I had this spot. So bear with me. It might be a little unorganized at times because I'm working off my notes here, but hopefully it's a good talk and you guys learned something today. And this is basically a culmination of my experience over the past 30 or so years in the IT world. Starting out, I was literally like Geek Squad for a little company down in Tennessee doing IT, computer repair, cash register repair, wherever they needed me to do. And here I am today. I'm an architect at Mercy. But a lot of this is going to be talking about that journey, going through these different methodologies to get where Mim and I worked together at CenturyLink on a very functional team that got a lot of work done. And part of that was a lot about the communication we had and the networking we did with each other. So just as a little bit of an icebreaker here, I'd like to ask everybody in the room, we don't have the big crowds I thought we'd have, but turn to someone you don't know, introduce yourself, whether you're a student or already a professional, and share your name, what you do, what you're passionate about, and then I will get back to the talk. Give yourselves a minute to network for a second. All right, I see some good communication out there. We'll give it another minute. All right, let's go ahead and get the show going again. All right, so as I mentioned, my name's Kevin White. Started out way back doing Geek Squad stuff. Back then, there just wasn't a whole lot of organization or process to everything. You got your tickets, you worked them, you went and did stuff. From there, I went to municipal government, where it was me and one other guy, and they literally had. Sure, is that better? All right. Yep. So from doing the Geek Squad stuff, I went to small municipal government. They literally had nothing. They had a land for their police department, a land for their finance network, and a land for their fire department. And me and this other guy basically built up all the infrastructure from scratch. Again, still not a whole lot of process around that. It was very much kind of that waterfall thing where we planned stuff, we budgeted for it. They kind of let us just do whatever we wanted to do, as long as we were getting those things they wanted. They wanted everything. They wanted the world. They wanted email and file shares and all this other stuff. But still, really not a whole lot of process around that. From there, I ended up coming to St. Louis, back to St. Louis, and that's kind of why I wanted to talk about the networking and communication thing a little bit, because our tech community here in St. Louis is really small. I think it's very well connected. It's very easy to get around from place to place, wherever you decide to go. And a lot of that's through the networking that you'll do either here or outside of this group. But anyway, long story short, I wound up back here in St. Louis at A.G. Edwards, which was quickly acquired by Wachovia and then Wells Fargo. But there we had very much more of that waterfall process where we were planning things out. There was a budget. They had deadlines for us. It wasn't a very stressful environment, but we were also working very much off the shelf for the most part with the software we were doing. I was working on NetCool at the time, doing a lot of application monitoring, network monitoring, stuff like that for the help desk so that they could keep the networks running great and all the applications running great. Very much a waterfall thing again. Still not a lot of process around that, just a lot more planning. As things happened to work out, I ended up at Wachovia, but wasn't happy with the work I was doing. I wasn't a happy developer there, and wound up going on a short stint with Northrop Grumman doing that cool work for them. Very, very much waterfall there. Very much you had deadlines. There was a lot of stress. They expected us to, meet these deadlines along the way, meet all these milestones. But the communication was very sparse. The project managers would come back to us and say, these are the things we have to deliver this quarter. We'd go out, we'd work on those things, not a lot of feedback from the customer. At the end of the quarter, they'd go present it to the customer, and the customer would tell us they're not happy with it. Go back and do it again. So that was a lot of my experience with what waterfall was. Our contracts there, being in government work, were kind of year to year. So I wound up coming to Savis, doing that cool work again. Still very much waterfall. Still not a lot of communication. People were just asking us to deliver stuff off the shelf, doing the upgrades, doing all the operational stuff, doing some development, security work for my part of it. But then something kind of amazing happened to us, and we joke about this probably still to today. In about 2014, they decided, first CenturyLink bought Savis, and that kind of worked out okay because it's two telecoms. They're kind of doing their thing. We had our managed hosting. But then CenturyLink decided to buy this little company called Tier 3. They wanted to do platform as a service and expand our market beyond just managed hosting. As many of you know, AWS was starting to come up through there. I'm not sure at the time if Google had actually established their cloud systems, but they were starting to disrupt everybody with the platform stuff. And CenturyLink bought this little company called Tier 3 to do that. Later on, we started joking about it because that was really what ignited what we called the CenturyLink Development Center. And from there, we pretty much said that Tier 3 bought us because everything we did from the legacy Savas side changed pretty much overnight. They were very much focused on things like DevOps. They weren't doing so much a Scrum pattern at the time, but someone between CenturyLink and Tier 3, they basically said we had to have some organization around the work they were doing. So they brought in the project managers, they brought in Scrum managers, all these different leaders, and they said the first thing we're going to do outside of this platform thing is we're going to develop a new feature for it called Database as a Service. And they just basically picked people off of different teams, me being one of those people, to come in and put this new product together. So we had about 25 people sitting in a pit about the size of these two tables right here in front of me. And we had a cadence that was set up. They started planning out backwards from when we had to have this product delivered and what we were going to start doing in each iteration for this thing. We did have a little bit of self-organization around that. So we were able to the developers figured out what they were going to do. Those of us on the operational side, we figured out what we were going to do. We got the monitoring, we got some automation going. As the team developed, we figured out we didn't need everybody that was in there. We started making the things more efficient. So some of us, me being one of those people, split off on another team called Client Security, and we were going to deliver a different product there. But sort of that self-organizing thing, we figured out what we needed, we figured out how to deliver that product, and then we right-sized the team down to where it needed to be. Now, flip over to the Client Security team, and it was still Scrum, a much smaller team, about 10 people, and we had an ample amount of room to work in. Our project manager was very much, these are the things we need to deliver. We've got about a year to do it to disrupt the market in this particular space. What we were wanting to deliver was a managed intrusion protection system based on Trend Micro. They already had the product out there. We had to figure out how to deploy it in our cloud and then deliver it to customers. I would have to say that that was the beginning of our really golden age of development at CenturyLink. Because what we did is we learned pretty quick how to set our own cadence, how to manage our own work, how to get all of our stories aligned with our features, kind of from the top down, and then break those things down into manageable bits. Now, not all the teams in that organization worked the same. We still had a lot of teams up in Washington, up in Seattle, that were more operations than development, I guess you could say. They had their development groups. They had a bunch of different automation and platform and all these different teams doing their thing. But this was all new to us. Everyone had kind of come from this ITIL, FCAPS kind of background with a handful of developers sprinkled in there. And we're just trying to figure out what we're doing. But we really like what this team from Washington brought us because they brought us a lot of freedom to innovate. And that was something in that waterfall environment we really didn't have. It was with waterfall, it was go do this, do it our way, and sometimes bring the vendors in and letting them do it. So anyway, we learned a lot of good patterns during that time, just kind of doing Scrum. We minimized our meetings. We were able to really kind of plan for what the customers wanted. And one of the things that came into that we learned is we had a lot of feedback from the customers that we wanted to sell to. So we were able to quickly change what we were working on based on what the customers wanted. We'd put a new feature together. We'd go out, our project manager, our solutions people would go out and talk to the customers and be like, this is what we're working on. This is what it looks like. Here's some mock-ups. They'd come back to us, say, yes, that's what we want, or no, it's not what we want. So we were learning to be really adaptable and move quickly. Now, I'm going to say that Scrum isn't normally that adaptable. In a normal Scrum pattern, you're going to be planning out 2-3 weeks of what you're working on, and then you're going to have an overall plan that's like 6 months out. And if there's any changes to that, then generally someone in the business is getting upset because you're not working on their stuff right away. So move on a couple years, people are moving around between teams, they're learning new things. And I move over to the platform team. The Seattle office is starting to move all their work to St. Louis. We've fully developed a dev center in St. Louis. So they're shifting a lot of their work over to us. And I end up on the platform team as the manager there. And the team had already set up a pretty good cadence of what they were doing. And it wasn't Scrum, it was Kanban, really. They were doing continuous delivery. So we basically had a board that we worked off of. Every so often, we would go back and do some backlog grooming, moving everything that was important to the top. There was a lot of feedback there, again, from the customers, which was very good. We did have a business person, our product owners, what we call them, in our pit with us. So we're constantly going back and forth. We've got SOC audits, we got security audits, we've got all kinds of things going on simultaneously. And because we weren't working in the rigid framework of Scrum, we're able to move very quickly and adapt. Now, as things grew, as more teams came on and started developing their own patterns, the business was kind of coming to a point where they wanted a little bit more governance around us. So they came back and started saying, we want you guys to work Scrum. What we were able to do is negotiate with them to some extent, where our product owner kind of ran the team on the face as Scrum. We had 2-week sprints set up. We were doing the backlog grooming. We were doing retros. We were doing a lot of the cadence on the face for the business so that they could do a little bit more planning and get a little bit better idea of when things would be delivered. But on the backside on the team, we were still really running Kanban for the most part. And that's what worked for us. That's where we were really creating that culture flow, because we weren't stopping for a lot of the planning stuff. And that was a really big point of contention for most of my team, where they're wanting to work. They're developers. They've got this passion for delivering new products and new features. There's a lot of pride in what we were delivering there. So I do have some outcomes I want to show from that, but these are some things that we kind of learned going through this. And I kind of want to start like at the organizational level, and then I'll kind of work down toward the team and individual levels. So at the organizational level, I want you guys to communicate a little bit. You got to have open and transparent communication. You'll fail really quick if people aren't communicating. You won't know what your goals are. You might be told what your goals are, but you don't understand them and don't say something. Those are all things that can help you fail quick, but not in a good way. So you want to make sure you've got that open and transparent communication, not just between the business and their leadership on the teams, but everybody on the team needs to be open and transparent. Organizationally, we set up our communication channels. We start out with Slack, but we wind up on Teams. But we set up either like code champions or mentor channels for everybody, so that all the different teams, people could come in and ask them what kind of stuff they're working on. So if you had developers, say, we had a lot of .NET code. So if we're trying to figure out .NET, we knew someone else somewhere in one of the other teams is doing something similar. We'd go ask them what kind of patterns they were using. What are they doing? How are they solving these problems? So we really broke down that what to me was like an ITIL thing to really get the teams engaged with each other and not trying to solve the same problems different ways all the time. Another thing we like to do, and I do have some slides for this. So I don't want to bore you too much with slides, but oh, where are we trying to share it here? This one. So I'm gonna guess this is on the live. Can we get it up here? This one here, this recording, yeah. Yep. This mouse is so sensitive. Oh. There we go. Yep. All right. So this is something we were a little bit unsure about when we first started doing this Scrum stuff and DevOps. Is many of us were working in pits to start with, and we had come out of cubes. We were a cube farm to start with. So there wasn't a lot of communication with us, but a lot of what we were working on was individual contributors on these COTS products. So we didn't really have a lot of cross-team communication. And a lot of us were terrified when they started saying you're moving into these pits and you're moving into these rooms. This is what we wound up with. There were several iterations of this, but very much an open format. If there were people that were just trying to focus, they could put their headphones on or whatever. But most of this enabled us to communicate with each other. We might have people pair programming over here on one side of the room and talking about a problem they're trying to solve. And if someone overhears it and be like, hey, I've been thinking about that, and they'd run over there. And what you wind up with, you've got your guys pair programming, and they're sitting there trying to solve a problem together. Maybe they're struggling with a little bit. And then before you know it, they're all sitting in the front of the room, and they're all working together to solve this problem. Now, this is all pre-COVID, of course, but we did have people that were remote. So we had the main screen up there in the middle. That's where the guys were working on the code. It was shared across our Teams channel or Slack, whatever we were doing. On that left monitor over there was where our remote people came in. And they stayed on that all day, not because they had to, but because we wanted them to be a part of our team and feel engaged. So they would be in there. They see what we're working on. Unfortunately, those guys were typically working on a different part of the product at the time. So there was less engagement between our two kind of subsets of the team. But still, a lot of stuff going on. In this case here, I think we were kind of mob programming this thing. So it was a lot of fun, a lot of camaraderie there. Oh yeah, I was talking about the show and tells. That's another thing we like to do. So about once a quarter, everybody in the CenturyLink Dev Center would come together, and 2 or 3 of the teams would present what they'd been working on for that quarter. Whether it was automation, learning how to do new pipelines, security as a service type of things, how to build security into your pipelines. We'd all come together. We'd do these presentations, maybe hour and a half, 2 hours. And generally it was very well taken. A lot of questions were asked. People were taking back what they learned in these meetings to their teams for things that weren't being discussed in those champion channels. Now, what enabled this was our management. I think we were very fortunate that we had leadership all the way up to our executive vice president. They were servant leaders. They were there to help make sure developers were happy. They were mentored. We had this concept of 360 feedback. So as a leader, you were asking your peers and your reports even to evaluate how you're doing, what you can do better. Again, we like to be comfortable there. Depending on where you're at here in the St. Louis community, if you're over at somewhere like Wachovia, or they're Wells Fargo now, right? You're probably wearing at least a button-up shirt and nice slacks. My team there at CenturyLink, when we were on client security, we were the no pants team. We were wearing shorts. We were very much dressed like this all year round. So it was about comfort. It was about developers being happy and working on things that they were passionate about. Our management let us self-organize. That worked out very well for us because during those golden years, we were able to do what we want and get the features delivered quickly. And they let us agree on our own team charter. They didn't come in and dictate to us how we were going to work, what our cadence was going to be like. We were able to basically Wild West it for the most part and take those parts of the Scrum and the Kanban and Waterfall and work them into our culture. At the team level, and somewhat organizational, Mel will probably remember this, we had like an egoless set of commandments up on the wall. And I don't remember them all, but there were some that stuck out for me. One of them was, you're not your code. You're going to do work and you're going to fail, and you shouldn't ever take it personal. And we had an emphasis when we did our retros, which I still think are very important, even through Kanban, to critique the code and not the person. Again, I'll tell a quick story real quick. When I first came on to the client security team, I had been learning Ansible and some other automation techniques off the database as a service team, but I wasn't as familiar with the code that we had on the client security team. And they brought me in, and I was a tech lead and this really good guy that they heard about, and they brought me in. And the first day I blew away 5 production servers by accident. I didn't have someone review my code, which I should have done, and they just assumed I knew what I was doing. They didn't double check my code. But because we had adopted this resilient technology, it wasn't all a disaster. There was some panic, but because someone failed before us and they learned how to not do things the wrong way sometimes, those things were just archived out there. So it took us a couple hours. We were able to restore the servers and get back to work. But it was a learning experience for me. I failed fast, didn't do it again. All the code got peer reviewed after that. Let's see here. And another one of those commandments we had was, much like karate, there's always someone that's bigger than you. So kind of check your own ego at the door a little bit. You're going to come in, you're going to have ideas. Some of those ideas are going to be great. Some of them might not be so great. We had some very experienced people on our team that are still kind of working in the same space they are, but we had interns come in, kids right out of college or Udemy classes or whatever, and they brought new ideas to our teams. We had to be open and listen to what they were saying. That was a part of our culture. And we got a lot of good ideas off of those guys. I know one of them, he went on to Google as a principal engineer with probably less than 3 years professional experience, like a principal software developer at Google. He was also at Uber, and now I think he's working at some kind of a startup. But they're very bright people, and us old guys need to remember that there's new ideas coming through. So be open to that. But some of the other things we learned on our team, we had that charter, so we agreed on things like how to format code, what tools we would use. When we came around to the code reviews, we were trying to be blameless with those. Again, critique the code and not the person that wrote it. We like to pick the retros off the Scrum, especially as we were learning to do this. It helped us refine our own work and how we were doing the things that we were doing. As we matured, those retros became a little less useful because we had already really fine-tuned the team. Generally, what would happen is if we brought someone new in, we would have a retro or 2 or 3 after they came onto the team to find out, hey, is this working for you? Is there something you've seen that works better? And then we'd fine-tune as needed. Everything was done by pair programming from then on, pretty much. Once we developed this new culture, that saved us a lot of time and efficiency as far as when it comes time to do audits and stuff. You're going to have SOC 2 auditors or whoever come in, they're going to be like, who's reviewing your code? Where's the checkpoint for this? And we're like, we already did it. But to make you happy, they also had a separate review in GitHub or whatever pipeline we were using at the time, whatever code tool. So that code was not only reviewed twice before it went in, it was reviewed a third time before it got checked in and committed. Depending on which team you were on, because again, we were self-organizing, there was a lot of test-driven development going on. It was good for people like me. I came into the team mostly knowing Python and security stuff, and that client security stuff was all in like Spring Boot and stuff. So I didn't know what I was doing there. It was all new to me. It's code, but it was new to me. And a part of our learning process for me coming in there was, you're going to sit down and you're going to write the code, but we're going to write the test first so you understand what we're doing. And then everything is tested as we go through. We're going to break it. We're going to fix it. And we did a lot of that back and forth. So I would write a test. The experienced guy would then turn around and fix it. And then he would write the test, and then I would fix it. And I learned a lot about Spring Boot during that process, and that worked out really well for me because lo and behold, within that year, we got the product out there. But weeks before we were supposed to deliver it, Trend Micro delivered the same thing. Apparently, we didn't have a non-compete. So we kept the product up there, but there were some other technologies that Tier 3 was using, one of them called Orchestrate, which was a NoSQL type database. They wanted us to get rid of that because it was costing us money. So we moved it over to our own Mongo databases. And at the time, I was the only developer left on the team. So in that short year, learning Spring Boot and stuff, I learned enough to be able to migrate from Orchestrate over to Mongo. And that wouldn't have happened had we not had that culture of communication, that culture of learning, pulling people in that, really out of their wheelhouse. Let's see here. And part of all that communication and stuff is building trust with your peers, building trust with your leadership. One of the challenges I run into a lot today, and some of you might be able to relate, is the security teams and the operational teams. They don't like change. They don't like new things coming in. It disrupts their delicate balance of keeping things running and secure. And if you don't have that trust with them that you can come in and make a change that's not going to break everything, you're going to sit there and you're going to be angry, and you're not going to love your life because you want to put these beautiful pieces of product that you've developed out there, but they're not going to let you do it, not until you go through 3 months of code review. So learning to build that trust outside of your organization, especially with security and operations, is paramount. And if you can bring the DevOps into your team and build that trust right there in your team, then things will run a lot smoother. Another thing we like to do was team building exercises. Initially, that started out with things like once a quarter, they take us and we play some games that help us learn, just how to communicate better. And they seemed kind of silly, but they were fun. As the development center grew, we pull a lot of those team building things into our own culture at the team level. It wasn't uncommon for us to all sit around the table at lunch and watch BattleBots or play Smash Brothers Brawl. For better or worse, our CI/CD pipeline, when it was running tests, could take anywhere from 20 to 40 minutes whenever new code was committed. Smash Brothers again, they ended up building a game room for us so we could go in there, play darts, ping pong, whatever. It kept us happy, and we got a lot of good work done. Now, there were some disruptive things that we found that the other teams weren't as appreciative of. When we were trying to figure out how to build our pipelines so that we didn't have to sit there and babysit them, we figured out we could go in Jenkins and add sounds. And whenever a test passed, you get the triple air horns, if everyone remembers those. And when it failed, you got Homer going, "Oh!" Well, we ran a lot of tests every day. and the teams next to us kind of got tired of triple air horns and Homer. So we figured out how to adjust it. We brought the volume levels back down to where we could deal with it. Eventually, we got tired of the sound too, but we did figure out how do we get these things up here where we can keep doing work and keep getting ready things for the next test, but not have to sit there and babysit it. So more visual cues in the room and less sound. We learned to automate all the things. Okay. Yep. So this is off XKCD. Some of you may have seen this before, but their developers don't like doing the same thing over and over. And if you've done it more than once or twice, it's time to automate it. Password resets, code changes, configuration, anything you can do to maximize your efficiency, you need to be doing it. And this here is kind of like how often you do this thing and how much does it save you. On the flip side of this is where a lot of our frustration came from around that Scrum process, because it's very focused around doing things, having all these meetings, and developers didn't want to sit around and talk about work. They wanted to do work. So we turned around and started using these charts against them to say, hey, look, we can spend an hour a day talking about this, but this is how much it's going to cost us. This is how much time we could be spending. And when you multiply this by people, if you've got a team of 10 people and, they only spend 30 minutes, but that's 10 people. Now it's 300 minutes you've wasted. So it multiplies pretty quickly. Let's see here. Where are we next? This is the team. We had all the fun. For individual contributors, we found that it's really helpful to be a team player, to be adaptable. That helps for the team as well. Have a passion for solving problems. If you're not doing something you're passionate about, you're working, and nobody really wants to work the rest of their life. Do something you love. And that's why we had a lot of people that would leave the org. They couldn't find a team that they were passionate about working on, or it just wasn't their thing, and they went somewhere else, and we were happy for them. We had people on my team that would move to another team just because they wanted to change a pace. We adapted another thing called safaris, where maybe we needed help with a particular problem, and someone would come from another team to help us solve that problem, and we'd send someone else off to their team to learn what they were doing. A good example of that, as I pivoted more into getting to do the security stuff, we had an object storage team. They needed to do a pen test on their stuff. So I went over to their team and did a pen test, and they sent a guy over to our team to help us with our pipelines. And both teams learned something from it and take it away. And the last thing I want to say about that is this AI stuff is really disruptive. So a part of that is going to be all this change it brings, but you have to know whether it's right or wrong. It hallucinates a lot. So I think AI is going to be big for us as developers, but you can't just, it could be a crutch that hurts you as well. So be aware of that. Let's see here. I have some more examples of the fun stuff we did in there. We had Nerf wars sometimes. We kept our areas all fancied up. We had a lot of stuff to keep us happy and entertained there. It wasn't all about just work. And it wasn't always all about technology either. Sometimes we just had to pull out the whiteboard and draw on it, or take Post-it notes and try and figure out what we were working on, what was the most value to the business, what was the most value to our team. One thing I really didn't touch on, and I've only got a couple more minutes, because we had really gone full DevOps, probably the most contentious thing for our team, especially as it shrunk, was that operational rotation. And we found out what worked best for us. I'll try and keep this short. Is we had one person that was the Batman, we called them, and they worked all the tickets. They had a Robin with them that was their backup, and we generally tried to pair them up with someone. The Batman knew what he was doing, and the Robin was there to learn. They did that for a week, And then because we wanted to shave our tech debt down, they had another week where they worked together to pull off the tech debt that was really important to us, things that were bugging us. Or a lot of times they'd have a ticket that came in and they'd be like, this is the third time this has happened. We're going to go solve this problem right now so that when we get back to development, we're not having other Batman harassed by this same problem that keeps coming back. That was like the first thing they found when they came on the platform was people were getting paged 3-4 times a night with this new platform product we had. And that was getting old really quick. They sat down, they debugged those things, and they made it more resilient and got better checks in there. But again, as the team shrunk, the developers want to develop and operations people want to do operations. But on that smaller team, that got to be a lot of frustration because you lose a lot of your flow when your team's too small and you're trying to do the dev and the ops. And since I'm running out of time here, a couple last things. I've got some recommended reading for everyone. This is really about disrupting that ITIL Scrum type of pattern. You've got the Phoenix Project and the DevOps Handbook, which are both by Gene Kim, I think. The Phoenix Project is sort of a prelude. It's an older one. The DevOps Handbook is newer. As a matter of fact, the second edition is out. It just came out last year, I believe. Both are real good about the things you can pick up in your culture to help be more fluid. And the same goes with the operations anti-patterns and DevOps solutions. That's, again, it's about building that trust with your operations teams, how to do things better. And then the last one, how to measure anything. When you start getting into that management level of stuff, and even at the team level, people want to measure things. They want to measure success. How are we being productive? And there are going to be a lot of times when people are like, I don't understand this. What are we measuring here? How do we know that we're getting better? And this book has a lot of great tips on how to be more efficient and how to measure those things. And this will be the last one I put up here. Again, connect and network. I've got my LinkedIn on here and my GitHub. I'm not very active in my GitHub right now, although in the next couple weeks, I will be committing some more code because the SANS Holiday Hack Fest is going. And I highly recommend that if you are into information security at all. And that's about all I've got. Let me check the thing here because I think there were some questions. All right, I don't see anything. Okay. All right. Yeah, so I'll open it up to questions. If anybody has anything in the room. Yes, sir.
So you kind of described like a piecemeal approach to waterfall, Kanban, Scrum, all combined in, which is exactly what all of those things tell you not to do.
Right.
But then, so I heard some of the pillars that you said made your workplace effective were like communication, that constant learning thing. Would you put anything else in there that you thought were like the main aspects that made your workplace that you were talking about so effective at what they were doing?
Wow. So I'd say like really learning to be innovative and adapt new technologies was crucial for us. What we inherited on the platform team was a big monolithic pile of .NET code. It wasn't resilient. It had a lot of faults. It was built on what they were thinking about in 2014, 2015 when Tier 3 was spinning up. So a lot of what helped us was going in and breaking that big monolith. We called it not pruning the tree, but strangulation pattern is what we called it. And we come in and we figure out, okay, what's a piece of this that we can peel off and make into some kind of microservice? Can we automate this? Can we set up our dev pipeline so that everything goes through and does this one piece right for us? We started getting big into things like Kubernetes and containers and moving those things off and making them resilient and self-healing. And as we grew that platform more, every one of those different teams adapted to that. They were pulling in the containerization patterns. They were pulling in the self-healing patterns, so that they were spending more time actually doing development and not worrying about doing the operations part of it, because it just took care of itself. Any other questions? Do we have anything remote yet? Nothing yet? Just out of curiosity, show of hands, how many here are students and how many here, I guess, how many here are students? Okay. So hopefully I didn't give you too bad advice. There was one other thing, probably another really painful thing on our team that we dealt with a few times a year, was the interview process. That is very stressful, both for the teams that are trying to hire people and for the people being interviewed, because they don't know what they're coming into and we don't know what we're getting. And you'll have some teams, they'll come in, they'll want to ask you questions like, if you were a dog, what kind of dog would you be? That's, maybe helps you find out a little bit about how the person, how they see themselves, or they'll ask you, what's something you're proud of that you've worked on. Those are helpful for finding out some things. But I think the thing we found out that worked the best for us, and I wish we would have learned this sooner, is what we ended up doing for our team was set up a little, we called it a SPA. It's a single, basically a little self-contained application. And because we were doing pair programming, we bring them in, we get them through kind of the prereqs, make sure that they weren't just giving us a line on their resume. But then we bring them in and we kind of put them on the spot a little bit, because we're like, we've got this program, and it was really simple. It was a web page that displayed a batch of random numbers. You go and put in 5, and it would give you 5 random numbers. But every now and then, it would get a race condition and maybe spit out 10 or 15 numbers, or not a number at all. And we're like, we want you to help us debug this. But here's the catch. You're a member of our team now, so you're going to have a person that sits there with you, an expert on our team, and they will coach you through this. And what we really found out through that, for the bad candidates, they were confrontational. They didn't ask a lot of questions. They didn't really talk through their process of how they did things. And they weren't a really good culture fit for us. The candidates that we usually ended up accepting, they talked through it. They weren't confrontational. They asked questions. They were open to learning something, because these were just little bitty apps. They may not even know the language, but they were willing to get in there and try and debug it. And it was, I think we had 4 or 5 different bugs that we injected into the program, to where it was getting the race condition. And then a part of that was, okay, now you've made the change to fix this. Now you have to deploy it. So they had to go through the process of hitting our CI/CD pipeline, deploying the program, checking to make sure it worked. We'd maybe ask them to make a couple other code changes, but just learning how they think and how they solve problems was huge for us in getting people into our team that were ready to innovate. And I think that's my time. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we do have a couple questions here. Yeah, I can do that offline. I'll answer the questions in the chat offline. It's sort of a trick question here for the one of them, because I still do. So.
Oh, well, so much for presenter view. NVM. I'm spoiling your talk. I'm sorry. So you want to present from here, right? Okay. All right. Cool. Oh, I guess stop the recording, by the way, while we're at it. Yep. We are live streaming, but we're also recording everything. So you all can always watch any of these. By all means, take a second helping of the breakfast, and we have plenty of coffee. I'm going to go invite some SLU students to come and eat too, because we have way too much food. But that's a good thing, right? And then also, we forgot to mention, but if you checked in and you need a parking pass and I didn't give you one, please come by the desk. We have those if you parked in the Laclede garage. And then we also, thank you to the generosity of Lloyd, one of our GDG mentors, gave us some things for a giveaway at the end of it. So we're going to try to set up a feedback form, and hopefully we can do a giveaway. If you stay until the end, which I know is going to be in it for the long haul, but it looks like there's like a Nest Mini and a Google Hub. So that's pretty cool. Okay. So with that being said, thank you so much, Kevin, for your talk. I don't know where you went. Oh, there you are. Hi. Okay. And so I'm sorry, I didn't give you a proper introduction, but I have this one pulled up. So Mim Armand is our next speaker. He is a solutions architect and consultant with over 2 decades in tech, spanning from hardware and embedded R&D to cloud native services. Mim is a seasoned senior, solutions architect specializing in cloud native and serverless architecture. He blends deep technical expertise with practical experience. A Paris 8 University alumnus with a master's in CS, his passion extends to hacking gadgets and crafting user-friendly solutions. At DevFest, Mim will share insights from his vast experience focusing on dev containers and offering valuable takeaways for tech enthusiasts and professionals alike. So without further ado, please welcome Mim. Are you want to use,
All right. Good morning, San Luis. What was that? Oh, I started. Yeah. All right. So sorry, everyone. This is, the first DevFest we are organizing in this organization group. So bear with us. Thank you so much, Miranda, for the introduction. My name is Mim Armand, and I'm going to present. Let me let's try to get this done. And we are having a workaround here because we couldn't get the thing work. So let me share my screen real quick. Yeah, I think that's gonna work better.
Okay.
Thank you. So let's see, window. I just need to find the right window. Chrome tab. Yeah, that's the one. There we go. All right. Perfect. There we go. Thank you so much. So this is going to be a, I'm going to talk about a very interesting topic. So if you're in the tech field overall, this is going to be something that is going to be useful to you, especially if you're a developer, if you are looking to get into the technology field. This is something that's going to be very relevant in the future. Okay, by the way, please feel free to ask question as I'm speaking. This is a not very serious talk. The topic is very serious and it's very useful. That's why I wanted to talk about this. But the talk itself is not. So feel free to unmute. I'm sorry. There are microphones as well. So, we can have your question in the recording. You can use these microphones. You just come and get a mic here, and we got a couple of them here. All right. So let me bring up my speaker notes. So again, my name is Mim Armand. This is my face. Every time after I join a team or a project and I need to set up my dev environment, I hope this is not too loud. Is it okay, my voice? Okay. So yeah, if you have done development, especially if you join a company, an organization, an enterprise, they have a lot of complicated onboarding, and if you need to run projects locally, it's a pain. Usually, the first few months, you're not going to be very productive. Um, all right, let's dive right into it. As you can see, the topic is dev containers. Um, Before I start, by the show of hands, how many of you are familiar with dev containers? All right, awesome. We got a couple. That's what I was expecting. I wasn't familiar with it myself. I was, introduced to it very recently, and I found it very interesting. That's why I'm sharing this topic. So, dev containers. Let's see. So, before I start, let me ask you a question. Why did the developer go broke? Any guesses? No one? All right, let's have a look. Because he used up all his cash. You know if you know. So, and sorry, I know it's a lame joke, but I had to start somehow. So, what are dev containers? I'm looking here because I have some notes. I'm not very good at speaking, as you can tell. So I need to, and I don't have a very good memory either. So a development container, or dev container for short, so they usually call them dev containers, but they are development containers. That's the full name. Is simply a Docker container set up and used as a development environment. So that means you are going to essentially develop in a virtual machine, not your own local system. And I know that right away it is going to intimidate many of you because we all know how cumbersome it is to set up a Docker, mount images, forward ports, things don't work. So, but don't worry, that's the whole point of dev containers. We'll get to it. So, and again, I just said, you could do that already. It seems like it's not a new thing. So what's the big deal? We'll get to it. By the way, the text on the left comes with the slide. I don't know what it means. But to understand the dev containers, let's use an example. Imagine a developer. Imagine as a developer, a genie asks you what you want. And of course, you all know the three conditions. You can't kill anyone, you can't make people fall in love, and you can't bring anyone back from death either. And of course, the only remaining item is to have a hassle-free development environment set up for you. So that's what you would ask Genie. It's worth mentioning, as you can see in the image, the Genie is coming out of a container. So that's why we have this image here. And he also has 6 fingers. So that should tell you what's the source of the image as well. It's from Midjourney. And the prompt was actually a genie coming out of a container. As you can see, I want to keep the talk interesting, so I don't use slides with a lot of text. So that's the promise. But think of dev containers as a special room. Think of dev containers as a special room in your house, and this is really a good analogy. Think of dev containers as a special room in your house where everything is set up just for coding. When you step in this room, everything you need to start coding is right there. You don't have to worry about setting up your environment or dealing with conflicts that arise from different projects needing different settings, different dependencies, different dependency versions, different node versions, Python versions, Mongo, etc., etc. All you need is there, hassle-free. But again, if you know containers and containerization, you know that all of that already exists. Nothing new there, really. You could do all of this already. So are dev containers just another name for Docker dev environments? Well, yes, but actually, no. There is a difference. It's all about the experience. And again, the talk so far is not very serious, as I said, but we are going to get into some workshops and demos as well. So hang on. Dev containers are a set of specifications that uses containers but make them invisible to you. So your IDE will rely on containers to share the same dev experience for everyone in the team without everyone having to worry about configuring the image, mounting disks, copying files, environment variables, etc., etc. And believe me, I've been there. This is the hardest part of my job. I've worked with many different teams, many different projects, companies, and I never look into, when I join a project, I'm so excited to get involved and get it started. But it is really, my biggest fear is to set up the project and run it locally, because you can't do it on your own. You have to take so many people, so much of their time, and there are a lot of tribal knowledge you need to get, and nothing works out of the box. So that's a big deal. So this is, dev containers are there to make your life easier. And I'll get to those points, but it is going to become a mainstream kind of IDE and dev experience in the coming years. So it's very useful to know about them. Like if you join a company, most probably 1-2 years from now, this is going to be the technology that you would use to get onboarded. And when I say it's there for your experience, trust me. Let's talk a little bit about the history of dev containers. Again, this slide, some of the text might not make sense, but essentially, it's not really a history, but you know that some of you might remember the time that VMs were very common practice, virtualizations and VMs. Then Docker came along and the containerization revolution, which took over everything. We can talk a little bit over, what's the differences, what are the differences between Docker and VMs as well, and virtualization. Then the rise of dev containers, then VS Code and IntelliJ, first VS Code. So the specification was invented and introduced by Microsoft, and they open source the specification, and now every IDE can implement it. And most of the famous ones are doing that actually. So IntelliJ supported too by now. And future trends finally is, as I said, DX, developer experience. So DX stands for developer experience. You might know already. We have user experience, but nobody cares about developer experience except of ourselves. So we need to do that. And this is where it is coming from. Future trends, again, this is going to be the future, I have no doubt. And then let's see. Let me see what. Yeah. So at the beginning, in my developer notes, in my slide notes, I have at the beginnings there were visualizations and VMs, tohu wabohu, but no, we got containers and dev containers. No. Dev content, this is a quote, so can pass that, but essentially where your environment is as clean as your code, hopefully. So you just need to take care of that yourself. Containers.dev is the place where you can find the specification. I would recommend you go there, check it out. The website looks like it is designed for actually IDE developers, companies who build IDEs like VS Code, Eclipse, IntelliJ. But if you look at the menu, there are documentations that are useful to you as well. This is the reference, essentially, we can refer to learn more. We'll get back to it in the future again. And this is where the open source specification lives as well. So Microsoft doesn't own it anymore, and everyone can use it. Here is a pretty diagram to make our talk look interesting and more professional. Uh, I don't know exactly what they mean, but you get the point. So containers are on top of there, and then Docker is the underlying technology, your operating system and infrastructure under that. As you can see here, you can have multiple of them running as well. Here is another one. You know, we are trained professionals, so we have to have these. You see on the left, you got your local system, and then on the right, the container. Uh, for the most part, you know, they can live in the same machine as well, which is going to be essentially the best experience. So hopefully, I think you are not going to experience any difference developing in this paradigm than, you know, in what you use right now. But the point is that you can actually develop on a remote machine or on cloud as well, which is very interesting. We'll get to those. So in addition of improving your experience, it provides a lot. It opens a lot of doors. So you can essentially integrate it into your CI, continuous integration, and have your test integration kind of integrated into the same system. It's a very interesting system. I'll get into some of those in a little bit. So let me see. Oh yeah, so let's talk about some of the advantages of dev containers. I have touched on these a little bit already, but let's talk about some of them. Pros and cons of dev containers. And I already mentioned onboarding. Um, Onboarding is never as easy as it sounds, or they make it look like. They always tell you you are very welcome to the team, and they are warm and fuzzy, but they leave you with an outdated documentation, and they say, hey, we'll talk again in a couple of weeks. Onboarding is one of the areas that this technology can be a game changer. If you ever joined a project a couple of days after it started, only a couple of days, you know how much tribal knowledge is involved in getting the project set up and running. You have to ask 20 people 20 questions each, only to find out you need to open some tickets to have some dependencies installed on your machine. So this is going to essentially eliminate that problem. The onboarding docs are always outdated. Trust me, I have worked with many companies and projects. I never joined a project where they had their onboarding documentation up to date. As a matter of fact, it is usually the new guy's job to update the onboarding document again, which was the whole point. The point of the onboarding document is to make it easy for the new guy, but it makes it more difficult because you have to update it until the next person joins. The dependencies required are never installed, and you need to open additional tickets. The dependencies installed on your machine are always the wrong versions. You have conflicting dependency versions between this and the other project you were working on. The environment variables was supposed to be lowercase, even though it's all caps in the documentation. So everything should work, but the environment variable, that's the last thing you are going to check, and that's where the problem is. Everybody think you are just having fun doing nothing, while you will never work as hard again after that onboarding is finished. And this is my honest opinion. You can quickly onboard a new developer in a project using dev containers. Share it with your teammates, adding a new environment variable, and update it with no hassle. New environment variables, no reason to blame engineer who added it and forgot to share it on a Slack with the rest of the team. It will be added in one place, and it will be added everywhere. So onboarding is a big deal. Personally, I'm really passionate about this one. GUI. Do you hate Docker? You don't need no container? You lied on your resume, not a problem. The whole point is to make the underlying container technology transparent to you. Or maybe I should say opaque, or maybe I should say invisible. I don't know. That's the English language for you. It's beautiful. But either the way, it's going to get out of your way. You don't, one person will set it up. If you don't want to deal with containers and Docker and these kind of stuff, you don't have to. It's not going to be in your way. There is a GUI in every IDE you use, and the interface is standardized, which is awesome because if you switch between different IDEs, it's not going to be a problem. Portable. This standard will be the foundation of IDEs everywhere. As I just mentioned, for instance, GitHub code spaces is made based on this specification. You might, some of you might have heard of the GitHub code spaces. It's an awesome technology. We might be able, if we have time, we might be able to demo a project there as well. But it's fantastic. It's just unbelievable. And that's based on this specification. You can connect to a container running on your local machine or one that's running on the cloud. You can even attach to an environment using your favorite IDE to debug or diagnose. This is game changing. I'm sure I have it in a different slide, but I'm just going to mention PR, testing. How many of you have had to review a PR in the past? Show me. All right, yeah, a fair amount. How many of you actually pulled the PR, run it locally to make sure that it runs? All right, half of the first amount. And that makes sense. Me personally, I'm guilty of this. You have so much work and you're like, it looks good. I don't just have time to pull the PR, set the environment up if it's not running, check out from, stack my own changes and then, switch to the new PR just to make sure it works. I have done this, unfortunately, in the past and approved the PR without actually running it locally. This makes it a breeze. You can literally you don't even need to go to the PR itself. You can manage the PR from your IDE. The experience is really seamless. You're going to check out the PR without even downloading, cloning the project on your local computer. And then you can, check the comments on the PR if the IDE has implemented it, which VS Code has done that. I think IntelliJ is coming next as well. You need to have the latest versions, of course. That's fantastic. We are not going to demo that, but just keep in mind that if you're using this technology, you can manage all the PRs from your machine and much smoother. It's going to take 1/10 of the time. You can also have isolated temporary environments. Oh, I just talked about it. Here we go. So I knew I had it in my slide. So imagine how many times have you approved the PR without being sure it runs or not, because you didn't want to go through the pain in closing the repo, cloning the repo, setting the environment, blah, blah, blah. So let's go to the next slide. And of course, it's open source. Again, did I mention it's open source and is implemented already in a bunch of places like VS Code, IntelliJ, GitHub Code Spaces, etc. And it's going to become the standard, for IDEs in the future. This is definitely the future, so be ready for it. And there are going to be more tooling for it as well. In the containers.dev site that I mentioned, if you go /supporting, you can see a whole bunch of tooling available for it. And it's not just these three that I mentioned. There's a whole bunch more as well, like CI tools, scaffolding tools, stuff like that. It's a fantastic environment. It's just unbelievable. I'm surprised that it's not yet as well known just yet. That's why I wanted to talk about it. So pros and cons, again, we talked about some of them. Let's mention very quickly the bright side: consistency. Say goodbye to "but it works on my machine" syndrome, portability, collaboration. But there are some cons or downsides as well, or pitfalls. One of them, of course, is performance concerns. Sometimes they can be slower, um, especially if your computer is low, is not very powerful. If you got a Mac, uh, probably that might be the case. There are different ways to get over that problem. And it is only, if your project, if your Docker container uses a lot of resources. And I'll mention that as well. It's not a big issue, but we need to be aware of it. And then complexity in setup is the second downfall that I have. But you need to know that that's only done once. So you need to set everything once. One person set it up. That guy in the team who knows about containers and Docker, we all know him. So he's going to take care of it. The rest of it is we are just going to use it. Okay. But is it really worth it? I don't know, but you're not going to get no more of, it works on my machine. This is going to work. It is going to work everywhere, given it works in the first place. That's the whole point. And again, it's not just between the developers' machines themselves. It is, different environments like dev, staging, test, prod. They are all going to rely on dev containers, and that's the CI part that is going to be fantastic. And there are additional advantages. I don't have it in this slide, but it's huge. For instance, the supply chain attacks and supply chain security can be very much improved using this technology. You can build your container or pre-built it in lower environments and not even have, for instance, different dependency registries available in higher environments. And all thanks to Docker. So, and I know we said Docker so many times, and I know that a lot of developers, even though they don't say it, they don't like Docker and containerization because, the memories they have from the VM epoch. But again, it's important to understand that you could do all of this with Docker itself. So there is really nothing new. If you want to do it with Docker manually, it's just a lot more work, and it would be a lot more painful at the end. It's not as integrated. The experience, as I said, is the main goal here. The developer experience, it is going to become invisible. A dev container is like a box of chocolates. You never know what dependencies you're going to get. So that's also another thing. So because everything is taken care of for you, and one person adds a dependency, everyone will get it. So you need to watch for that. There are a lot of already conventions and best practices set around that area as well, which makes the environment even more secure than what you might have today. So best practices. I have a long list of best practices. I'm going to go through them quickly. But before that, any questions so far? And Miranda, if you would be able to open QA as well, people can start. If you have a question, you can type it there. If I had time, I'll try to answer. If not, after my talk, I'll get to those and answer in text. So, best practices. The first one I have is keep it light. Like packing for a vacation, the lighter, the better. So try to not, if you have worked with containers, you know what I'm talking about. Try to have what you need, not what you don't need. And this technology is fantastic because you can actually have different, based on the same configuration, set it up for different environments. So some of the dependencies that you might need in the dev environment, for logging, debugging, these kind of stuff, you can eliminate them from production. So you start with production, and then you add the stuff you need in dev later on. Number 2, documentation. Write docs like you are explaining it to someone who thinks container is just for leftovers. Avoid setting up Git in a container. So this is yet another one of the interesting things. So this is specific to this technology. You don't need to, if you need to clone something from GitHub or your essentially versioning repository, Git repository, you don't need to. You can share your local credentials with the dev container, and it gives you all the access that you had there. There are a couple of ways to do that. You can mount your tilde/.ssh, which essentially shares all of your SSH keys. But there is also a tooling built specifically for this in VS Code. You can use that too. Oh, this is one of the things that one of those gotchas. So please keep this one in mind, because we were dealing with this and it took us a couple of hours to figure out. It's SSH keys with passphrase. So you might have experienced this with VS Code. It's going to hang sometimes. It's not going to ask for your passphrase. It looks like it's cloning the project or pushing or whatever Git interaction you have. But if your SSH key has a passphrase, it is going to be a problem. If that happens, you can use the command line to push your changes, git push essentially, rather than using GUI or GUI. Because we are sharing environments, again, like it might be different OS environments. Watch for line endings. That's a common problem, because otherwise you are going to end up pushing 1 trillion different files, and you just changed one file. And that's a problem that exists today as well, but it's not as common. But with dev containers, it's much more possible to happen. And for that, let me see. You can change your Git attributes globally, so it essentially ignores those. Give your dev containers enough oomph to work smoothly. So give them enough resources. There's VS Code actually implemented a cool feature that at the bottom bar it shows you the CPU usage, utilization, and RAM, these kind of stuff of the container. So you can see if your CPUs are maxing out. So you can increase that. Let's see. Oh, stop containers that you're not using anymore, please. That's a very easy thing to do, and it is there are a couple of GUIs there too. VS Code helps you do that. You can also use the Docker desktop to see what is running, but you want to free up resources if you're not using them. Resource. What was that? I only have 5 minutes. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I can't do the workshop. Okay, let me go through these. All right. Okay. 10 minutes. So let's ask a question again. Why did the programmer quit his job? No answers? Okay. Because he didn't get arrays. So again, sorry about that. And again, we are almost done with the slides. I was hoping we are going to do a quick demo, but looks like we can't. This is again, this is important. It looks kind of stupid, but it's not. It's actually it's very important. So when you use dev containers, you have a template, which is essentially the big picture, like what is all the images that you need, stuff like that. And then you can add features that you need. So this is how you can support multiple environments as well, like for instance dev, prod, stuff like that. You can add little features, and it has other functionalities as well, like life cycle hooks, stuff like that. So for instance, you can do, after every developer, for instance, clones a repository, you can run npm install or yarn install, stuff like that. Okay, so I think we can't get into workshop, unfortunately. So do you have any questions? Any questions? And I don't guarantee I'm going to answer them. Um, does anyone know who is this guy here? No, no, people from US. I mean, if I know that the rest of the world, you guys know? Okay. Yeah, Mr. Bean. He's very famous, like in Europe and the rest of the world. But sometimes I hear that people don't know him here. Yeah, so that was it. I think we are out of time. How much time do we have? 2 to 7 minutes? Break. Okay, okay. So if anyone has any question, let me know. If not, you can still ask the questions in the chat and I'll try to answer them. Sorry again, I'm terrible with time management. As you can see, I finished these slides last night, so I couldn't, rehearse it and see how much time it would take. Um, Please feel free. Miranda already mentioned. Help yourself with food and breakfast. There's going to be food as well. This is the first time we did this event, so we might have overdone it a little bit. So help us to take care of the food and the stuff. Please do not hesitate. And join our chapter, share your ideas. We are a community, friendly community, so nothing serious. It's not like it might look very professional and beautiful here, which is awesome. Thank you so much, the University of San Luis, to help us with the venue. We really appreciate it. But after all, we want to make a community of people who help each other. So please get involved. If you want to talk in our next event, do not hesitate. We would love to have you share your knowledge, share what you got, and learn and network. I don't have my link here, LinkedIn and the stuff here, but search me, Meme Armand, and connect with me on LinkedIn as well. Thank you so much. No question? All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day. Thank you.
All right. Will Lance please step up to the stage? And you're going to present on Bevy as well, right? Okay, perfect. Okay. Also, yeah, there's like restrooms over here if you need to use them. Not to just call you guys out, sorry, but that reminded me. And yes, please help yourself to as much food as you want. We have food for 80 people coming from Jimmy John's later, so hope y'all are hungry. Okay, I'm gonna do your, I'm gonna be your MC, your hype woman. Just give me 1 second to scroll. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Okay. Oh, okay. Are you okay? Well, here, let's do this really quickly, and then we'll switch over to Bevy because that's what we've been doing. But yes, you should be able to just talk into. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're good. So, oh wait, yeah, you're right. We're I'm like, go, go, go. Oops. We have like 4 minutes, so chill out, talk to each other. Is everyone having a good time? Okay. I see nods. That's good. All right, we are going to kick off our next one. Okay. So, after over a decade as a Java developer, Lance is about to hit a decade. Wait, oh, did I read that wrong? Over a decade as a Java developer, Lance is about to hit a decade as an Angular developer, and he loves it. He develops Angular applications with Oasis Digital and teach others to build them through Angular Bootcamp. He's a father of two, software developer, and a world traveler when he can sneak it in. All right, and so here to talk about the Angular Renaissance with key new features in 2023 is Lance Finney. Finney?
Finney. Yeah.
Finney. Got it. Okay.
All right.
Perfect.
Welcome. Hello, everyone.
Yeah. Okay. 1 second. Now I gotta get. Oops. That was your. I'm sorry. I just hit your laptop instead. All right. And then let me get. Whoops. Not that. I wanted. God, this mouse. Okay. And then. Oh, did that not?
Quite.
There we go. And then. Oh, you have it in presenter view.
But I had minimized that. So what's going on? There we go.
Okay. Are you good?
All right. Thank you. Hello, everyone. As she said, my name is Lance Finney. I am a software developer with Valiantis. She mentioned Oasis Digital. Valiantis bought Oasis Digital a while ago. And I'm also a instructor with Angular Bootcamp. And we're going to talk about the Angular Renaissance, key new features in 2023. To understand why we call this the Renaissance, it's useful to have a brief history of Angular. Google released the first version of AngularJS in 2010. And this was really the biggest web framework for single-page applications at the time. It really could do a lot more than all the other frameworks, and it was really powerful and very popular. However, it didn't take long before the team at Google realized that there were some core architectural problems that were going to make it difficult to work into the future. So 6 years later, they released Angular. And it's not just a new logo and a new name. It was actually a completely new framework. They started from scratch and rebuilt a new framework. Just happened to be from the same team at Google. And it was a much better framework, but in order to do that, they had a delay of about a year where that's all that they were working on. So there weren't any new features, and there wasn't a good migration path from the old way to the new way. So Angular actually lost a good amount of momentum there. But as I said, Angular was much better than AngularJS. And so it continued being popular, and there was a good community still. But then they realized that there were some other problems within the architecture, so they needed to change it again. But they learned the lesson from the first time, and they didn't rewrite it all from scratch. Instead, they essentially replaced the engine while the airplane was in the air. They rewrote the compiler, they rewrote the renderer, while we were all still using the framework. It was something called Project Ivy. And unfortunately, because they were so focused on this internal thing, there were a few releases where there were not really compelling new features. And so there was a lot of concern that Angular was stagnant. But what the team said is that there was going to be a promise that when Project Ivy was done and the new compiler was in place, there would be a lot more innovation that it would open up. And that promise has turned out to be true. In the last year, they have done a lot of innovation. And I'm going to talk about 4 main points of it. This came to the fore a month and a day ago, actually, with Angular 17 coming out. They changed the logo again, but don't worry, they're not making you completely migrate and throw everything away. It's just a new logo and a few other things, but it is the culmination of a year of a lot of innovation. And because there has been so much innovation, there's actually positive buzz about Angular in some of the communities online and Twitter and stuff that there just hadn't been in a while. And the community is organically calling it the Angular Renaissance. So as I said, I'm going to talk about 4 main features. And since I'm talking about 4 things from the Renaissance, I figure I'll talk to 4 friends who probably know more about the Renaissance than anyone else. So Raphael, Michelangelo, Donatello, and Leonardo are going to help us out. The first one I'm going to talk about is something called standalone components. So Angular, there we go. Angular was a little bit weird among the frameworks in that standalone components were not truly the smallest reusable bit of code. As with other frameworks, Angular used components as a way to combine UI and code together. But it wasn't truly the smallest reusable bit because components didn't live on their own. In Angular, components did not define their own dependencies. And when you created a component, it needed to be registered in a module. There was a separate file that needed to know something about the component to work. And you could do it with one component per module, but often we'd have dozens of components in a module. So that big module was the biggest or the smallest reusable bit of code. And it was just kind of weird. Well, with standalone components, Angular components are now standalone. They are essentially their own modules, and they contain everything they need to be reusable on their own, which gives us a much simpler mental model and some other advantages. So what does that look like in a component that we have changed to be standalone? So here we have a component that Raphael created, starting to work on a model of their sewer hideout. The state for this is really small. There's just a Boolean at the bottom that says whether the manhole is open or not. And when the manhole is open to get down into their sewer hideout, then they show a welcome component, that TMNT welcome is in there only if the manhole is open. And there's a button there that we can close and open the manhole. We'll talk more about that later. There's not much going on here, but it's an actual component. On the left is what it used to be, and on the right is what it is when it's standalone. There's not much difference. The template didn't change at all, meaning the HTML. The TypeScript itself didn't change except for one word. Really, what changed were two lines that got added in the decorator at the top, in the metadata that defined the component. One of the lines is just a Boolean that says, this is a standalone component. And the other is the definition of its dependencies. This component needs to know how to be something that has an ngIf, needs to have the ability to say if. That's something from Angular, but you need to declare it. And it also needed that external welcome component. Previously, those were defined in some other file somewhere, but now they are locally defined, and so this can be reusable. And if this is all you saw, you might think that there's not really an advantage of standalone components because, in fact, we just added code. Is it worth it? Yeah, it is. Because ironically, with standalone components, most of the changes are not in the components themselves, but are in the other files, the modules, the other files that defined what was in the module, or what was in the component. So this is the module, the sewer module that we used previously to define that sewer component. It contained two components that were declared near the bottom, that sewer component and the welcome component. They're declared together so that the sewer component can use the welcome component. And below that, there's the line for the imports, that common module. That's what brought in that ngIf and a whole bunch of other things so that the sewer component could use it. Now the sewer component can take care of that itself, but before the module had to do it for it. There's also some routing. The sewer component is a main level component that you can route to with the URL, and that's what it says at the top. We actually route to this module, and this module routed to the component. So the declarations we don't need anymore because components do that themselves. That common module import we don't need anymore. So the only thing that's left is the routing stuff. And so where did the routing go? And the answer is that we just don't need it anymore because it was an intermediary. We were routing to the module to route to the component, and now we just don't need that. What you see here on the left are the two basic files that were necessary to set up an Angular application before. At the top, it's one line from main.ts, which is the true root bootstrapping file that we have in an Angular component. And what you see here with this one line, it's really just saying when the browser starts, bootstrap to a module, which happens to be the app module. It's defining the root of our application. And this is pretty much boilerplate. In most Angular apps, you get this one line, and then you don't really change that file from then on. As I said, it bootstraps to a module. The module it bootstraps to is defined below, that app module. And within that, there's a second layer of bootstrapping. So we bootstrapped from the framework to a module and the module to the component. If you look on the right, we still have bootstrapping, but we can skip the intermediary. The file on the right is also a main.ts for a new application that's using standalone, and we bootstrap directly from the framework to that component we need. We're not even using the module anymore. We just don't need it. The API is a little different. Instead of platform browser dynamic, bootstrap module, it's bootstrap application. There are new methods in here to do these things, but it's basically the same thing they were doing before without an extra intermediary file. And I mentioned the routes. Previously, we'd route from the basic, from the framework to the module, and then in the previous slide, from the module to the component. We were able to get rid of that previous file completely because we go directly from the framework to the component. We don't need that intermediary. And again, the API is different. Previously, we imported router module for route to get the routes. Now we provide through provided router. So there's new APIs. It takes a little while to get used to, but it's a simpler API, and it's basically doing the same thing. And within the routing table itself, there's also some changes to the API. Previously, we would use load children to load to the module. Now we use load components to load to the component, but otherwise it's basically the same. So, there was the downside on the component. We added 2 lines. Was it worth it? Well, yeah, we were able to get rid of 2 whole files by adding 2 lines. That's worth it to me. And the thing is, this is what Angular was supposed to be in the first place. I started using Angular in the alphas of Angular 2, along with my friend Chris, who's in the audience. And at that point, through the alphas, through the betas, through the first couple of RCs, release candidates, there was no such thing as this module file. The components declared their own dependencies. But at the very late stage, someone within Google realized there was a problem with some dynamic components. There was a corner case that the compiler at the time just could not load with that way components were defined. So they had to create modules as like a Band-Aid to cover it up. And we ended up using modules for many years. No one was entirely happy with it, but it worked. Well, now we don't need to do that anymore. That whole Project Ivy thing that kind of slowed things down for a little while, that gave us a new compiler that can handle this for us. We don't need that extra layer of the module anymore. We're able to go directly to it. So thank you, Project Ivy, and we're able to make that quicker. This is what Angular was supposed to be in the first place. So what's the status of standalone components? They were initially introduced in Angular 14 and 15, so end of last year, beginning of this year. In the middle of this year with Angular 16, they give better tooling. So if you have an old application that uses modules, you can run a command line command and it will do a lot of the work to convert all your components. It won't do everything. You'll still have to do some manual work, but it'll do a lot of it for you. And now, as of Angular 17, which came out last month, it's the default. So please use standalone components if you can, if you're writing Angular apps. So thank you, Raphael. Now we're going to talk about signals with Michelangelo. So what are signals? Signals are a new synchronous reactive primitive. And I put new in quotes because they're new to Angular, but they're not new overall. Other frameworks have the similar concept, might use a different name, but the other frameworks already had this. And even if you're not a web developer, you've probably seen this before if you've ever used a spreadsheet. You might have a spreadsheet where you have a column of all the whatevers for every month within a year, and the bottom of it, you'll have another cell that is the total for the year that adds them all up. All of those are essentially signals because they're little boxes that have a value, and if you change the value for May or October or whatever, it automatically notifies that total at the bottom, and that total recalculates for you without you having to do anything to tell it to recalculate. That's essentially what a signal is, and it's new for Angular. Now, if you're familiar with Angular already, you know that we already have a reactive primitive called observables from the third-party library RxJS. And so a lot of people wonder, are signals replacing RxJS? No. They solve different problems. Observables are an asynchronous reactive primitive. They work over time and they know about time. Signals are a synchronous reactive primitive. They have one value. They have no idea what the old value is. They have no idea what the future value is. They just know their one value. And if they change, they know how to tell people that a change happened. So they solve different problems. They work well together. So what is the problem that Angular was having that caused them to bring in signals? Well, it's change detection. The default approach, let's see if this, okay. The default approach for change detection in Angular uses something called zones. There's a third-party library called zone.js that brings in zones and what Angular uses. And zones is actually kind of magic. The first time that you work with an Angular app and you make a change in one component, and then another component just redraws on the screen without you having to do a digest or any special notification, feels kind of magical. And it works because of zones. What happens with zones is that it watches your application for you to figure out what needs to redraw. So imagine we have an application that looks like this, where there's a parent component and a couple child components and a grandchild component. And then the user makes some sort of change to the grandchild component. What happens with zones is that Angular, through this zones, will detect that some change has happened somewhere, and therefore ask all of the components through the entire application, did you change too? If so, I'll redraw you. And it's magic. You don't have to do that work. But there are some performance issues. If you have a small application, it's totally fine. It doesn't matter. This is great. But for a large application, this can bog things down. But there's another core problem. The way this zones does it by magic is through something called monkey patching. It actually changes the way JavaScript works in your browser. And some people don't like that. But worse than that, there's some changes coming up in JavaScript that won't be monkey patchable. So they won't be able to use this. So this is not a permanent solution. We have a second approach in Angular that's been there the whole time called onPush. For an individual component, you can say this is an onPush component and it behaves differently. So again, if we have this grandchild component and something happens in there, it's not the entire application that is checked to see if it is redrawn, but just that component and all of its parents up to the root. So that can be much, much better for performance and doesn't involve monkey patching. But there are some downsides of that as well. The downsides are that as a developer, you don't get as much magic. There's still some things that Angular will detect automatically for you, but there are other things like a change to a mutable bit of data in an object in your component. If that happens, you have to tell Angular that that change happened, and it's kind of onerous to do. But there's another problem in that an onPush component stops normal change detection. Change detection works from the root down, and as soon as it hits an onPush component, it says, okay, I'm done, I'm out. So what if this grandchild had another component in it that wasn't onPush? Change detection would never get to it. What if there's some third-party library with a really good component you want to bring in under your grandchild, and it's not onPush? It's just never going to render right. So there are some problems with onPush that even though it has better performance, it's not great. Signals will give us a new approach. So in signal-based change detection, when a signal changes, it directly tells Angular exactly what changed. So Angular will know what to redraw. So if that grandchild component had that change, only that grandchild will change. And even better, only the part of that grandchild that will change will be changed. This sounds great. Oh, and also, if there's any children of this grandchild component, normal change detection will hit those. So this sounds perfect. It satisfies all the requirements. But there is one big downside of it. It doesn't actually exist yet. Parts of it are in place, and they're working on it, but it doesn't actually exist. So what can we do with the parts that are in place? So we're going to go back to our sewer component, and I'm going to go into it a little bit more detail than I did before. So on the left, we see the way that this component can work with standard change detection. We again have this manhole open Boolean. And at the top, we have a welcome component that will be shown if the manhole open is true. Additionally, there's a button on here that we can click, and every time we click, it will toggle the value of manhole open. So if manhole open goes from true to false or false to true, it will change the value that is evaluated in that ngIf at the top, and that welcome will show and hide. And Angular is watching everything to see this happen and will make that change for you. Additionally, the button itself will change. It'll say either open manhole or close manhole, depending upon which is appropriate, by also paying attention to that manhole open. So every time we click that button, there's 2 spots in the application that Angular is going to update because Angular is watching everything. We can do it more directly with a little bit more code with signals, as we see on the right. Here, instead of having a simple Boolean, that's the manhole open, we have a writable signal of a Boolean. So manhole open is a writable signal that is defined by using the signal function to wrap that true. And that creates a little box for us, a signal, a little box that has a value in it. When we want to get the value out of it, it's really easy to do. It's what we can do with the TMNT welcome at the top. Just put parentheses after it. That gets the value out of it. So a little bit more code, but the same basic idea. Then when we click the button, we want to change the value that is in that box. And a writable signal has a set method on it, so we can take the old value out, negate it, and put it right back in. And when we do it, we're changing the value in that box, and that box, that signal, notifies Angular to reevaluate whether to show that welcome component. We are getting change detection where we are explicitly saying exactly what parts of our template need to be re-rendered. We're not waiting for Angular to watch everything. We're taking control without a lot of extra code. We also have that button where the text on it depended on the state of that manhole. We could do the same thing we did before with manhole open and parentheses right in the template. That would totally work. But there's another thing we can do here with a computed signal. We can create a read-only signal on another signal, and that's what the button text is. It's defined at the bottom. Using computed, we can pass in a callback, and basically what that says is every time the manhole open signal gets a new value, reevaluate this line of code. And then it will reevaluate to either close manhole or open manhole, depending upon which one makes sense at that time. So every time I click that button, it's going to change the value in the manhole open signal, which is going to reevaluate whether to show TMNT welcome. It's also going to cause the button text read-only signal to be reevaluated. And when that gets reevaluated, it gets a new value in it. So the button text on the screen is going to change. So 2 different spots that will change on our template when we make a specific change, and we are telling it exactly what changes without having to wait for something else to look for it. So that's the basics of signals. I mentioned RxJS interoperability. Oh, sorry. Before I get to that, I forgot. There's another way to do the the button text. In addition to the set method, where we're setting a value on it explicitly, you can also do a method called update, which instead of just giving it the value, it gives you a callback that gives you the old value if it makes sense to calculate the new value based on the old value. And in this case, it makes total sense. We're going to change a true to a false or a false to a true. So the new value is just the opposite of the old value, so it makes sense. So I extracted a method here called toggle manhole, where we call this.manhole open update, give me the previous value, negate it, and it puts the new value in, and then all the notifications happen. It's exactly the same overall behavior, it's the same performance characteristics, but a more explicit API. Both of them work great. And again, as I said, I wanted to do something, or I wanted to talk about RxJS interoperability. So here's an animated GIF of an application that Michelangelo wrote to track their bad guys. So initially it makes a call to the server and gets a list of 10 top bad guys. Above that, there's a filter text where you can type in a filter on the name. So I could type in rat and it will filter down to rat king, but I didn't mean that. I wanted all of the bad guys that have RA in their name. So it goes to that. I can see the 4 bad guys that have RA in their name. Then I can click on one of them, grab the ID for that one, make a separate call to the backend to get all of the information about that bad guy, and then show it on the right, show their affiliations and weaknesses, etc. So it's a small little app that Michelangelo wrote, but we have a couple different ways of adding of user interaction, typing in the filter text and clicking on the links, and then a couple different calls to the server. So this is how we could implement it. On the left is the way we would implement it purely with RxJS, purely with observables, the asynchronous reactive primitive. So at the very top, we'll have our name filter. That is the text box. This is a reactive form control. We're going to have 2 other observables that we use to show data to the screen. The filtered list, which will be an observable of the array of villains we get from the back. And the selected villain will be an observable of the specific villain we want to show details for. Additionally, there's a subject, which is a special type of observable that contains which is the currently selected villain. We'll get that from a child component. And we'll use that to create the selected villain observable. How does the code work for these things? To get that filtered list that shows 10 or 4 or whatever villains, we start with that name filter form control. And we can get from it value changes, which is an observable that gives us every single value that the user changes over time. That observable doesn't contain the initial value. So we have to use start with to get the initial value. And now we have an observable that has every value, including the first one. Now we want to be nice to our server. I type fast. Michelangelo types fast. So we don't want to send a value to the server for every single keystroke. We want to wait till the user has stopped typing things for 250 milliseconds. So we use debounce time to just wait until they're done typing, and then we make the request to the server. So at that point, we now know what the filter is, and we can use switch map to make the actual call to the server to get that information, to get that filtered, server-side filtered list of all the information we want to show. Now that we have that filtered list observable that has that information from the server, in our template, we can use an async pipe to put it on the screen, and that subscribes to the observable, gets the value out, and when this application is done, will unsubscribe for us. The selected villain is a little simpler. We'll start with the selected ID, which, as I said, is that subject that contains the ID information from the child component. And we can switch map on that to make a call to the server to get the full details. This totally works. We have to use async pipes in the template to get these values out, but this totally works. The problem is that it has the change detection issues that I talked about before. So how can we do it with signals so that we have the change detection in place so that we can tell our template exactly what to redraw? That's what we have on the right. So again, we'll start with our form control, which is a reactive form control. We'll start with the selected ID signal. It was an observable before, now it's a signal. That's how we're getting it from the child component. And we're going to end up with 2 signals at the end for filtered list and selected villain, which again, we'll just use parentheses to get the values out. We don't need the async pipe. However, we can't do it all in signals because signals can't do all of this stuff. Currently, there's no way to get a value from a reactive form as a signal. Maybe there will be in the future, but there isn't yet. More importantly, and what signals won't be able to do, is wait a quarter second until the user stops typing. Signals are synchronous. They just have no concept of time. They can't sit there and wait a quarter second. And they can't wait while the call happens to the server and comes back. It's just not something a signal can do. So all of that type of processing will still happen in the RxJS observable approach. But once that's done and we have our value from the server, we can wrap it in 2 signal and convert it to a signal and then put it on our screen and get our change detection. Similarly, we're going to start with our selected ID that's a signal, and we want a signal at the end, but with the value of that ID, we want to make a call to the back end to get that information, and signals can't wait for that call. Who knows how long that lag will be from the network? Signals just can't wait. So we'll do a little game where we'll start with a signal, convert it to an observable with 2 observables, do the observable stuff, and then convert it back, and then we can display it on the screen. We're in the early days with signals, so what all the best practices are not quite clear, but what's emerging is that we'll probably have a division where all your communication with the server will be with RxJS observables, and your high-performant interaction with your template will be with signals, and there'll be a service layer of translation in between that will use 2 signal and 2 observable to go back and forth as necessary. The last part of the Signal API allows us to do side effects. What if we want to respond to a signal value, but we're not using it to create a new signal like we did with computed? We just want to do something. That's a side effect, and we can do it with this new option called effect. In the RxJS world, we would do that with a subscription. You see a subscribe on the left. So we would start with a filter text observable, and then subscribe to that and get every value that comes in, and call this.update query params. In this case, every time I type in a new value, it puts it in the URL. The similar approach with the signal way is on the right. We'll start with a filter text signal and then put that into a callback in an effect function. So every time filter text gets a new value, it will grab that value for us and re-execute that line and update the query param and put the value on the screen. These two are pretty similar. Both of them are just going to use the same update query params, and both of them will be called whenever there's a new value in their primitive. But one main difference is on the signals, we don't have to manage unsubscription ourselves. In RxJS, when you manually subscribe to something, you are creating a potential memory leak, so you have to be careful to manually unsubscribe. Signals take care of that for you. However, I put a little asterisk on here, because who knows what you're going to do in that callback. You could do something silly in there that you need to clean up, and that's outside of the signal's responsibility. So you might have to do something, but in 99% of the cases, when you're just doing something simple, it'll be totally fine. So the status of signals came out initially in developer preview in the middle of the year in 16. It was declared partially stable a month ago. Effect is not fully stable. They still want to think about it a little bit more before they declare that they're not going to make any changes. But what about the future? This is a slide that was given at a conference last week in Vienna by Alex Rickabaugh, who's been a core member of the Angular team the whole 10 years. And it shows the roadmap that they have in mind to get to the ultimate goal of signal-based change detection. And you can see there's 5 steps in here, and there's checkboxes that only the first step is done. There's a lot of work that they're going to need to do before they have the full picture and we can completely get rid of zones, but we have the first part done, and what is already done is really useful and fun. So thank you, Michelangelo. Now Leonardo is going to talk to us about new control flow syntax. What we see on the left is that sewer component that we've seen before, but it's a little bit different. Leonardo wanted to add something to it. Yes, we're going to show a welcome component if the manhole is open, but if the manhole is closed, he wanted to show a paragraph saying stay out. And to do this if else is actually kind of weird in traditional Angular. We have this star ng if, it's called a structural directive, inside the welcome component. And we say if manhole open. Great, all right. And then we say else closed. So what's this closed? Closed is a variable that's defined on the next line in this other thing called an ng template, whatever that is, defined with a hash tag first. And then with that, we can say stay out. And this is just weird syntax. Like if we wanted to do an else if, we would have to embed like nested other ng ifs and ng templates inside that other ng template. And it's just weird. Plus we have to import it. Like we have to import ng if. This is just not something that's built into the template. Well, as of last month, we have a new way of doing it that's a lot cleaner. What we see on the right is the new way of doing it. Now, This reads a lot like just JavaScript. If manhole open, include the welcome component. Else, stay out. Easy to read, easy to understand. We don't have these extra concepts of ng template and the hashtag to create a template ref and importing ngIf. It's all right there. The syntax has an @ sign, which is kind of weird, but otherwise it just makes sense. And if we wanted to do an else if, it would just be @ else if. We could do whatever chain we want, and it just makes sense. The other thing is, with the old way, the if is inside the thing it controls. But in the new way, the thing that's controlled is inside a block controlled by the if. That just makes more sense to at least this programmer. The next part of it is for loops. The old way that we did for loops was what we see on the left here. So we're going to have a bulleted list. That's what the LIs create for us. A bulleted list of every pizza they have. So star ng4, let pizza of pizza. We're declaring a variable that has the scope of that LI. And then we have the option to grab the index, calling it the variable I. And within that, we'll show I, like, 1 sausage, 2 pepperoni, whatever. And then what if we had a situation of no pizzas? I mean, that's a real bummer for the turtles. So we could put underneath that an ngIf to say if there are no pizzas, and again, we're using parentheses. This is all signal-based. We're getting our pizzas that way. If there are no pizzas, then bummer. In order to do this, we have to use ngIf and ng4. We have to import these things. And again, we have this weirdness where in our for loop, the declaration of the for loop is inside the thing that is repeated. Just weird. What we have on the right is the new way, and it looks a lot simpler, at least to me. @for each pizza that we get out of the pizza signal. Okay, I'll come back to track. But then we can get the index. Slightly different syntax. We use a $sign to say the index. And we can do other things here. We can get first, last, even, odd, stuff like that. But we get that index out. And then we have an item in there, again, for every pizza. 1 sausage, 2 pepperoni, whatever. And that LI is inside the for block. It makes more sense. And they added an optional capability when there are no pizzas. Bummer. It's easy to just say @empty, and we have a block, and we have the contents of that. So it's a lot easier to read for anyone who comes from a C-based language background. So what's this track thing I skipped over? That's important for performance. So let's say we have 100 pizzas. And in this big list of pizzas, the pizza with ID 17, we changed the name for whatever reason. And this is a sorted list, so when we changed the name of it, it dropped down in the list somewhere else. If we didn't have some way to track by the unique ID, Angular would look at that and say, well, a whole bunch of things changed. I don't know what changed. I don't know why they changed. I better just re-render everything. This track ID will let us say, all right, yeah, this was 17 up here. This one down here is 17, and all these others, you already know what those are. Those have the same ID. Those just shift up. You don't have to redraw all of those. You only have to redraw 17 because that's the only one that truly changed. You just have to move the others around. From a performance perspective, that's much, much, much better. We could actually do that before. There was a syntax for track by in the old way, but it was weird. It involved writing a method in the component. It was just weird. I almost never did it. Leonardo didn't do it here. But now it's really easy. Just say track and track by the thing you're tracking. And it's such a big performance boost and so easy to do that it's now required. You're always going to have to put something there. The last part of the new syntax is switch. Waiting for it to load. All right, there we go. So here we're going to switch on the color. And ng switch on the color, and then if it's red, we'll say bring in the Raphael component. If it's orange, we'll bring in the Michelangelo component. If we don't match any of the colors, we'll bring in the Splinter component. And the syntax here, again, is just weird. We do an ng switch in square brackets to say what we're switching on. And we have to put this on an ng container because we need to put the switch on something. So we do this ng container thing that is only there to have a switch on it. And then again, these switch cases are structural directives with a star that live on the thing that they are switching on. And then we have to import them. Just weird. The new way makes a lot more sense. At switch, we're switching on color. At case red, show Raphael. At case orange, show Michelangelo, etc. We're done. The things that we are including if the case matches live within those blocks. We don't need to import anything. And even better, we have type safety. In the old way, if color wasn't really a string, who cares? You wouldn't find out. Maybe you'll get a runtime error. Now, if color isn't really a string, if red doesn't match what color expects it to be, it's a compile time error and you'll know early. So overall, with this new approach, we have smaller bundles because we don't have to import all these things. They're just built into the language. We have better performance, especially with track, better type safety, especially with switch, and easier ergonomics. It's just easier to read and understand what's going on in there. So what's the status of this? It's been in developer preview for the last month. I use it every time I can. It's so much better, in my opinion, than the old way. So now, Donatello is going to talk to us about deferrable views, the last of the four. This is the first thing that I'm talking about that is really a whole new feature. The other things have been new ways to do, new and better ways to do things we could do before, but this is actually a new thing. It lets us lazy load individual components in our app. It's always been true with Angular that we could lazy load based on route. So basically, if I went to a different route within my app and brought in a whole new screen, then I could lazily load that, meaning that part of my application would not be in the initial bundle and it would not be pulled from the server and brought into the browser until it was necessary. And that was great for performance because you get an initial load with a much smaller bundle because everything else that's deferred with the lazy loading comes in later. We've had that. But what if what you wanted to defer was not the entire app, but a comment box or list of comments at the bottom of the screen or some other particular thing that you didn't want to load until the user scrolled down somewhere or clicked a button? You could kind of do some of that, but it was really hard and almost no one knew how to do it or did it. But now it's really easy to do and it's upfront in Angular. So the syntax is what we see in this little box. You'll use @defer and then a trigger. The default trigger is on idle. I wouldn't actually have to include this line here, but we included it just to be explicit, to give the example. And idle means basically when the browser has loaded everything else and has finished rendering it, then go and fetch the rest of the stuff. Within it, within that block, we have two components. App idle is a standalone component, app non-standalone is not. It uses the old module-based approach. Both of these will have their display deferred, but only the standalone component will have the bundling deferred. So you can use this feature with old components, but you get the true benefit of it only with the new standalone components. When we have that deferring, there's a few optional things with it. We can put in a placeholder that will show until the trigger happens. That's what that placeholder will go away after 2 seconds is. We can have another placeholder that will show after the trigger is completed. So one before the trigger and one after the trigger. That's what loading shows. And then we can have another placeholder if there's some error that happens when the loading occurs. These are all optional. And with placeholder and loading, I put a minimum time on here to say, show these for at least 2 seconds so that we don't have just like this weird flicker where the old placeholder just shows up really briefly. You can say, show up for at least a while. And since this is a user feature, I'm going to jump over to a real app to show this in use. So this is an app from the Angular Bootcamp curriculum. And this shows with idle. At the bottom of the screen, we have two components that had deferred loading. So watch when I reload. Initially, it says it's placeholder instead. So both of those components, the standalone and the non-standalone, weren't shown until later. But the important part is this bundle over here on the network tab. That's the standalone component. It was not included in the initial load, so the initial contentful pane of the application was as soon as possible. Now, this is a tiny app. You couldn't even really see that there was a delay on the before this was loaded, but it really would happen. In order to see this really working better, I'm going to go to a different trigger. We also have a viewport trigger. So in here, I have a scroll pane, and at the bottom is a component that is deferred loading. So when I scroll down to it, actually, okay, clear that. Watch over here. When I scroll down, as I scrolled to it, Angular saw that it's now going to be on screen and loaded it in the background. We can have other ones. We can have interaction. So this will load when I click on it. Or hover, that will load when I hover over it. Or immediate, which I can't really see the difference between that and idle because it's such a small app. Oh, you're behind? Sorry. Well, anyway, okay. The share is not working great, but there's interaction where it will load when you click on it. And there's me. Hover, which will load when you hover over it. Immediate, which will go immediately. There's a timer, which will load after a certain number of seconds. You can also create your own triggers. I have an example where there's a text box that it will start loading when the value in that text box is a certain value. So, Miranda or Mim, it's not sharing anymore. Or maybe, is it on my side? Because I'm seeing that from the camera. Yeah, sorry. It stopped showing my share.
Oh, okay. Well then.
Oh, I got dropped out of the event somehow.
Okay. Yeah. So I would just join and then reshare.
Yeah. Sorry about this, everyone.
Okay, fine. Also, I say fine.
Yeah.
No worries.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay,
I
and
thought
then
I
now
was
you
doing
can
better
go
than I
through.
was.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
All right.
Okay. And then
All
there
right.
we are.
There we go. All right.
And then this one, we'll want to.
Okay.
This mouse. Okay.
All right. Thank you. So, all right. And with the last one, like this value will show when the value gets above 3. Or it's, there we go. Now it loads at that point. So there's a bunch of different things that we can have with this. You can create your own triggers. They're the built-in triggers. Again, this is in developer preview as of last month. And a note, for both this and the control flow, it uses a new @ syntax, which no other framework or anything else on the web ever used before. So your editor might choke. You might need to update to your latest editor, or if you use a code formatter like Prettier, you might have to update that as well. And Splinter wants to remind us that there are a bunch of other changes that have happened. We have faster builds overall with Vite and ES Build. There's new server-side rendering, hydration, new lifecycle hooks. There's a whole new website that we have. I'm not going to get to load for some reason. Okay, there we go. A brand new website that uses all of these features. If you can scroll down to the bottom, there's a deferred loading playground where you can work with Angular on the fly. There's a new tutorial area that you can come in here that has Stack Blitz built into it. And you can come in here and learn about all of the new features. Like you could come here and get a little lesson on how to use control flow. So there's a lot of stuff going on. And more of it is mentioned in that blog post where they announced it. So that's what I had to say. Thank you for coming. My personal information is on the bottom left. On the right, you can scan that QR code or go to that URL to see my slides. And if you just want to learn more about Angular, go to angularbootcamp.com and we'd be happy to teach you a class. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
And I'll leave this open for bits of people.
Okay, yeah, no worries, no worries. All right, so thank you so much, Lance. And we're kind of in our, what is it, the halftime of our in-person talks. As you all saw, yes, we are loading up all on Jimmy John. So it is going to be lunchtime. We have about 45 minutes. Oh, okay, are you good? Okay, yeah, we'll just leave this up here for a moment. I think we are also, oh, okay. Oh, okay. No worries. Thank you here. Oh no, you're fine. Let me go ahead and share the lunch break. So for those of you that are joining us on the Bevy, the live stream, we're going to take about 45 minutes to eat lunch. Sorry that you all are missing out. But our next talk is Chris Turvey at 1:30. So please join us back on this link at 1:30 whenever you can. And for those of us that are here, I thought I put in a slide. Oh, oops, there it is. There's our lunch break. That's our lunch break slide. We are on time. And then we're going to have a giveaway actually midway through. But first, let's just go ahead and get food. So yeah, it's Jimmy John's. We do have some vegetarian and like gluten-free options. So the gluten-free at the end, there are unwitches, which is basically instead of bread, they wrapped it in lettuce. There's meat options with that. So it's not vegan, but it is gluten-free. And then I guess if you're vegan, take the vegetarian sandwich. And I think there's cheese on it, so maybe remove that. And that's how you're gonna eat. Sorry. But if you're vegetarian, just take a vegetarian sandwich. I think they're all at the end. Otherwise, there are like half wraps. It should say labeled on there. Sorry, you're gonna have to look at the letters and figure it out. But then there's also plenty of sandwiches. Eat up. We brought enough food for 80 people. What you don't eat, we're gonna leave out for the students. Sorry, I just realized I need to talk like right into the mic. And then there's chips and some sides and some cookies and then still some leftover coffee. So by all means, it is, buffet style. Go ahead and line up. Be orderly, please. And go ahead and help yourself to some lunch and meet a new friend, talk about how it's going. Thumbs up if everyone's doing well. All right, thank you. Perfect. Thank you all. Okay. Whew.
Hey everyone. Miranda already mentioned, I want to say again, there is a lot of food, so feel free to get more if you want to, or if you want to take some home, please do not hesitate. The rest of it we are going to have to give to students outside, so please do that if you can. I also wanted to say that we are live streaming the event, and all the talks and the speaks will be available on our YouTube channel. So if you search DevFest with an L at the end, devfestel.com, you're going to find all the information there. So if you want to watch the videos later, they're going to be there. Thank you.
Hello? Okay, perfect. Okay, so hopefully you all are enjoying your lunch. I did notice that the veggie options were a hit, so I put some more within like those little boxes. There are some veggie sandwiches as well. It's kind of like all, you know, a smorgasbord or whatever. And then for the unwitches, there were some veggie ones too. So by all means, eat that as well, and take whatever you want home. In a moment, we'll probably just like put them in the back for SLU students to eat. But anyways, we do have some cool little prizes. We're gonna do a couple, I think like 2, 3 giveaways or so in a moment. But to get in, you do need to fill out this survey form. So just kind of let us know how it's all doing. And we also have like about like 9, 8 minutes until the next talk. But in the meantime, oh, and then we were also hoping that you all are cool with a group photo at the end of this. So eat up, you know, check your teeth, and then we'll come up to the front and take a little group photo. Hopefully you all don't mind. And then I wanted to introduce Lloyd, who's one of the GDG mentors from the Midwest. He's going to talk a little bit about some of the other Google programs besides this GDG. So let's give Lloyd a warm welcome. Lloyd Lentz. I was like, Lloyd Lance? No, Lloyd Lentz is up here. So.
Thanks, Miranda. Appreciate it. Isn't this a cool event? Everybody, what do you think so far? Thumbs up? Thumbs down? All right, that's good. I was impressed by Mim's memes in all your presentation. It's pretty good. So I always try and start with a joke of some sort. So the one that I have today is, what do you call a factory that makes okay products? A satisfactory. Right? Ha ha ha. Right? Good. You got to have your dad jokes on hand. Can I pull up a browser on here? Just by, does this work? Okay. So let me pull up some links. And can I talk into this? There we go. So if I go to GitHub, so I run, you would think that I could type and talk, GDGTC intro. So I run the Google Developer Group up in the Twin Cities, and I've got a bunch of links here that I was just going to kind of talk through real quick. Bink, 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 bink. That's enough. So the Google Developer Group started as somebody, I don't know if folks know that at Google, they have this 20% time project. So you work on your main job all, 40 hours a week, presumably. We'll say roughly 40 hours a week. But they encourage you to take 20% of your time and work on something that's not your main responsibility. And some years ago, we'll say, I think it was probably 2008, I was at the Worldwide Google Developer Conference in San Francisco, and somebody had a kiosk up that said, isn't this event just awesome? Meeting other developers, meeting other people who love code, love to solve these types of problems. Wouldn't you like to bring this energy and this community back to your local community? So I thought that'd be kind of cool. And for years, I ran this Google Developer Group of Twin Cities, and people would say, oh, it's great that Google supports your group. You must have all this money. I said, well, it's fine. Google supports our group with a thumbs up, is how they supported it for years. There was no budget. There was somebody's 20% program. But over that time, they've realized the effectiveness of getting local communities interested in Google Developer products, in learning resources, all the different product teams. So Angular, Cloud, Machine Learning, Android, Firebase, all of these teams that really want their products to be successful have learned how valuable it is to partner with local communities and do things like workshops or hackathons, or just have people speak on these topics. And so, oh, I lost all my links went away. I closed the wrong one, maybe. Oh, there we go.
Okay. Also, 1 second. I'm gonna really quickly screen share you.
Oh, there we go.
For bevies. Oh wait.
Can you do the window?
That is smart. Okay.
There we go.
Oh, where's the mouse? Okay.
All right. Woohoo!
I don't know which one you need.
All right, one of these. Sure, we'll try one of those. Oh, sorry. So I missed one. This one, let me go back to here, and then I wanted to just start on that guy. All right. So we started as these Google developer groups, and so Google now has there's a whole bunch of folks that are full-time Google employees that support getting involved in the local communities. How could you get involved, you might ask? Well, there's a bunch of different programs that you could do. They have just a year plus ago, they've taken the idea of the Google Developer Group, which is usually local professionals who'll get together every month or so and discuss or have presentations on current developer topics. There's now a team inside Google that supports student groups. So, which means that there are resources, which I'm going to wave my hands around, but that means people, Googlers, who are looking to get students involved with people who work at Google in the different product teams to bring content and activities to your campus. So, if that's of interest to you, check out Google Developer Student Groups. Anywhere, pretty much in any major metropolitan area, it will be a Google Developer Group. So I'm from the Twin Cities. Chris is the other mentor here. We're the GDG, the Google Developer Group mentors. So Google has said, hey, you guys have done this for a while. Would you help other communities get involved? And so this is, I like to joke that I got to pay attention to my time, except I'm just eating into Chris's time. So this is all fine. We get to volunteer. We don't get paid. Chris doesn't get paid. I don't get paid. Miranda and Mim don't get paid for this. We do this because this is valuable. It's really valuable to meet people in your community and to stay engaged. It's kind of like a self-perpetuating professional development. So find a Google Developer Group. On that point, Miranda and Mim don't get paid. None of the speakers get paid. This is a group that is for the community, for the local community, run by the community. So if you have a topic that you'd really like to hear about, any topic, any Google topic that you're just starting to learn about, say Android or Firebase or TensorFlow or something, talk to these two and say, hey, I've been learning about this and I'd love to have somebody talk about this. Now, I'll reveal that they might ask you to give that talk, but it's great. I actually think that my favorite talks are from folks who are just learning a topic because you still are curious about it. You don't have to be an expert, and you bring that enthusiasm and energy to a talk. So definitely get involved with that way. Another program that they have is called a Google Developer Expert. So Google Developer Expert are people in the field who are committed to the craft. So this is a different level. You actually have to apply and you go through an interview process within Google. So if you are deeply knowledgeable about, say, Angular, and you wanted to be recognized as a local developer expert, you could go through this program, and then there's a fair amount of resources and encouragement. So you would then, they'll often fly Google developer experts around to different communities to talk at places like a DevFest. So check that out. Another program they have as well is a Women Tech Maker program. You're a Women Tech Maker, like our ambassador. All right. Right. So they have a application process that is every year, I believe. And again, there's a whole depth of resources, which that means a team of people that support all of the programming that goes into being a Women Tech Maker, a Women Tech Maker ambassador. So I would strongly recommend looking into this if you're female or female identifying. And this program is really powerful and meaningful. So that is a collection of a few things for GDG. And so now you should have had time to fill out your survey. Yep. And so what we're going to do, are you signed in here?
I was going to do it from my laptop. Or, yeah, sure, we could do it from here.
Okay.
We can do it live.
So check this out. Go to wheelofnames.com.
Well, don't I have to go to the form first?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, wheel of names.
Yeah. This is a byproduct of one of the Googlers who supported our program. So now click on more and connect to a Google spreadsheet. And you have to sign in. Who's ever signed in?
I thought I was signed in. Yep.
Uh-oh.
Do we want to do the? I was.
Control. Yeah, you could share.
I
yours.
can
We
control
try one
V,
more.
right? Like, let's see, Gmail, and then go to the form and just grab the names.
Well, no, because this works so cool.
Okay.
So let's try it one more time.
Okay.
Live coding, right? Always the best. Control R. All right, and then here I'll click for you. Okay. We'll go say more. Not that you don't know how to click. I just am so excited. Oh no! Oh, there it goes. Okay, so it's gonna sign in for your account.
Okay.
You're giving it permission. Uh-oh. We gotta grant it permission. This is good. This is for everybody's safety and security. So if you have filled out the form, your name should be on it, and we're gonna add your name.
Number. Oh.
You gotta click on.
Got it.
Yep.
All right.
Okay. So we want to allow it. Well, it just has to be able to find. Oop. Now I click stop sharing. That's all right. Continue. And then it should pop up. All right. Your spreadsheets. And it is called responses. Responses. Midwest DevFest. No.
No, that's our old one.
That's the old one.
Wow, these are some of my college things too. We all
Well,
just
never
got
mind.
access to everything.
Never mind. All right, I guess we have to cut and paste.
Yes, I can do that. But for
At
what
least
it's
we're not
worth,
sharing
it was really cool and A for effort.
When it works, this is what we did. So we just had the Twin Cities DevFest, DevFest MN. Y'all should come next year. It's awesome. We did this and it worked perfect. So
Should I be screen sharing all of this? Oh yeah. While
So
you all
if
are
you
waiting,
go-
we're gonna take a. I was just gonna. Oh my gosh, this mouse.
That works.
Okay. Nope. Got it. Okay. So 20 responses. What? Did Control V?
Control V. Yeah.
Well, but you didn't.
I didn't do
so
it.
you gotta,
It does it
I
on
know
Mac.
This is why. You got it.
Ew, Windows.
I know. Us non-developers.
Okay, it's Control C.
You got it.
You would think I could do this. Okay. Control V.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, 21 results. Okay, cool.
All right, I'm gonna turn this over. Are you guys? You want to run the show? It's your giveaway.
Okay. Cool. All right. So 21 people entered. Hopefully your name is up here. Do you see it? All right. Okay. So we're going to give away 3 prizes for right now. Almost 2. Okay. So the first one is this, what is it? It's a tablet like case, right? It is a beautiful laptop case, satchel, purse, container with a Google Cloud logo on it. Google branded. Embossed. Okay.
So Miranda, while we are doing this, should we invite everyone on the stage so we can?
Oh,
take
sure.
the
Yeah, and then we'll
All
just throw it at you guys.
All right. So
All right, yeah.
as we are,
We're gonna
doing
take a
this-
group photo too.
Yeah, please join us for the group photo.
Everything.
Because that's all we are gonna remember after this.
Yes.
We are gonna put it
Okay.
in our chapter website. So while we are doing this, feel free to
All
get
right.
on the stage. I'm gonna set up the
Plus,
camera.
yeah, you're gonna have to walk up here anyways to claim your prize. So might as well walk up, and then yeah. So we'll just spin it for this first prize. And our winner for this, the Jaspi? Yeah! Where are you? Here you go. Thank you. Here you go. Here's this fabulous Google branded container. Okay. Close. Wait, should we remove? Like you can't. You remove? Okay. Okay. And then I spin again. Oh, okay. Okay. The next prize is this Google branded water bottle, and it's like, oh, okay, ASMR. And it's metal. All right, next one. Half of y'all aren't going to be in this group photo. All right, so you can't get your prize if you're not in the group photo. Oh, Yvonne. Way to go, woohoo. First one. Oh, and the box is over there if you want the box for it too. Okay, and then our next really fabulous prize is the Google Nest Mini. Yeah, I know. But first, everyone's going to smile before we do this. Gotcha. You're fine. Do you have it set up first? Okay. Okay. All right. And then the final reveal. Okay. Back to this. So, the Nest Mini. Ooh. Oh! All right. Naga Pavan Mooney. Congratulations. Here you go. Okay. Perfect. All right. So sorry, Chris, but we will go ahead and start for you. Are you presenting from your laptop, or do you want to do?
If this one's already hooked up and ready to go.
Okay, yeah. We'll do the 7.
Put in your search history. That's
That's fine. Okay, let me
And then
share.
this mic.
Do you want to do it from the podium, or do you want a handheld?
I like walking around.
Hello, hello. Okay, there you go. Okay,
Alright.
and then let me get you set up to share your screen here. 7 habits.
Yep.
Share that, and then slideshow. Okay. Wait, is this? Oh, oops! Spoiler.
Do a full screen.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I can make it full screen. Okay.
Oh, you like that drop?
Right?
Yeah,
I don't
drop
think
down, like, a full
presenter.
screen, or?
Oh yeah. It did full screen.
That is
For
full screen?
it's. Oh, why isn't it? Oh well, it's. Huh. Okay.
I mean, I guess that's close enough.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
I'm sorry. It's full screen, I think, for the because you're screen sharing. It's
Okay.
full screen on the Bevy.
Okay.
Which actually, I mean, no, I don't think I can screen share the Bevy. That it would be an infinite loop. So is that okay?
Okay. Can we hear me? We're good. Okay.
So I'm Chris Turvey. This is my talk, The 7 Habits of Somewhat Effective Self-Taught Developers. I myself am a self-taught-ish developer, which to define that, I mean, it defines what you want it to be defined as. Whenever I give a talk, I like to do a thing where I have that About Me slide. And so on that About Me slide, typically in every presentation I put together, there'll be one falsehood in my slides. And I do that to see if the crowd's paying attention. So so a little bit about me, because I do want to talk about myself a little bit, because that's my main thing that I'm trying to sell up here is me. I have 2 kids, a bit more introverted. I probably won't stop and have a big conversation with people, but because I'm a little bit more introverted, but on things I'm passionate about, I will. It's black up there. Did it come back up? Okay. Yeah. So, anyways, but there's always one falsehood in the slide. So let's get back. Anyway, so I
So sorry, JK.
am not in control of the slide.
I'm so sorry. Okay, go.
So anyway, yeah. So now displaying correctly. Okay. So yeah, so I can see if you may have noticed which one of the things is incorrect. Very clever crowd. I really like when there's a good clever crowd that I'm presenting to. I have met Larry Wall once. He created the language Perl, and it was a very heartfelt moment. I'll get to that a little bit later in my talk. And I'm completely like the cheapest dad on the planet. My kids will tell you. So the reason I'm kind of up here is I do run a Google developers group in my own community, and I will be probably presenting this to my group in a couple weeks. I did the same talk last week to a group of about 40 in Detroit, and I'm looking around here. There's about 40 people in the crowd here today. And so I have to prepare all of my talks with groups of rooms with 40 people in it when I give it at my local community to 5 people. Got to get it really polished for those people. So every meeting that I have, I start out my meetings by reading this up here. And this was workshopped in a group of Google developer group people. And so for me, I'm from Muncie, Indiana. And I always start out with, Muncie, Indiana is an inclusive community where developers, designers, entrepreneurs of all skill levels. And to me, that's the most important part there. Well, maybe not the most important, but in this talk, it's the most important. Genders, religions, backgrounds are welcome to learn, practice, and share technologies, services, and platforms. Be excellent to each other. If you see or experience anything different, contact one of the organizers. I read that at every one of my meetings because those are the core principles that we have to start out with. Anyway, the reason for this talk, I'm at a crossroad in my life. I'm trying to figure out if I myself want to get back into development. I'm currently working more of a support role that I just use my development skills as like a superpower. And it makes me like the most sought after person on the team to talk to about any problem because I understand it from a platform perspective that no one else seems to get. The other reason for this talk, I presented the idea for this talk to a Chicago DevFest a few weeks ago. And while they didn't pick it up, I had no idea, what to present for Detroit last week. And after I presented the talk, I was like, okay, they might want me to actually talk about the thing that I presented. And that's kind of where we're at. So what you should expect from this is there'll be some stories about me, lessons that I learned, media that I've consumed, how super self-centered I am. Everything's going to be about me. And really how I found my way through the development process being self-taught. What this talk is not. This is not a talk about punching down. So if I start talking about self-taught developers, I'm not saying they're any less of a developer. That's not the point. I mean, maybe that second slide, that second panel in there from XKCD, where it looks like this was a house built by a child with a hatchet and only a picture of a house, that's a great burn. but we're not here to punch down on those self-taught developers. That's, anyway. So because I presented this at another conference, and even here, and with machine learning and large-scale language models being like all of the rage, I did have to run past my title to Bard, and Bard understood that I was telling a joke with my title. Anyway, so the reason for the title, though, is, we all know there's 7 deadly sins. There's 7 layers to the OSI model. A nacho dip has 7 layers, ideally. Any more than 7, and you're starting to get kind of dangerous. And then there's a book called The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People for Narcissists and Phonies, and Holden Caulfield would hate those guys because they're just, and I do cut myself off there because I could talk about how much I hate that book all day. I would take up all my time talking about maybe not just the book, but the people that hold it as like their Bible. Anyway, 7, it's a prime number, 7 days a week. And then Jimmy John's Spicy Italian is the number 7, which is their perfect sandwich. And I did not know that before that's what they had for lunch here. So the stars align. So let's start with habit 1 because it lets you get right into it, right? For me, when I started out, I was project oriented. Like whenever I started, I wanted to work on something and I wanted to build it and I needed to build it again and I come back to it later. And it's that thing where when you start out building things, if you wanted me to build something perfect, or if I can build it 3 or 4 or 5 times. So there's a university, and I saw this on like TikTok, and it someone said that this is a real thing. The professor said at the end of each week, we have one half of the group of people that are in a pottery class. Half the group, you have 7 pots you have to turn in every week. You have 7 that you have to get done. Go turn them, bring them to me. We'll look at them, and at the end of the week, we're going to destroy them. And we have another group that at the end of the semester, you have to turn in your absolute one best pot that you can create. And so as you got to the final week, the people that have been creating 7 of these pots a week, because they had so many failures along the way, because they had so much time taken on task, they ended up getting it. They ended up figuring out all of the things that broke along the way. And to me, that there's a parallel to that in programming. If you're getting in, breaking stuff early, knowing where the faults are, you can go back, rewrite it again, and to get into it. So to me, for me, I'm always project oriented, and I want to get in early, break it, and get back to it. There's a goal of continual self-improvement, and if you, the thing is when I look at something that I want to build, because typically when I was at the university, people would go to conferences, they would see a piece of software that was like $250,000 a year for them to license the software. And they're like, well, I need the software. This is the only way I can teach my classes if I have this software. And it's like, well, what's the one thing that it does that you absolutely need, right? And they'd be like, oh, well, it's this small subset of features that, and they would kind of explain the part of it that they needed. And so for me, I would look at the thing that they wanted, and I would go and I'd go build that for them. Anyway, that's a different part of the talk that I was getting to. But what I noticed is over time, and so when you start developing, the things that you can build day one aren't the things that you're like, oh my God, that's so good. The things you can build are, okay, I got through the tutorial. But the thing that you want to build is like, when I first saw Google Maps, I was amazed. Google Maps? Okay, so you had a map that if you dragged it and moved it, more map would come back into the display. Wait a minute, but how did it know to load the entire, okay, wait, let me grab it again. More map came back into the display. How do I build that? There was no, I don't know how to build that. It's amazing. It is absolutely amazing. And my tastes are, I want to dynamically load content into my page without leaving my page ever. That's amazing. How does that work? And so at the time, I had no idea how that could ever work. And my tastes were to do that. But my talent was not to be able to do that. And so what you notice is your entire career, you're in this race to where you have to run twice as fast is what your tastes are trying to get up to, but you're never going to catch it because your tastes are going to become so refined and you're going to be comparing your particular talents to teams that have 10, 20, 30 people in it, that you're going to kind of forget where your original mark was for what greatness was. So for me, I wrote a piece of software that ended up getting me to, some educator caught it. It ended up being posted about in a magazine because we did a big class for Turner Classic Movies. The person that saw it, they invited me to come talk at a conference in Tinos, Greece. And I'd never been to Greece before. I'm at this conference and I'm showing this piece of software, which is to let you put comments on a timeline of a video. That's the whole thing that the software did, but nobody was doing that yet. And they loved it. And so I'm demonstrating what the software did. I'm talking about it. I'm talking about the design process. And then when it came to the Q&A time, somebody's like, how big was the team that helped you develop that? And I just went, thank you. It was just me. And it was just me. Like I was there was no designer helping me. Like I went to people for feedback on different points but along the way, it was only me that developed that. And the thing is that so much of your time is spent comparing where your journey is at with teams of people, and you don't get that. Learning is a very messy process. And so when I put that bullet point on there, for me, the messiness was because I'm self-taught and I continually want to improve, Ball State University has the largest collection of orchids in diversity of any place on the planet. And it's a Renard Orchid Greenhouse. They have 1,700 varieties of orchids in one greenhouse. And I was working on a project that was basically coming up with a database, converting that from a Microsoft Access database and putting that on the web for them. And in doing that, all of the data had been hand entered for years. So whenever they're putting in these different orchid names, they had 1,700 orchids, and they had a lot that were very similarly named, but they weren't exactly the same name. And so I was like, how do you know you're not typing these in wrong? And she's like, well, which ones are you talking about? And I'm like, I don't know. And so I thought about it, and it was like the next day, I'm like, I know what I'll do. I'll write some sort of code that'll go through and take every one of the names that's listed in the database, and I'm going to do some comparison about if you have to remove a letter or transpose letters, or if it's about the same string length and it has the same letters mostly in it. I'm going to give it like a scoring system between 0 and 1. And the closer it gets to 1, the more likely it is the same plant. And I spend a day and a half writing this. And this is in PHP, by the way. And so I spent a day and a half, like I'm going through, I'm pulling the strings apart, I'm doing all this. And I get all this work done, and I'm so proud of myself. And I'm just like, this is the best code I've ever written. I pulled these strings apart, I can compare them. I'm coming up with scores, like if these, if you have to add an additional letter, but I have all of these rules that I put in place, and I feel so smart about it. And I'm talking to a friend of mine like a week and a half later, we're having lunch, and he's like, so what are you working on? And I was like, oh, I just did this really badass thing for the orchid greenhouse where I compare the names and I can tell them which ones are most likely the same plant. And he's like, oh, did you use like the Levenstein distance? What? Yeah, did you use the Levenstein distance? What is that? Is that a thing that exists? Is that like, yeah, it's probably if you use MySQL, there's probably a function in there that you could just like calculate it with a function built already straight. Well, you're using PHP. I think there's a PHP function right in there for that too. So I didn't know what I didn't know. But the messiness of learning, like how much I learned from making that work, like is pretty invaluable. Unfortunately, somebody else had already figured it out and they got published like hundreds of years ago and whatever. As I go through my journey of the self-taught, I also get to this point, and a lot of people that I've talked to, they hit this point to where they want to become a computer historian. And so for me, does anybody know what this Postal's Law is? Has anybody ever read this right here? Is this across the room? Anybody seen this? So Postal's Law, it's like be conservative with what you do, but be liberal with what you accept from others. And so this is the robustness principle. And what it is if you have a interface, you can say, we're only going to accept these particular things, but if somebody gives you some other input for that particular thing, you can handle that gracefully. Now, Tim Berners-Lee was familiar with this. So when he created the Mosaic web browser, he was like, okay, if somebody puts a HTML tag in here that we don't really have a useful rendering of that particular HTML tag, let's just render the text that's between it or ignore it. And modern web browsing, if there was bad HTML in a web page and it didn't render and died, if you had to compile all of your HTML like it's some machine code level thing, like that's a broken system. You know, the whole great thing about the HTML is it was plain text and it could be extensible and people would be able to use it. So, but it's these principles that kind of get you back into that history of thinking about what came before me. And several of the people I talked to that have went through the path of being self-taught developers, they hit the state where that's like the kind of thing they want to go back and hear those kind of principles from other computer scientists that came before them. And in terms of sharing, I know that when I worked on projects in the past, I almost over document every project that I've ever worked on. And I've seen people like they think that maybe comments in their code slows it down somehow. And so they will never put comments in their code. It's like, oh no, that might slow down. So let's just not, it doesn't really. So let's see here. Yeah, anyway, I also like to show other people when I find something that's garbage that made it into production, and even if I did it, because it makes me feel like there's a vulnerability to it. And I also super log my errors more than anybody. And that's just the thing. Anyway. So I don't know, has this happened to anybody in the room? Anybody reading this right now, seeing that this is the thing that's happened? Where you're in the middle of doing something and you're like, oh man, I don't know what this error is. And you end up at Stack Overflow and you're like, you read through what somebody else's question was and you're like, oh, I see code, copy, put it back in your code. And then 20 minutes later, you're staring right back at that same Stack Overflow article going, I just copied from there. And you realize you did it. And it's like, you know, like you're about to lock your keys in your car and the door's closed. You know you did it anyway. So, oh, this is where the leveraging distance in here. Well, never mind. So, but to me, I typically, when starting anything, when I had those early working through things, and the reason I like to get in or land projects, work through them, break them, stop. For here, I like to have backups to my backups, and even backups to that. And the thing is you have to be crafty in this field. And once again, if you need to write your own Levenshtein distance, that's what you do. I forgot what that other story was for the other thing though. Anyway, habit 7. Oh, I'm not going to tell you yet because I have more other things I want to talk about, and if I just gave you the 7th habit, like we're not going to do there. So part of my journey is the media that I consumed along the way. And this is like in order of which it was created, not necessarily the order that I consumed it. So has anybody ever seen this video here? So this video, if you've not seen it, like after today, go look up The Mother of All Demos by Douglas Engelbart. This guy in 1968 is showing a mouse hooked up to a computer. He's able to move text around. He has like a to-do list that he's able to move the text around with a mouse cursor. And he explains to you that if you pick up this optical mouse and move it over and drop it back down, that when it's in the air, it's not going to move because nobody'd seen it before. And it's this kind of fundamental, like 1968. That's all the further along that this was ago. So in the terms of history of man, this isn't that long ago, but it's an amazing, amazing talk. And this is, yeah, it brings like 3 or 4 major contributions to computing in. For me though, this is the first time when I was a child, and it was probably 1980. Disney used to have something called Disney Sunday Night at the Movies. It would be on NBC, and they would play, maybe CBS, I don't know. Anyway, so they'd play like an old Disney movie starting at like 8 o'clock, and you could watch this old Disney movie. And this movie came on, and it's called The Computer Who Wore Tennis Shoes. And it was the first movie that ever really described what a computer could do or what a computer would be. And about 12 minutes into this movie, the professor goes into it and what it is, and it's so amazing to watch. And I would love to show a clip of that, but we're live streaming this right now, and I don't want them to get a copyright strike from Disney. So this, I guess I'll tell you about the movie and about the particular scene, right? So Kurt Russell, that's Kurt Russell. Anybody, if you've not seen a Kurt Russell movie, don't make this the only Kurt Russell movie you've seen. He's terrible in this. But you have this professor who is in this classroom, and he's up there and he's trying to explain to the students like what a computer is. And I could read all of that text, but can you guys read that? Is that too small? Okay, you guys can read it. Okay. So, I mean, I suggested that perhaps I could get up here and act out the entire scene, like as if I was this professor and do that whole interaction, but like that's not going to happen today. I'm just don't have the energy for it. But for the most part, though, he says that, you know, the computer does a pretty good job of mimicking the human brain, and you know, pretty soon we'll be able to replace people with computers. To which a super smart alecky Kurt Russell's like, well, maybe we get rid of Dean Higgins. Biggest laugh of the whole movie, and that's telling you how bad the movie is. And then he's like, you know, well, we live in hope. Great laughs. It's anyway, tremendous laughs actually. So, but what the teacher, the professor in this movie does though, is he sets up an experiment, and he's like, well, you know, tomorrow when you wake up, if it's raining, like open the door, let the cat in, and call the grocery, and tell them to send some groceries over. And he's like, and I know you guys would totally do it if I told you to do it. And he's like, but let's see if we can get this computer to do it. And the computer makes an awesome beeping noise. And then, but he sets out the experiment, and he's like, okay, so he has this rain gauge on top of it, and he's like, you know, let's put this on top of a roof. If it's raining, it's going to send some logic bank of the computer. It notifies the memory bank, all these other things, and then it'll use a telephone to call them. And it's like, now let's see it in action. And the computer beeps again, because that's what computers did. They beep, and to me, that's all computers could ever do was beep and have like little lights on them. Until the next thing, he pours water on the top of this colander on top of it, simulates rain, and then the computer goes, the old rotary style. I'm not going to imitate that anymore, but it's this old rotary style phone noise. This phone, it picks it up, makes the old rotary phone, and it's like, this is a recording, please deliver. And I'm going, computers can talk to other things? So in 1969, when this movie came out, Disney was predicting IoT. At least that's the way I read it, when I was like 8, in like 1982, when this was on Disney Sunday night at the movies. But this movie came out in 1969, which is incredible to me that they got it that right. That's not the computer that was in the movie, by the way. That's just another computer because I couldn't find one. And on Disney Plus, you can't take a screenshot of Disney Plus, apparently. DRM. Anyway, as a kid, I'd play with BASIC. I had TRS-80s at school, Lemonade Stand, Oregon Trail. So war games, I was trying to explain to somebody that's younger than me by a lot what phreaking was. Anybody here know what phreaking is? All right, we got some hands. So using the phone lines to make those long distance illegal calls. But nobody cares what a long distance phone call is anymore because it's irrelevant because everybody has a cell phone. And so the only cool thing that war games taught you was you can use computers to change your grades. And so that made them useful. Tron just made computers look cool on the inside. I was in a high school where I took a typing class, and we had Mavis Bacon teach us typing. And when you got done with your typing lesson, you could play with the computer, like do other stuff with it. And so I did, which led to me when I was 16, we moved to another city, and the only Macs in the entire computer within the journalism area, and I was a genius because I knew anything about them. And that's nice to have a leg up on people when nobody knows anything about how it works. And so I was able to get them networked together with like a little local talk network, and all of the printers in the room could print to the same laser writer. They didn't even know that was possible. They're like, we had one computer set up on the laser writer, and that's all it would do would be the laser writer. Now we can, all 4 of the computers can print oh yeah, great stuff. So when you're the first person in your family to go to college, nobody tells you like what you need to do at college because nobody knows. I was actually pretty good at figuring out how program stuff worked because I'd done a little bit of BASIC in middle school and high school and whatnot. And when I was in the computer lab, we had access to a VAX machine, good old VMS. No, okay. So people would come in with Pascal programs for their first year CS classes, and I would help them with them because I could figure out enough of the syntax. And so I'm thinking, why would I ever spend my time in a university setting being taught how to program when I can just learn it for free? Instead of me looking at it a thing like, oh, I'm already good at this, maybe I should polish these skills. Like, because when you're 18 and nobody gives you direction, you can make really poor decisions like that. So, which is why I only had one CS class, and that was just basically, oh, you know how to use Excel, and here's Word. It was terrible. So I really failed myself in this, and I get it. But my free time, I spent so much time on Gopher sites, FTP sites, going to Usenet News, IRC, talking to people. I mean, most of my free time was in a computer lab exploring. And that's the great takeaway there. I had a few projects that I worked on in college. I had this VAX board. It was basically a BBS where I would find interesting articles out on all of those other sources and would host them locally at the college and show them to people. It was cool. On our campus network, we had the terminals everywhere on campus, and they were on an ISN network, which ISN network ports were labeled in such a way that I could tell you where people were on campus, and that was cool. I had like a who, where, and so I could tell where my friends were on campus. It was awesome. I used R shell to build like a web file management thing. Don't ever do that. I was sending plain passwords over the line. It was garbage. It was the worst. And because I worked in the computer labs, because I might as well get paid for sitting there the 20 hours a week that they would allow me to be paid to be there, I ended up working for them, and they were like, hey, could you, like, you're crafty and you've been writing some things, could you write like a login so when people show up, we can clock them in to work and they can clock out when they're leaving work? And I was like, yeah, I could probably write that. And so you have to have like a file written, and you have to check to see if the file is locked, and you have to do all these sort of checks before you append to the single file that you can write to. But apparently the VAX DCL, like the digital lexical language, allows you to overwrite anything. So much so that we had a guy who was subscribed to an interactive fiction board, and if you do an assign /no-log if, that assigns whatever that is, in this case being that question, that what would you say, that the operator of if, to interactive fiction at a listserv at the University of North Texas. And so when he got to my thing to say, hey, let's go ahead and lock this file, it would already have it locked. And then when it would go to write the thing and then go back to unlock it, the if was hit and it wouldn't unlock the file. And so because I had a file locked, because it was locked for writing for that one user, and because it got broke because interactive fiction at listservunt.edu is not a valid command. I mean, like that means nothing, right? So it broke my thing, and so I kind of hated that. Anyway, let's see here. Yeah, I did a lot of, I worked in garage or factory, whatever, support roles at the university as a hobbyist in my free time. Anyway, so we're still in the media section. It's not just about me still. I was mostly joking about that, but not quite earlier. In all my time of reading Usenet News, I came across this 500-mile email. Who here knows about the 500-mile email? Anybody? Okay, so this should be one of those stories that, like, when you hear it, it sounds like a lie. And a guy's working at a help desk. He's working in like the research triangle there in like Raleigh, Durham, that area. And he gets a call at his help desk, and it's from the geography department, and it's a geography professor saying, we can't send emails more than 500 miles. Wait, what? Okay. Got it. So that's not how email doesn't care about geography. Oh, but we can't send emails more than 500 miles. Okay, well, I'll look into it. Yeah, I mean, you're never going to look into that one. But he gets to looking at it because it's a slow day, and he gets on the server and he starts looking at it, and it's like, well, I know some people that are over here in New York, and that's like a 350 or whatever mile, and it went. Okay, that's cool. I'll send it to somebody at maybe Berkeley, and it doesn't go because that's thousands of miles away. Send it to like Indiana, and so he does all these kind of, and he's like, holy crap, that guy's right. This is only sending emails about 528 miles. What is going on here? So he gets looking at the server, and when he gets looking at the server, he calls over to somebody else. He's like, has anybody done any work on that server in the last week? And it's like, well, departments at universities, they used to keep their email server and their web server and maybe even a file server on the same single machine. Each department just had one. And like, well, we had somebody come in the last week and they upgraded our web server. Okay, well, what did they upgrade? Well, I think they just gave us like a new web server. Maybe the operating system got updated. So whatever of the universities this was, they had been using the newest version of SendMail. But Solaris at the time when it was shipped with a previous version of SendMail. And so when you go and you have the variable that's set for like set timeout, the new version, a set timeout of 0, means wait for forever or until you get some sort of other network error, but just let it go. Like, let's try to send this email until it sends. But in the old version, setting that to 0 means timeout immediately. And the way that that code worked was it would go through, let's put it in the send, and then let's go through into another next cycle through, and then anything that's old that needs to be purged out, we'll purge that on that next computer cycle. And so if you take like that 30 megahertz computer and you calculate out how much time a CPU cycle is, and you times that by the speed of light, you get about 550 miles. Now you figure network latency and other things that are happening here. That's why you can only sometimes send email 500 miles. It makes no sense. But in this case, it did. So, and I say this is a formative thing for me because sometimes you hear something that sounds insane. It can't work that way. My instructions in my brain say that this is impossible. If somebody would have called me at the help desk, I don't know that I ever would have found the Solaris like upgrade send mail thing. Like I just would have, somebody else would have figured that out at that point. But still, I'm to that point now. Somebody tells me they can only send email 500 miles. I have to look into it, and it's just because of this particular story. So about 2004, I was learning ASP, like classic ASP, not .NET, not C#, but like classic ASP. There was a position open on campus, and it paid a little bit more. And I was looking to transition, not from just like a support person, but to actually start being paid to program. And as I'm trying to learn, I have a buddy of mine who he's already doing this, and he's already has those skills. And so it's always nice to have a buddy that has those skills. And so I have a book. I'm trying to figure out how to get some of these things to be working, and trying to figure out like what my style is and what it is that I want to do. And I have my buddy Mike, who every once and again I'll write him a question, and he'll be like, "Oh yeah, that's actually a little bit further along in the book than where you want to look at," because you know your first couple of weeks when you're learning something, you're like between page 1 and like 85. Like that's the part of the book you're at. And then you get a little bit further in your journey, and it's like, oh, I'm looking at page like 400 because I know a thing or two about a thing or two. So I would write Mike and I'd ask him questions. And at one point, he sends me a he sends me this as an answer. It's like the answer to this is actually pretty complex. And let me see if I can click. Man, that mouse is really touchy. And so he sends this to me, and I'm going, okay, yeah, that's okay. This is pretty complex, right? Okay, I don't get where the answer is. Okay, what? Like okay, what? Parasites, and then all these things, and like a toilet, and maybe you know, some, and it's, I don't get this as an answer. Like, okay, wait, there's a Apache helicopter, and you know, seats for an arena, and then baby Jesus back to a computer. Okay, yeah, that answers my question, right? And so this is a meaningless answer that I got from my buddy Mike. And I was like, bro, okay, I don't know that this is not, okay, wait, I get it. I get it. He believes in me that I can figure out the answer on my own. And so he sent me this message saying that, like, I believe in you, and there's all this rubbish here, and it's a metaphor of some sort. And so I'm like, okay, yeah, thank you for the metaphor of saying that I can figure it out. And so I was preparing for this talk, and I called my buddy Mike, and I was like, remember when you used to send me that thing that started out with the computer, going through to like baby Jesus, and like Jesus kissing a kid, and all the way back to like Virgin Mary, and the whole thing? And you sent that to me because you believed me that I could figure that stuff out? And he's like, nah, I just wanted you to quit bothering me. What? No, I didn't have time because I was already working on something else, and I just sent that to you just to mess with you. But no, it's because you believed in me all those times, and you thought that I would get it. And he's like, well, you did get it. And he's like, I figured you probably would, but yeah, that had nothing to do with that. That was just a joke. And so it's like, okay, that's a good one. I didn't put any weight or emphasis on our friendship because you were so good to me on that. Anyway, so that's that. So, but to me though, that became a whole thing. So, that is a very touchy mouse. So, okay. So the other things that kind of guided me in those early days, there's a really great paper, and you should look it up. It's called How to Write Unmaintainable Code So You Can Keep Your Job. And in this paper, it tells you to do things such as the example I have here. Use variable names that have emotional connections to them. If you have Mary Poppins equals Superman plus Starship divided by God, no one will know what that does because they're so emotionally tied to those ideas, right? Like these are ideas that like in your brain you're going, Mary Poppins, Superman, Starship, God. Okay, yeah, you can't get uninvested from those ideas. For me, anybody ever seen this? This is a project tree, and in the first one, it's like this is how the customer explained it, which is 3 swings. Okay, this is how the project leader understood it. The tree is blocking the swing. How the analyst designed it, how the programmer wrote it, how the beta test, what they received. A noose, that is dark. That is very dark, by the way. How the business consultant described it. Yeah, I mean, that's going to get some money for that. How the project was documented. I mean, there's nothing there, right? And so what operations installed, how the customer was billed. I mean, that looks fun. How it was supported. All these things go into a project, right? And so to me, this is funny, unfortunately, because it's true a lot of time. And as that self-taught guy, I want to make this not be a true thing. And I think most people want this to not be true, but the resources we're given and limitations we're put upon, this is what we end up with. Oh, and the thing the client wanted was a tire swing. I mean, I don't know. If you guys are looking for videos that are funny a little bit and are tied into things, Krazam is amazing. This is the thing, like whenever they put out a new video, not only do I even hit the bell notification to know when they put out a new video because they're so funny. This microservices video tell you how terrible microservices are. Third-party microservices, if you use them, waiting for the next version or next thing to come out, they're traps. But I mean, you can write your own microservice, but that's a different thing. Primogen, this guy, Primetime, he works for a little company called Netflix. This guy is like he's done a thing or two, and he goes through and he gives us hot take on things. He really likes Rust. When Unity had a big blow up a couple months ago, I hadn't heard about it until he was talking about it. I guess the pricing model for Unity changed, but he kind of stays on that his fingers on the pulse of where the industry's at for a lot of these larger programming things. So I do follow him. There's a guy called Uncle Bob, and he has a book on how to write clean code, and he's like way too into the clean code. But he has a talk. It's actually called the Scribe's Oath, not the Scribe's Code. But the Scribe's Oath kind of goes into in ancient times the people that would write things down for the thought they'd write things down for society. They'd show up and they would take the notes and say, this person knows this person this, and they would take all of the notes for everything because they were the only people that could read and write. And they had an oath to uphold. And if they went against that oath, they would never be able to become a scribe again, hands cut off, whatever that would be, whatever that end is. They could never be a scribe again. And so we get into, on the side of, for those of us that program and do things, we look at what happened with Volkswagen when they had their emissions testing. It's been a handful of years ago, but you had engineers that made it to where under test conditions, their cars would perform differently to pass the emission standards. Well, all of the people that were involved in that were the engineers that implemented the code to make those things break that right way for them, are still developers. And that's kind of a weird thing. There's no industry defined terms that we have right now that when our boss says, hey, do this shady thing, that we can go, well, I can't do that, or I could lose my programming license. I mean, what does that even, there's no such thing, right? So what's the board of ethics for the developer community? It was a very It was a very interesting talk. Okay, so I wrote Larry Wall on here. So Larry Wall wrote Perl, and back in 1998, one of the guys I worked with at the university, I went to go work for a networking group for a year. He hands me this book and he's like, I need a project that does this, this, and this. I need it by next Friday. I don't know Perl. You'll figure it out. And so I'm reading this big book by Larry Wall about Perl. And the whole thing is, I got the project done, and the project that he had written, he said he could only have gotten this testing suite done in 1989 if Perl existed. And because Perl existed, he was able to do this testing thing, which is the thing that hired me into this networking group for a year. And I was to write documentation for the testing suite. That's the whole thing that I did. So I end up at OSCON in 2009, and Larry Wall's there, and I go up to him, and I'm like the last person in line, and I'm waiting my turn, and I was like, by the way, I just want to thank you because my last year of college was paid for by the fact that somebody wrote a testing suite that they could only have written because Perl existed, and you made that happen. And so my parents had just divorced. I had no money. I didn't, go get like student loans because I'd missed the date for all those things. So my last year of college was paid for because Network Services hired me. And they only hired me because they had money because they'd sold this testing suite to Macmillan. And I'm up there, so I'm in line, I'm telling him this. And so it's like, so thank you for helping me graduate college. And he stands there for a second, and this guy, he made Perl. Like that's not a small language, right? A lot of people had used Perl. And he sits there and he's like, he bows his head and he starts crying. And I'm like going, what did I do? And I just told him that the contribution that he made mattered to me personally. And he's like, I can never hear that enough. And I'm going, but you just had 20 people go through line here that each got a book from you signed, and they all walked away, and you didn't have any reaction to any of them. It's like, oh, they just wanted a free book. Like that's that mentality, and so as he's getting ready, he's like, well, we have one more copy of the book to give out. Do you want it? And I'm like, yeah, make it out to Dan. And so the guy who handed me that Perl book all those years ago, named Dan. And he's like, and so in the book he writes, there's more than one way to do that, Larry Wall. And so I take it, I give it to Dan, and Dan's like, he's like the surly old guy, and he's like, already have a copy. I was like, and he's on the phone, he's like, already have a copy. Okay, yeah, you have it. So I was like, turn the first page. And he's like, and so I go down the hall, and he comes and he's like, where'd you get this at? And it's like, it's this book that Larry Wall had signed, and it's like, there's more than one way to do that. And it felt good to give that to Dan, and I don't know. But anyways, Larry Wall, a very passionate, connected person to the community, and just, I don't know. So if you ever see a talk by Larry Wall, look at it. I mean, he's not just a good person, but he got into programming because he was a linguist. And it's a very interesting way that he got there. These people make very short videos. This guy right here makes very short videos. Some of them are about 100 seconds long about different topics. They cut right to the chase. This is fireship.io. These are good videos, high quality, and I really like the way that these videos go. So if you're going to consume media that maybe pushes you along, this might be something to look at. There was a TV show. There were 3 seasons. Each one of them talk about a different slice of time in computer history. One is kind of like that let's hack an IBM computer's firmware chip, steal the BIOS, and move it to another machine. Then they go to computer gaming, and they go to internet. And so those are the 3 seasons that they kind of go through. And it's I don't know, it's a fun Silicon Valley. If you've not seen the show, I mean, it's so wrong in so many times, but it's hilarious. But it kind of gets that spirit of what those things are. And even with like the way that they were predicting the way AI is kind of focusing things in the future, I mean, they were just a little bit ahead of the curve of what a lot of other people were. Mr. Robot, if you've not seen this show, it's a wild ride. It's, I don't know, it's kind of crazy. Anyway, the playlist, it's the Spotify drama. I don't know. Me, I always want to look at computing from the computer industry side of things, like the developer side, but this brings in some of the business interests and some of those competing things. It's still all drama. It's not like what really happened with Spotify, but it's like, you know, like that 80% kind of the truth, 20% drama for the thing. Anyway, let's get to that 7th habit because I'm really out of time because I got pushed back because we took our picture and whatever. So the 7th habit is we seek out our community. And so I always want to seek out a diverse perspective because I'm a little bit unsure of where I stand on some issues. And if I hear somebody else just confirm the thing that I'm already thinking, I'm not always going to get confirmation bias from that. But if I hear enough people saying it, okay, maybe. But I want to engage with other people, not just the self-taught, but the ones that had like the, you know, a full college experience and a full, you know, boot camp experience. And I want to share ideas with these people. And I want to work with them on projects and I want to know what they know so I can know it myself. And that's the 7th habit. And that's all I have time for. Are there any questions, comments, or criticism? At the last talk, somebody raised their hand right as said criticism. I was like, oh, this guy the whole time's had it out for me. But that's, anyway, that's all I got for today. You have a great day.
Oh, okay. You did great. We had time.
I mean, it's like an hour. Yeah.
We had a break, and so we're just gonna get rid of the break.
Okay.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
Good
okay.
job. All right, no questions? Okay, okay. Cool. I will go ahead and stop sharing here for now. Okay. Oh. Okay.
All right. So, yeah, we were running a little bit behind, but we had a 15-minute break scheduled anyways, so it works out. We're going to be great on time cuz we planned for that kind of. But anyways, by the way, there's still a lot of food left over, so feel free to take some home with you if you want. But we do have one more in-person talk, and I will go ahead and introduce them. Okay, you ready? I know, we'll move that in a moment for you.
So you gotta share your screen from.
Oh, I have the box for that, by the way. Here you go. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. Thank you. Sure. Yeah. That'll be good. Yeah. Honestly, that pesto was really good. I had some. Probably made my breath smell like garlic. Huh? I don't have. Oh wait, I think I do have your slides, right? But it's probably easier to present on Debbie. So, okay. Wait, could you? All right, forget it. It's fine. I was gonna put on a screen, but now I just get to see myself on here. No, oh, you're stopping recording. Okay. I want to get the intro and the record. All right, perfect. Okay. So, Rabimba Karanjai is a full-time graduate researcher, part-time hacker, and FOSS enthusiast. He works with I2C Lab at University of Houston and Habanero Lab at Rice University as part of his PhD. He has previously worked with Mozilla Research Mixed Reality Team and IBM Research Systems Group. He is a Google developer expert in web technology and machine learning, Google Champions Innovator in Cloud AI ML, an avid reader, and loves to watch anime. So that will be your next speaker when we get his presentation up. Lloyd, any jokes? Do you want me to tell the ones I told at Chicago?
Anything is
I do mine.
Yeah, this is fine. This is fine.
All right. So
Mine's like a long.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I recently went down to Mexico to see a magic show, and it kind of sucked because the magician went uno, dos, and then disappeared without a trace. That's it. Are we up? Yeah. All right. Perfect. All right. Do you want to present with this, or do you want to
This is fine.
the podium? Okay. Cool beans. All right. Thank you all.
Thank you, Miranda, for the lovely introduction. Hi, everyone. It's almost late in the evening, so everyone is caffeined up, and I'm the last one between this and another break. So let me start. Today, I'm going to talk about WebGPU, generative AI, and some more interesting stuff apart from these jargons. How many of you, before I start going into the talk, have played with ChatGPT or Bard or something similar before? Awesome. How many of you have played with Dall-E or Midjourney or something similar? Try to create your own image from text or something like that. How many of you have actually tried to install that in your own laptop or tried to do on your own machine without using those services? Awesome. So we will get back to you to know about your experience. So today I'm going to show and talk about certain features where you can build these kind of things, not only in your machine, but directly in a browser, so that any one of us here can just open a web page and experience this. And even if that there is no internet connection, they still will be able to do that because your data is not actually going to a server. Before going a bit more into the talk, a little bit about myself. That's me with my friend. I'm Rabimba Karanjai. I'm a graduate student. I'm also a Google developer expert on web, and I also recently became a developer expert in AI and machine learning. What we will be covering today, we mostly will be covering a specific API called WebGPU, compare it with previous iteration called WebGL, and then why we need to learn about WebGPU. Even though the talk you are here to learn about generative AI and what it works, the talk actually is about WebGPU and to show you how this enables you to have complex machine learning applications directly on your browser in a very efficient way. And one part of that use case is generative AI. So let us take a step back into WebGL. Any of you have heard about WebGL before? Okay, and how many of you have played any kind of game in browser last maybe 4 or 5 years? Okay, how many of you have watched Netflix? Nice, better. So if you have used any kind of graphics in your browser last a couple of years, when I say couple of years, that's post Adobe Flash, you have used some of the WebGL technologies which has been used in your browser. Be that a simple chart, be that a very simple graphics chart you have interacted with, made by maybe D3 or 3JS or any of those, you have used WebGL. WebGL has been the de facto GPU API for web for last 11 years. It's managed by the Kronos group, and the WebGL, the version we are working with right now, has been WebGL 2. That also came in 2017. That's based on OpenGL, which if most of you have Android or iOS, not in iOS right now, if you have used Android, it also has in kernel OpenGL that powers its graphics library. Before that, we had WebGL 1.0 that dates back to even previous, way more back till 2007. And WebGL started back in 1993, but real-time graphics has evolved quite a lot from that time. So just take a look at that image on the left and the right. So how much money do you think it would have, like the hardware required to create an image which you have on the right back in 93? Any guesses? Roughly $250,000 worth of hardware would have needed to create an image like, or render an image like the one we can see on the right. And any idea what you need right now to create something like this? Like the machine, the hardware required? So if you're really thrifty, you can even go to like 300, but roughly a $500 machine from Target probably can build like render graphics like this today. So that's how much we have progressed. The native graphics APIs have evolved as well. So we have Vulkan, which came from 2016, supposed to be a successor in for OpenGL. There's a reason I'm called it's supposed to be, and we will talk about that. There is DirectX from Microsoft, DirectX 12, which is in Windows, and some of us who used to play a lot of games used to care about these a lot, thinking that, okay, which game is compatible with what. Apple came up with its own library API, Metal, which is right now used for almost all of the OS X and iOS devices. The problem here is WebGL cannot really keep up. WebGL was never designed to be web's GPU API. It was supposed to be a graphics library, hence the name WebGL. OpenGL and OpenGL ES aren't receiving major new features anymore, and they also were not designed keeping web in mind. So there are specific patterns which we expect from APIs which are designed from web, which are not part of WebGL anymore. So hence enter WebGPU. This lets us or enables us unlock modern GPU access in the browser. So WebGL is web's first GPU API. This is modeled after OpenGL family. So it almost, in most cases, it can be kind of like a drop-in replacement. So if you have an application you have built in WebGL, if you have made a game, if you made a simple JavaScript library which uses APIs from WebGL to render it, in most cases, you should be able to use it. But there are interfaces you need to be aware of how you can port it to WebGPU. The reason WebGPU had to exist is that new GPU APIs in natives are designed to be system specific. WebGPU is web's equivalent. It's built keeping web in mind. It has certain web guarantees that we come to expect from web, like sandboxing, like determinism. This is a collaboration between W3C working groups, so all the browser vendors, including Google, Mozilla, Samsung, Apple, who maintains WebKit, all of them are into it. So you will get the benefits in all of your browsers and not specific to one of them. But we are here to learn more about what it can do. So I'm going back or forward to kind of like a demo where we can see that can we run it directly on a machine with a very high complex machine learning load. So here what you see is that this is like a video demo where I should speed it up. Where I'm trying to generate a complete image directly from a browser. And you will see it will generate an image and it will work on that. This, once it loads the model, it runs directly in the browser and it should work without even internet. And we will see if it does or not. So this is kind of like a demo, but video demos are not interesting, right? But let me at least first generate the image. So while this is running, what it's actually doing is that it's loading a library, it's loading a model called Stable Diffusion. Any of you, if you have used Midjourney, you will know Stable Diffusion is the open source model which powers Midjourney's text to image diffusion model. So this is loading the whole Stable Diffusion 1.5 model directly in your browser, and then your browser using your own computer's GPU. So in this example, my laptop GPU is doing that. Since this is not interesting enough, you should be also able to try it. So if you want, you can just scan this code or just take a picture, and later if you want to do it, you can just open it up in your own computers, just go to the website, and you should be able to play with this demo. Be a little bit aware, there is a catch. We are not relying on any servers. Your data is not going anywhere to any server farms for this. So that model has to run in your own machine. That means your machine has to be powerful enough to run this. If you are in a Mac, it will run, it will be pretty slow. If you have a Windows machine, which has a dedicated GPU, it will run considerably faster. So let me try to do a live demo. So this is the website. I'm there right, oh, wait. Yeah, this is the website. I'm there right now. And these are some of the things I was trying. Give me a prompt, whatever you want to see. Sandwich, okay. A room full of people eating a sandwich. And let me try to generate, no, not 23, 2. Oh, what? Oh, okay. Okay, we'll try that as well. Okay, if it is here, that means it's stuck. So I should do Control C. Beauty of live demo, it never works properly. Okay, so now if you see the demo, what it's doing is that it's fetching the model. So for this one, I have already ran it in my machine. So this is considerably faster because the model is already cached in your browser. If you run it for the first time, it will be slow based on your internet connection because it has to download the whole model. But for me, I have run it already. So now it's using my computer. So if you see the GPU device is NVIDIA, that's why I'm lugging this huge laptop with me so that I can show you this demo in reasonable amount of time. I have tried this in Mac and that did not go that well. So here we have the first picture getting generated, hopefully. Wait, what happened? That did not happen before. Probably my GPU is having trouble handling live streaming as well as doing this. But let me try once more.
So this is running on your GPU
Yes.
in your browser.
So that will be, if I can show my GPU usage right now, that will be very interesting.
And let me tell you, I'm running the same on my MacBook Pro, and it's taking much longer.
It should take much longer. So that's the image we have. Okay, I can see sandwiches at least. So yeah, so what it does in the back end is that if we go look at the code, and let me show you the code, view source. So what happens in the backend is that this is the whole web page. You can later inspect it. So these are all just for showing the image and everything. All the heavy lifting is literally done in two places. One is this stable diffusion.js, and these two, the tvm.js and the tvm.js bundle. What these do, I will come back in a while. Let's go back to our original demo. So, okay, so that's like running a whole stable diffusion model in our browser. What we want to do more? That one was pretty heavy and also good for demo, not good for any practical purposes. But if you want to do something interesting and still practical purposes, which can be run, I'm not gonna show video anymore, but do actual demo. So you can try this as well. Yeah. So let me go here. So imagine this is your version of ChatGPT. So what I'll do is that, so here are the models. We have 3 models here. You can add any more model from Hugging Face. It doesn't really matter. I will show you how to change the models. So if I write something like, write so now what it's doing is that it's fetching the model. This I did not run before, so it should take some time, but not much because this is a smaller demo. This you can run on almost any of a machine. I have run it in 2015 Mac and it still runs pretty fine. It still will be a little bit slower than the speed you see here. So that's a poem. Let's see if we can write code. It does. But since I specifically said Rust, I'm more or less confident it probably will not compile and have bug. Bottom line, this is running directly again. If you see, I should not have. Okay. Reset. Yeah. Since I already loaded it, it won't. Yeah. So when it first loads, here you will see that it will try to see which GPU it has access to. And then it will start. So here we see that it's using my computer's GPU and it's getting the NVIDIA, so hence it's faster. Going back to the tab. So that's what example of how you can run these and how WebGPU enables you to have these kind of experiences in browser. Now, I did cheat a little bit. Even though when I said it's running the whole LLM in browser and I showed you two JavaScript files, it's not pure JavaScript. What we are doing is utilizing an open source project called Apache TVM. This was from the Stanford's compiler group, I believe. So what TVM does is that it uses something called WebAssembly to take the whole model, convert it, and run it in your browser. So that WebAssembly can take any kind of C, C++, or any of these code, run it kind of in a black box, and it has pretty good near native performance, not native. But this was not possible until WebGPU was there. The same example, if I try to run it in a pre-Chrome 113 version 113, when WebGPU was enabled, this demo will not run because the WebGL capabilities won't allow you to do it. The architecture, what it does is that we have this, so we actually have the whole TVM compiler compiled to a runtime, which was this. Where is my source code? Which was this runtime. So you have the whole runtime in a WebAssembly file. You load it, and after you load it, you point it towards the model map, and it can handle that model. So that's what has been going on in these two demos. How much is the performance? So if you look at this graph, when you run any kind of machine learning workload in the browser using TVM in WebGPU, and I am specifically saying that using TVM in all three. So we are using TVM in WebGPU, using TVM directly natively in a Metal Apple Mac laptop or in an OpenCL machine. You see the performance difference is it's not that much. There is still a performance difference, but it's not that much. This is what enables us to have these kind of experiences directly in browser. But you can also directly run it in your own machine. So if you still want to use something like TVM, just take a picture of this. This will guide you to a Google Colab, which has all the codes to convert any of the existing TensorFlow or machine learning model with a kind of guidance that how you can convert it to a format which you can load it to a TVM and run it directly in browser. So what are some of the things you can already do? So if you look at, this is a screenshot from Hugging Face's OpenLLM leaderboard. These are some of the things which are, when I took the screenshot, were doing pretty good. I'm pretty sure this is already, like other models have already bypassed them. But if you want to take any of these models, download them, download the weights, load it up into the collab I showed in the previous slide, and you will be able to do build these kind of experiences. Coming back to the web from the generative AI. Every time I was talking WebGPU, WebGL, but we did talk about Vulkan, we did talk about Metal. So why not something like Vulkan? So I am mostly a web developer. I'm not a graphics developer, or I don't play with graphics that much. But if you have tried to build any kind of experiences, so I used to work in web mixed reality before with Mozilla, and we had to do things on this. So whenever you try to search anything on OpenGL or Vulkan, if you have done it, you will find that it's pretty hard to understand the concepts in Vulkan. At least I found it hard. So this is a very nice example. So these are number of lines in the source code of these implementations. So from the bottom, we have DirectX 9, pretty small number of codes in the whole implementation. Then we have DirectX 11, and DirectX 12 is pretty long. Going back to the same time frame, OpenGL 1x was pretty small, comparable to DirectX 9. OpenGL 3, roughly more or less similar to DirectX 11 in just the line of code, number of lines in the code. And when you go to Vulkan, still is going on. So it's not really easy to either understand the implementation, neither it's that easy to kind of learn it to work with it. So web's APIs are created to make you feel right where you belong in web. So they are safe. They are already sandboxed, what you normally expect from web APIs. Native APIs require more trust in the app's developers because it exposes a lot of the system calls to you. Web APIs have no undefined behavior. It will stop you before anything bad happens, how we expect it to be from web. And hence, WebGPU is kind of built based on these. This is built only for the web, so exposes only the common features, not everything. So you have to be more careful building, you have to be less careful building the app, but more disciplined while you are building it. It smooths over differences, so you don't have to worry about different devices, different browsers, different hardwares about that. It leverages the modern APIs, so as long as you are building using those, your app should just work. Now, even though I'm telling it, if when you go back at your home, when you try to look at the examples, you will quickly notice something. The WebGL code always feels it's little bit less than the WebGPU equivalent code. Why? And it feels like it's less complex. So let's look at a very small example of hello triangle. So we cannot do hello world, so we are going to just build a triangle for this. So when we initialize it in WebGL, we just do the canvas, and WebGL in WebGPU, you have to do quite a few. WebGL feels criminally easy to build, but WebGPU is not. But wait, wasn't I telling you the opposite, this whole thing? Let's look at the code, what it's doing. You are asking for an adapter, you are looking if there is an adapter, what format it is, and that's how you start. How you define the buffer, that's not much different from how you are doing it in WebGL. Then when you go to shader, here comes a little bit of difference. In WebGL, the shader, how you define the shaders, that was a little bit different. In WebGPU, it's a little bit different because it uses something else now. Once we are done with that, again, you have the WebGL code that's significantly less. In WebGPU, you have pipelines, programs, and all these. And when you actually draw it into the canvas, WebGL again feels very easy that you just get the buffer, you put it out, and you have it. Here, you are again calling the pipelines, you are calling the vertex buffers, you are asking it to draw, and all those things. But why? Let's try that. So if you want to, what you just experienced, if you want to just build it or play with it, this is in Glitch. You can just go there, see the code, play with it, and try your first WebGPU app. This is exactly that hello web triangle. Let's take a step back and think why WebGPU is more efficient. And even though I'm again and again telling you that, okay, you should use WebGPU, it's going to be easier, why did I just show you that it's more significantly more code? We don't want to write more code. Maybe LLM does, but we don't. So imagine WebGL is a sandwich shop. And you go there to order a sandwich. Every day you walk in and order the same sandwich from a server, and who takes your order and passes it back to the kitchen? The situation in the kitchen is a little bit more complicated. The chef speaks a very different language than your server. He has to kind of translate it for your chef. The chef has to look for ingredients, and then when the sandwich is made, it also has to pass through health inspections to go back to you. So that's what happens in the kitchen, and you finally get your sandwich. So to make things smoother, the waiter has to translate your order to the chef's native language. It has to figure out what are the ingredients you have to use, order them, checks the health code for your sandwich before it gets delivered to you. And it has to do that for every one of you. So the food we get, imagine for all 80 of us, it has to do that 80 times because every sandwich matters. If it's not clear, your waiter is your graphics driver, your WebGL API or WebGPU. Then one day, the WebGPU Daily opens up next door. They have a weird rule. All orders must have to be submitted to the front desk in advance, but not only your order. Once your order has been placed and approved, you inform you are informed that, okay, your sandwich has a number, maybe 53, maybe 23, something like that. Your sandwich is assigned a number, and then it's passed on to the kitchen. This feels too much of an overhead. You are doing too much talking to the server to place an order. But next time you come in, your order is you just say that, okay, I want number 53 or 25. Your order gets prepared in record time. And then comes the plot twist. guess what? This WebGPU Delhi and the WebGL Delhi, they share the same kitchen. It's the same chef who is making them. Then why is one faster? It's because when you submitted the order at the front desk, you already defined what you want, and the front desk was able to translate it, organize all of the ingredients in the perfect order it needs to be created, and all of this pass as a package to the chef, and it has to do that only once when you first order it. It does not have to do it again and again. It's more upfront work for sure, what we saw in the code, that you have to define a pipelines, you have to define shaders, you have to define bundled resources. All of them are more upfront work than you would have done, but that also puts less strain on your server, or here is your API if it's not clear, to do that for you. So it has to translate less, it has to do less work, which you already do once, and you reap the benefit after that. So let's look at some of the core concepts WebGPU enables us to do, which enables you to build applications like that. So in a very high level, this is what WebGPU looks like or works like. So you have different apps, you have logical devices, then sits your WebGPU API, then you have different adapters and other parts. Let's look at exactly what is happening in my own computer, this laptop right now when I was running in these demos. So this app is the web application I'm running. The logical device is when I'm asking for a constant GPU adapter, is it present? So that's my Chrome or Edge or Firefox. That's where it's going. It's looking for that logical device through that API. It goes to the web GPU API. Then the GPU API gives it back that, okay, the adapter exists or not. In the adapter, which adapter exists? So I have a built-in GPU, I have a discrete GPU. For this demo specifically, I specifically targeted my Chrome to use only NVIDIA GPU. That's not usually the case, but if you do this, you will probably see that Chrome automatically defaults back to your Intel. To show the demo faster, I forced it to use it, but that's not a default one. So you can actually assign inside that, okay, when you are getting a GPU adapter, what kind of adapter it is? Is it a discrete GPU? Is it an integrated GPU? Based on that, you can also define your experience. For example, in this one, there are 3 models. Out of these, the red pajama ones are smaller ones, and the Vicuna is pretty large model. We could actually load a llama as well. My laptop will cry, but it will load it. The problem with that is that it won't work for everybody. Not all the machines will have GPUs with equivalent amount of prowess. So what you can do is that you can kind of build a web app which conditionally switches what kind of experience your user has. And your user still has a intelligent chatbot running in the browser, your user still has those access. They don't have to know in the backend, you automatically defined which one to use, which model to use based on where they are. So those are kind of the tips and tricks you can do. Going back, once the adapter goes, it goes to the OS, goes to the driver, and it goes to whichever GPU you want. So that's in a very high level how it works. It abstracts away all this from you. Now, when I said WGS, WebGPU uses a slightly different shading language, what it uses is WGSL, pronounced as Wixel. So this is what part is not compatible with WebGL. So if you are using WebGPU, you will have to kind of repurpose your shaders. Pipelines. So this is a new kind of concept, at least in WebGPU. But if you are familiar with OpenGL programming, this has been there. So this comes in 2 flavors like GPU render pipeline and GPU compute pipeline. And what you can do in pipeline is that you can kind of batch tasks. You can define tasks that what you want to do, what comes after what, and your work goes on that. Then it has a device default GPU queue, which is right now exposed. So what you can do is that you can queue different versions of your work on that and make your app more performant in that cases. Render passes can use the GPU render pipelines, which we talked before. So when you are building any kind of or graphics application, you will have vertices, you have indexes. These buffers, when you are calling and when you are drawing, you can pass them through the render pass and make it more performant. How does it help developers who were probably already using WebGL for something like this? So one thing I really benefited from it is debugging the AP, the debugging part. So let's look at a simple thing of finding the bug. We'll call it a WebGL edition and WebGPU edition. So this is a variant of that hello triangle, which actually doesn't draw anything. And if you have to kind of look at how to debug that, what's wrong in this code, it usually was that just try out different statements to see that, okay, what's throwing out. You just try to imagine that, okay, this code might be wrong there, put traces there and see what it comes out. So it kind of felt like this. If you are not familiar with traces, what this feels like is that, remember the Python print statement? So you think my code is not working here, you just randomly put different statements there, see that, okay, is it working that way or not? There is no good way of actually debugging the WebGL codes. WebGPU is much more supported. There are debugging tools right now available in Chrome console, and more will be supported later, and mostly all browsers will support them. Coming to some of the tips and tricks, or some of the best practices. When I said about pipelines, a very easy habit to get into is that, okay, let's build a lot of pipelines. We always want to do a lot of things. So build all of those in pipelines and just put them one by one. That, okay, my app will constantly run all of them. Even though that will run, but more pipeline is more state switching, and which is equivalent to less performance, or I would say janky performance. So it might be trivial, but it might not be trivial based on like what you are building. Also, you should create your pipelines in advance. Creating pipelines immediately might lead to kind of like janky performance or stutters in your application if it is something where frame per second or latency is important to you. And why not? Because we have something called pipeline async, which lets you automatically kind of take this behavior for you to automatically do that instead of you specifying that when to run it. You can also use something called render bundles. This bundles the whole different render pipelines in one go. You just define them and you can actually reuse them based on different parts. So you can modularize your code and reuse portions of it to build that. Some of the additional resources are available here. Most of the WebGPU samples, raw WebGPU, these are the great tutorials. The WebGPU specification is available for a bit of light reading. Wasn't light for me though. And if you are somebody who is interested in building web mixed reality applications like I am, WebGPU will feel awesome. And if you are already using something like 3JS or Babylon.js, they already have quite a few experimental support. If you go to their website, they already have WebGPU support. So that's literally a drop-in replacement for you. So if your application uses them, you just use their newest version, see what is supported, which parts they use WebGPU, and your code should just benefit from them. So with that, I think I have 4 more minutes for taking any more questions. And thank you. If you want to connect with me, these are some of the my contact info, and I'll be happy to take any questions you might have. Thank you.
Any questions? Here's the microphone. Meh? You have one?
I have a question. Very interesting talk. Thank you so much. So, my question is, if you write a, web, if you write a web application using this, how would you expect it performing in, like, let's say, for instance, I tried that the AI website on my MacBook Pro, and it was much slower than yours. Or I tried it on my phone as well. It didn't work at all.
Yeah.
So how would you address that?
Yeah. So let me stop share and share something else, which is share my whole window and yeah, can you try this demo in browser or anywhere? So how I would kind of argue, or I kind of is the QR code visible? Okay, it doesn't show QR code. Okay, but you can see the. Can you see the? Yeah. I mean, I also have a QR code which is somehow not visible here. Yeah, so it completely depends on, since this is web GPU, it's using your computer's GPU, it depends on like what GPU you have, which is a big thing, right? So because not everybody will have a powerful GPU, and specifically none of the mobile devices we have right now will support it. It will be supported at right now, to my knowledge, there is only one Snapdragon experimental chip which supports it. It's supposed to be called like they are calling it their version of neural net something, but it will support it eventually, but right now none of the devices supports it. But that's why it's web. So you can have conditional you can code conditional websites where if you have, when I ask for GPU adapter, if you have it, then show it. If I don't, then show something else. For example, if I take this same code, try to run it in Firefox. Firefox does not support all the APIs I'm using. So if I do this, it should show me an error.
So Apple's latest $2,000 phone doesn't have a GPU.
So it's not about the GPU, it's about how they expose it. So the WebGPU API has to be there. WebKit in mobile is very different than WebKit is in like desktops. So that's one thing. But since this is literally will get you what GPU you're using, so you can kind of conditionally code based on that. Also, exactly why I said that this is like much more lightweight.
Any other questions? Even in the, let me check the chat. I opened up QA. I think we're good. There was one question? Oh, okay, cool. All right. But yeah, well, I mean, we're at time anyway, so woohoo. Thank you so much.
you.
Okay. Okay, so on a show of hands, the next portion, and I know it's kind of a long day, but the next portion is going to be remote. So are you all planning on staying until like 6 o'clock? How many plan on staying? Raise your hand. Ooh, all right. We got quite a few. Okay, because the spoiler was either if y'all did leave, we would do the giveaway now. But I think it's nice to hold out until the end. Because if you stay, then the people that are here will get to have the giveaway. So that's our incentive. And what's the big prize? What is it? A Google Hub? Oh, a Google Home Hub. Google Home Hub. So that's how we're getting you all to stay. Haha. Okay. Oh, Donald's staying. All right, cool beans, cool beans. Okay. So I know that we were supposed to take like a little 15-minute break, but since we were late on time, that kind of went into it. I'm gonna assume that everyone that was pretty much on here hopefully saw the opening remarks. For those that were online, be nice, don't be a jerk. That's it. Ta-da, did it. And so now we have 10 minutes again. But in the meantime, our next speakers are going to be remote, so we're going to still be live streaming them from here. I'll still do the MC introductions, and I believe our next speaker is actually, it's Balram, right? And I believe he's already online. Oh, there he is.
Yes.
Okay.
I-
Hi. Okay, perfect. All right. So I'm glad you're here. You should be able to share your screen in a little bit. But let's just take a little breather and we'll resume at, I think you're speaking at 3:30, right?
Yeah, I think I still have 8 minutes.
Cool beans. All right. Yeah, okay. Oh, this is also.
Oh,
Sorry.
before everyone leaves, I just wanted to say thank you so much to all of you. If you have to leave, you can continue watching the event online. It's streaming on YouTube as well. But thank you so much. Please feel free to share our chapter or group with your friends who are, in the tech environment. We would love to, have them and, kind of add value to the community. And it's a win-win game. So please feel free to share the chapter with your friends in the computer department, these kind of stuff, students, people who are trying to join the technology field. So they're all welcomed here.
And if you all like the DevFest, I think our next event will be, I know Lloyd mentioned it earlier, with WTM Women Tech Makers. So I think we're going to do an International Women's Day focused event here in like February or March. I'll be planning that as well. It'll probably be on SLU's campus. So look forward to that as well. Yeah, like Min said, thank you so much. Take some food home. We don't want to have all that food, so please. Thank you.
How are we going to get everyone's...
Okay.
Oh,
Okay, surprise. Since a lot of people are leaving, we'll just do the giveaway now. Haha. So if you're here, you get to claim it. So let's see. Okay, cool. So we've got another nifty tablet thingy, tablet holder, another Nest Mini, and then yes, the grand prize, Google Home Hub. I have one of these. This is nice. Okay. Oof. All right, so if you're still here, we will just re-roll this as many times as we need to. So, okay, first up is the, is your name not up here? Well, we had the form. You had a,
Did you fill the form?
it's the feedback survey. If you want, I can just add you here. Can you just hold or what? How do you spell your name? Okay.
Did you fill the form?
Were you added? Yep. Okay. Anyone who's here, if is your name not on here, I'll just add you. Add you twice.
Anybody's on this wheel who's not here, raise your hand.
Really? Okay. All right. We're gonna roll for the thing. Okay. Oh, our speaker. Wait, where'd he go? Where did Rabimba go? Is he still here? All right. Hey, way to go. this one. All right. Good job. Good job. All right. Next for our Nest Mini. I think I checked you at Gayatri. Are you here? You're here? Oh, she's not? Oh, okay, okay. Aw, okay. All right, we'll keep rolling. I think I checked them in too. Pranitha? Oh, wait, no. Oh, yeah. Pranitha? Also not here. Oh, no. Okay. Well, let's keep going. We got 2 minutes. Glenn? He left too? Oh my goodness. Oop. We're like slowly, I feel like it's just going in order. Like, this isn't very random. Lewis? Lewis is here? All right, congratulations, Lewis. Wait, no, he raised his hand and said he would be here. Is he in the bathroom? Yeah, all right. I think Lewis is here. All right. Should I just read? Well, if it didn't seem like it was all that random, was it? Okay. Oh, okay. We shuffled it. All right. Yeah. Okay. That's shuffled. Is that fair, everyone? Okay. All right. Suraj? Oh, well, all right. Wait, weren't you planning on staying too? Well, surprise! Now you still have to stay. But anyways, there you go. You can get the Google Home. Cool beans, cool beans. All right. And that does it for our giveaways. Yeah. No worries. Oh, of course. All right. So, that was a little bit loud. Okay. So the intro for the next speaker at 3:30, we have Balram Chavan. He is a Google developer expert in Angular, an architect and cloud, and an author, and a lead front-end engineer at Konex. So without further ado, you, I think you have the stage. I think hopefully you can share your screen, right?
Hey,
Okay.
can you see my screen?
Yep.
Awesome. So, good afternoon, all. I hope there are some people around. Okay. You guys can hear me, right? Miranda?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So, shall I start? Okay. So, let's start. So,
Yes, go ahead and start. Sorry, I'm just trying to mute myself so that we don't interrupt you here.
No issues. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me. So, as Miranda mentioned, I'm a Google developer expert for Angular. I like to do lots of front-end stuff, and yeah, I ended up writing a book about Angular in past. I still can't believe I did that. But today, what we're trying to do here, we're trying to figure out how we can use AI and the new things which are happening in AI in our web development. So in today's agenda, we would be focusing on like prompt engineering. What types of prompt engineering are there? What does it mean for front-end developers? And we will try to build something which won't be like specific to Angular or React or something. It will be just plain HTML and JavaScript. But the whole idea is we will try to use the prompt engineering to get something cool running. And then we will go through a couple of use cases where we can see how people are changing their web applications and providing the AI features to the end customers. Okay. To get started, I believe as a front-end developer or any developer, you guys have started working with some kind of tools in the market, like Copilot, Codium, or some kind of, Google has new editor called IDX, which has built-in AI capabilities. So I have seen many people, they have already started using this for the auto completion, writing unit test cases, code generation, comment, refactoring the code, and so on. So today we're not going to focus on that, but the point is the way we used to code is changing drastically, and we have to upskill ourselves in that. And that brings to the topic of prompt engineering. Prompt engineering, as you might have heard about, like it's just like how better you can ask a question to LLM. The way you form a question depends. It gives you the better output from your LLM. In past, the way you can ask a question on Google used to be a skill. Hey, I'm good at Google. I can find a question which can give me the right blog, or it can go to the right Stack Overflow. But things are changing now. Now you need to understand how can you ask a better question to ChatGPT or Copilot and whatnot. So there are a couple of principles. This principle you can find into my reference, which are from the Google blogs. The first type of prompting is called zero shot. In this type, we do not give any example. We directly send an order to the model and say, hey, just give me the list of ideas for a blog post. So there is no example, what kind of blog you're looking for, what should be the title, what should be the length of the blog, and whatnot. Okay. Where can you use this one? Very basic stuff, like you just want to get a syntax, for example, or you just want to get one-liner answer. But that's not going to help you. So for that, we go one step further and we provide LLM with one example, so that like at least LLM now knows, okay, you are looking for something like this. So we just ask LLM that we need a list of blogs, but we provide one example. And this example starts with a buzzword and followed by some kind of proper title for a blog. So now LLM can suggest, okay, I will try to come up with some crazy ideas first, some buzzword or something catchy, and then I can give some other actual blog titles where someone can stay in New York City if they're traveling to. So is the one example enough? Maybe not. You may want to do something more than that. So in that scenario, you need to give more examples. Consider you're building an e-commerce application and you have a product page. And in that product page, you have a section for capturing the user feedback. So user feedback is normally a plain text. People try to write, hey, it's a great product, 10 out of 10, or hey, it's shit, it's not working. But you need to interpret it. So you want to apply some kind of AI model on that to get whether it's a positive or negative sentiment. So to capture those kind of sentiment, you can train your model, you can form your question this way, like, hey, if you can provide a couple of questions, a couple of examples, what is the positive, what is the negative for your case? And based on that, whenever a user provide actual feedback, the LLM can deduce whether it's a positive feedback or negative feedback. The next one is very interesting. It's called chain of thoughts. So here we do not just ask plain binary question. Here we try to give some kind of reasoning behind it, and AI has to think now. Okay, so it will not just tell you like, hey, it is true or false. It will try to actually add the numbers here, because in prompt we try to assert that in the given number series, the odd number sum is supposed to be the same as even number. But AI will explain, no, it is false. And why it is false? It is giving you answer. So this is one of the prompt engineering type where you expect reasoning from the AI. Why are you giving me this answer? And this is one of the type, you may have seen those demos or you may have tried it. People try to select the existing code block and say, explain this code to me. So this is chain of thought. AI tries to understand, okay, what is this code and what is trying to do here? Not 100%, but it tries the best. This is one of the finest approach. In this one, we try to set up a context. We do not try to go to the like one example or two example. We give a context to LLM, like, hey, I went to market, full stop is my one sentence. Then there is a next statement, full stop. So we are building a context here. And at the end, we ask a question. So now AI has understanding, okay, you're trying to do this, and this is why you want to ask this one. And that's how you can get a better answer from the AI in this case. So why it is important for us? As a software engineer, you need to understand this kind of principle when you interact with these AI models. When you ask a question or you're trying to get something from LLM, you need to clearly communicate what you're looking for. You need to have a concrete example or at least something which is close to the concrete one. You can't just randomly type something and just expect there is a right answer. There will be some feedback, there will be some response, but it will not be there. And you may get some kind of negative sentiment like it's not working. Okay. And it goes into further level. You can also ask before you can expect output, you can put some constraint. Like before you give me answer, just like in our first say, we said, give me 10 blog list title. Here you can say, you're asking something and you want to limit the response up to the 3 sentence. So you're providing this kind of context, constraint, the requirement, examples, and whatnot. In this scenario, you can be creative, but you cannot be too vague. If you're too vague, then the answer will not be there. So using this approach, we will try to build something live here. And to be honest, every time I try to do the exercise, I get a different output. So if something fails or breaks, I will be the first and you will be the first to know this time as well. So what are we trying to do now? Let's try to create a to-do application, right? The difficult list example in the word. So what I will say, write an HTML and JavaScript code for a to-do application. Okay. So now I'm using Google Copilot. I'm using Copilot, but Google also has another extension, and there is one free in my reference called Codium AI. I will share the link in the presentation so you can use it. But the point is here, I just added one prompt and I said, okay, just create this example for a to-do application. Let's see if it works. I can say read a book and I will click on add. I will say go for a walk. I can say have a coffee. Okay, and if you notice, it also added one style for the completed. So whenever you click, you get this kind of whether your task is complete or not, just with one prompt. And now we can improve this one. So first thing we can try to do is like, let's change the background color. So I would say update background color of the application with 224466 color. Okay. And it tried to update my style. Okay, it's better. So I will accept this answer. Next thing, I don't like these buttons and style of the input box. So let me try to update this guy. So I will say update style of input control and add button control to be big font size and say radius, say round corner and some shadow. Okay, but let's try another response. This else is not working that properly here. One more. And I still don't like it. So I will just discard it. Let me try another one. I will just focus on one. Update the input style to have a big font size of 2, say 1 rem, round corner, and right margin. That seems okay, but I will try one more. Okay, that is that, and I can also update add button style matching to input box. Try one more time. Okay, let's accept this one right now, and let's see if it still work. Go for a walk. Okay, it still works. But if you notice, in this case, I have to type and click on the add button explicitly. I would like to have, like, if I enter something and press enter, then it should be added. So let me update, like, when user presses enter key, then add the to-do entry. And it's trying to add another one. Now it did something interesting. We can see there is an event handler key up, and there is a 13 for the enter. So let's say read a book, and I'm pressing enter, go for a walk, and it's going for there as well. So I will accept this answer. Next, I will try to update the style for this book. So here I can say for each newly added entry, update the style to be attractive. I just want to be a bit vague. I want to see what it does. And let's say go for run. Oh, not that interesting. No, you broke it. Now something is there. So go for walk, and I can see, I still see there is this bullet point. So first I will accept this answer, and then I can say remove the bullet point style. Let's see if it set the display none. I don't think it did here. Okay. So go for a walk, and the bullet points are gone. And we still have this one. So what are we trying to do here? We're trying to ask Copilot to create a code just by sending those kind of instruction. Will we doing this every day in our development? No, we will not. But when you're working with your actual code base, you need to understand what should you type there, what should be your prompt, how you should go back, and this is what can make you a good software engineer. So if I go back, I can continue this exercise, by the way. It's fun. I can do this for hours. I have been doing it for hours. It can be very nice application. You have to just go back and forth, but it's addictive. So I don't want to go. It's like a game. But the point is here, let's go to the presentation mode. Okay, I'm getting back here. Okay, stay. So in this demo, we saw as a developer how AI tool can help us. They can change the way we program. We can use AI tool for code completion, We can use them to suggest some kind of better code we are writing. For example, say you are writing an application where you receive a big payload from your API and there is a nested object structure and you want to create a reduce function which will group some kind of object property based on the date and you have to write it. Before this Copilot and other tools, it was very difficult. You have to think through, you have to write it properly. Right now, if you have been using this tool, you start writing the things in your function and magic, okay, I will say magic, but it's so nice to see the auto completion. Of course, it's not 100% complete. We just saw it was breaking up, okay? But the point is, if you ask it a couple of times, there is a better suggestion and it really helps us to go further. So this improves our life, but what does it mean for our customer? At the end of the day, we are building something for our customers. So we need to change the way we think about user development. When you build a feature, you need to understand now, okay, earlier user have to type, there's a big description text field or a rich text editor, and they have to type something. Can you provide this auto completion feature there? Can you provide this kind of auto suggestion code there? Can you do something to avoid the repetitive data tasks? Can you do something to improve their UX? And this is very important because I have seen some kind of tools which are going that direction. They really beat the existing applications. That would be my next demo. So if I go to this website, and this application is for creating a dynamic QR codes. So let's say we want to create a QR code for a URL called google.com. Yeah, so you can style this up, this QR code. You can say, I would like to have a rounded style. I can have a dots, and I can say again diamond, square. Then I can select colors, and I can go for the inner eye color, different color, and so on. You get it, right? But as a user, it will take me for a while to understand what is a better combination, what is a good color combination here. I have to play around it. Okay, it will take me a while. So there is another application doing the same stuff. Like you can create a QR code, you can have logo, you can have a patterns here, you can change the colors, you can change the corners. And this So they have the same configuration. It's a standard practice when you try to create a custom QR code. You may want to try to customize every aspect of it. Okay. But what they have done for the users, they provided this one magic button. So now as a user, I will just keep pressing this one to get a random configuration. Of course, is it what I need? No, but here I can already see some color combinations. What can fit better for me? And then I can go and change something which I don't like. For example, say, let's try something, this one. And here, then I can say, okay, I just want to change this color to green. That's it. One button click for a user and it works like a magic. Another example is like this campaign management tool. So you may have seen this kind of tools in the market when you have to send some kind of newsletters to your customers, or you want to send something like a notice or wish list. There are some tool in market, and one of the tool is called this Unlayer. What they do is like in this designer, as a user, you can go and add an image here. As a typical application, you can go and upload image. Simple, right? I mean, that's what we do today. There's no other way. But this application did something more. They have added with this kind of magic image, and within application, they're providing me this image generation feature. So here I can add, say, Santa Claus using advanced technology for delivering presents to the children. And I can select style, what kind of image I want to generate. Let's say realistic. And I got some suggestion here. I'm not going out of this application for creating this kind of AI tools. I'm within the application. I just used this application where it integrated this AI technology and added image here. So cool, right? And same stuff here, like you can add, say, uh, say you select this one, a text. Even for a text, they have this kind of magic suggestion. You can add Christmas is magical, and it will try to create some kind of suggestion like this. It can see, it's asking me what kind of tone I need to have, the theme, and it will generate the top 5 suggestion based on that. So cool, right? So that's the message I want to pass here. Like when we are creating application, we need to think about our end users. We need to think, can you give back this AI power to your end user? The traditional web development, traditional feature, they are being challenged now. As an engineer, you need to upskill your prompt engineering skill. You need to understand the AI tools in the market. There are so many coming up now, not just one. There are some AI services now, Azure, Google, they are coming up with this kind of wrapper services. So you do not have to learn all those technical things. They provide wrappers. There are SDKs. You just integrate them and you can just add those to your components and you get this auto suggestion features. You get this kind of top 5 result for the magic words. Use AI tool to increase your productivity. When are you doing development? Think, can I use AI here? For example, you're trying to build application and there is a translation you need to add. You can directly ask AI to translate. Hey, can you translate this string from English to German or German to English? You don't have to go to another browser, open a tab, or do something like that. There are tools, even I think Copilot and other these standard tools. If you have the enterprise license with them, they allow you to train their models with your code base without letting their model. They don't want to use your code base outside. You have to. Yeah, there are some configuration you have to do with that. But there is also this open source LLM model called Databricks Dall-E. I don't know if you guys have heard about it. It's very nice. You can check it out. What they're trying to say is like you can create, own, and customize your own model without paying API access or sharing your data with third parties. That's cool. You should check it out, that one. Again, as an engineer, we have to work with this kind of AI tools, CI/CD, automation tasks. Most importantly is telemetry. We need to check our user behavior. So there are tools into market which are already incorporating this AI features, and they create this kind of smart report. Hey, in your application, user was going from dashboard to directly to the product page. It never went to this kind of. If you may have some kind of, some kind of button there, and that button was supposed to take user to the account page. It never goes there. So this kind of user journey with AI capture, that will give you more insight. Where should you focus on? And the last thing is like, be brave, be creative. Of course, things will fail. It's not easy. We are being challenged every other day. It used to be just like the challenge of front-end libraries. Okay, there is another JavaScript library. Now there is another thing. There is now another tool. There is another AI service. There is another AI framework now. I don't know if you know, there are some very cool tools coming up for converting your Figma to React, Angular, or Svelte application. Okay, it will not generate the whole application, of course, but it will reduce your 20 to 40% work. One of them is called Visual Copilot from the builder. If you see their demo, it's amazing. Like, that is the thing, right? Our UX designer, they create a Figma, and we try to convert those into our application. Of course, we get a CSS file from the Figma, just CSS type. But now with this tool, you can create the component with props. You can define, okay, I want what granular level of component you want to go there. That kind of configuration are coming up. That means now you are not supposed to focus on just like conversion Figma to React, but at a more level, what can you do more? And as I said, this is going to be a very challenging time for us, but at the same time interesting. And I'm really looking forward to the future. As I said, there are some tools which I would like to share with you guys. There is a complete list at the bottom, but there is this Google Dude AI. There is IDEX editor. You should check it out. Copilot. Codium is a free AI tool, and it has extension as well. Of course, they have a premium plan, but they have a free version as well if you're doing some open source or just personal development. And they have very nice VS Code and other plugins. That would be me. I hope I was not too fast or too slow, but I normally I do this in 30 minutes and keep 10 minutes, but I think it's 15 minutes I have for a question. So if you have any question, please let me know. Thank you. Hello. I need to find where is the stop share option. Miranda.
Classic. Sorry, I had myself muted. Everyone just
Okay.
watched that happen. Hi.
Hi.
I had your thing also like covering it. Nope. Been here the whole time. Okay. So yes, I do see some QA. Oh wait, hold on. I don't see anything in the QA, but does anyone have any questions here? Yeah. Okay.
Do we?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the awesome presentation. My question is as regards Copilot and all the other code generating tools out there.
Mhm.
Are there like copyright concerns, for example, in an enterprise environment, or you're in a company and things like that, you have a private repo, in the cloud. Is there any danger to having your code out there in the cloud? And also, if as a developer I build a complete solution using some pieces of code returned by Copilot, are there copyright concerns to that? That's my question.
No. But when you sign this contract with Copilot or any other tool, normally you do this kind of check. They ask you, can we use your data for training our models? And you have to say no, you cannot use our data to train your models. And they turn that feature off. That is why it has been used in many big organizations now, because they have this risk, right? I mean, you don't want your code to be trained on you don't train your code, this kind of Copilot based on your code and suggest to someone else. So it's already taken care into this kind of big organization, but you have to explicitly mention that. But when you go with your company must have this kind of legal department, IT security guys. And when they contact the support team and talk with them, these points come there. And yes, all these major tools like Copilot, they do have this provision that they will explicitly exclude your code for training, and they will not upload your code to cloud. Does that answer your question?
Okay. Yes. You said yes. So thank you. Any other questions from the audience? Okay. And it looks like on the QA, I don't see any. Or in the chat. Let me check the chat. Oh, Mimza says no job for us anymore in a couple of years.
It's been a long day.
All right, cool.
No,
Well,
we will have a job. We will have a different kind of job. Like as I said, like I was creating this application without writing a code. I was just telling the AI what to do. So we may have this kind of job, voice recognition based application development in future.
Huh.
You know, we are having coffee and we are saying, hey, create this login page, add this gadget here, add widget here.
yeah. Well, that was something interesting that I was reading because I'm in design, and I think that's been like a big thing of like how is AI going to take over on like designers, and it's just, well, AI will be a cool tool for designers to kind of use, but that's another topic for another day. All right, cool. Well, I think on that note, I think we're good. Thank you so much. By the way, just so you all know, Balram, you're in Germany, right?
Yeah, I'm in
Yeah,
Germany.
so it's like, is it 11?
Yeah,
11
it's
o'clock
11
for
at
you?
night. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's 11 at night. So thank you so much for joining us tonight. Go get some sleep.
Will do.
And yeah, no, thank you so much.
Thank you. I wish you all a nice afternoon. Enjoy. Bye-bye. Thanks
All
for
right.
having me.
Bye. Thank you. We're all clapping. Okay. So our next speaker is Vishal. Are you on here by chance? Yet? I don't think I
Hey,
see.
man. How are you?
Oh, hey, there you are. Okay, perfect. So we do have a little bit of time in between. Wait, why am I'm trying to go. Nope, that's not what I wanted either. Participants, there we go. Yeah, I wanted to see. Okay, cool. You're able to present. Oh yeah, look, everyone, you're on camera.
All
Is this
right.
reversed? Huh. Okay. But I'm on the stage, so you can't see me, but I'm here. Okay. Well, we
Okay.
will give it maybe a few minutes. And yours is still a lightning talk for 15 minutes, right? Or do you
Yep.
want the extra time? You could start now if you wanted.
It's perfectly for 15 minutes.
Okay. Cool beans. All right. Well, why don't we take? Do y'all need a 5-minute break? No.
Breathe. Yeah.
We're good. All right. Well, let me go ahead and let me start a different recording
Okay.
really quickly, and then let me grab my phone to introduce you. Okay. Woo! All right. 1 second. All right. And yeah, people that are online in the chat. Okay, Gabriel, I see your comment. I'm hoping to be able to use AI for coding without knowing a whole lot about coding. I think it may democratize app development for people who have ideas, but no idea how to implement them. Interesting. But yeah, feel free to there is a QA like section. I think that's open for everyone. So if you have any questions that come up throughout the talks, just go ahead and like post them in there. Okay. Oh, it's what did you just start recording again, Mim? Oh, okay. That's fine. Okay, cool. Oh, well, okay. Okay. Cool. All right, let's go ahead and get started with our next talk, which is not a giveaway. It is all the way down here. I gotta get it. If you guys need to look at the agenda, I thought I put. You're going to. You're leaving. You can't leave. Perfect. Oh, here we go. Okay. So this one's going to be a lightning talk, so it's 15 minutes. But it's called Serverless Computing: The Future of App Development is Here. Okay. Back to the screen. Okay. So, Vishal, Kumar,
Yeah.
Bhagchandani. Okay, sorry, I was just saying your name. Vishal is pursuing a master's and leading the GDSC club at IIIT Chicago. Serverless computing builds scalable, secure, and cost-effective apps without managing servers. Join Vishal's lightning talk to learn more and see how you can build the future of apps with serverless computing on GCP. Oh, you're really being zoomed in on. All right. 3 audience members. Mim, what are you doing? Is the all right. Cool. Well, while we figure out our camera situation here, Vishal, go ahead and share your screen. We are ready.
All right. I'll share my screen. Just please confirm if you can see it.
Yep, we are good. We can see. And
Awesome.
I'm going to go ahead and mute myself on here, but I'll unmute at the end if you have time for a QA, okay?
Okay, for sure.
All right. Thank you.
Hey everyone, thanks a lot Miranda for the brief introduction about me. And to introduce about myself, I'm Vishal and I am pursuing my master's at Illinois Institute of Technology in Chicago. I'm GDSC leader for the same chapter, Illinois Institute of Technology. Having said that, before doing my master's, I was working as cloud engineer at Hitachi, followed by senior cloud engineer at Google Operation Center. And during my period at Google, I was working a lot with respect to serverless part of the cloud. So today what we'll see is like what is serverless computing, and we will deep dive into the basic things of serverless computing. Having said that, during this discussion, if you might have any questions, you can raise your hand so that it will be little more interactive than it might seem like a lecture. Okay. So having said that, we'll go to the contents of we'll go to the contents of our today's presentation. Like we'll see what is serverless computing, how serverless works on Google Cloud Platform, what are the benefits of it, and what is the main most popular use case which is run using the serverless. And just to start with it, if I'll say you, if I'll say you all a world there exists where a developer can only concentrate on the piece of code what he's writing, apart from thinking about the dependencies or apart from thinking about how an infrastructure guys will deploy that particular app, will it be good for developers? Because end of the day, developers main task is to concentrate more on the code rather than the dependencies, right? Exactly. So there is something called a serverless computing where a user or a developer or a human can go take the code and deploy his code without being dependent on the infrastructure guys or any other team. It's just like just bring your code and deploy your code without any dependency or knowledge of infrastructure. You don't need to know how many servers you need. You don't need to know what is load balancer. You don't need to worry about what is the amount of traffic which might come, and sometimes you might not also worry about the networking part of the infrastructure. It's like you wrote the code, just make sure that that code is working such that your app will be deployed within few minutes. Having said that, you can run anything, run anywhere, and integrate anything. When I say integrate anything, you can use the languages which are popularly used from C to Python. You can use those languages and integrate your application with respect to serverless computing using serverless services. So in the serverless computing, will the user or the developer need to worry about server management? No. Who will worry about this? The cloud provider who is going to provide all the serverless services will be managing totally for the users, so that users will only concentrate on his particular task of the code or on his particular part of the code. And how you pay, like as much as you use, just pay for that. And when it comes to serverless computing, we have serverless computing in all the popular cloud providers from AWS to Azure, GCP. With respect to GCP, there are mainly three types of serverless services. First is event-based, HTTP applications, and containerized applications. So this is categorized as whenever we write an application, this application might be of either of the three types. Either your application will be event based, like if this happens, then that should happen. This is called event based applications. And HTTP applications, it's like web applications which will work on HTTP. And containerized applications, whenever you create a web app or whenever you create any type of application, if you want to containerize it such that it can perform so well, then we can use it as containerized application. Having said that, we will move forward and look into the event based applications. Like what is event based applications? if you have an application such that whenever you click on pay now, as soon as you click on pay now button, in the backend a function should be called and a credit card details should be validated. This particular function is called, this particular chain is called, if this happens then that should happen. If a user
Let you
clicks
in when you
pay now,
ring the doorbell. Of course,
sorry,
they're jewelry shop. Gotta be careful.
okay, so if a user clicks on pay now, then credit card validation function will be called. Such similar types of functions can be actually implemented using cloud functions. What is the advantage of it? It is like event driven. You can use it for small functions for the particular application, or you can use it to deliver messages, or you can use the cloud functions and subscribe to pub sub topic, such that if there is a topic uh, such that let's assume if there is some operation on the cloud storage bucket, let's assume like a file is uploaded on the cloud storage bucket, then cloud functions will trigger a function and it will make sure that a pub sub topic has been notified that there is a change in the cloud storage bucket. It can actually use to chain the different services available in the GCP, as well as it can be used to implement small functions or short living jobs in the real-time world applications. And what about the auto scaling? This is very used. This is used for short-living jobs. Then what about the auto scaling perspective of this particular cloud functions? It can scale up and down as per the user needs. As soon as you, as soon as a cloud function is triggered, it will be active for the part of the time when it is getting executed. Once the execution is done, cloud function will be killed. Having said that, you might have a question like, how many cloud functions you can invoke at a time? There is no soft limit as of now for the cloud functions, but it depends on the licensing what we have with respect to the Google Cloud. After that, the next perspective of application is HTTP application or web application. Whenever we develop or create an applications, the most preferred one is the web applications. Let's assume a developer has created or a developer has developed a code for the web application. As soon as he develops the code for the web application, what he sees is the way to deploy that particular applications. What he can do, he can directly come, he can deploy his code using the Cloud Run. In Cloud Run, a developer will deploy his code such that that application can go live in few steps. Let's see how many steps it will take for an application to go live. See, here once the developer deploys the code, that particular container image URL he has to paste here. Once he deploys his code, there will be container image registry from where he can grab the URL and he can paste the URL in the container image URL. Once he's placing that URL, just give the name to it and then select few options. Like there are optional settings, and after that, once he clicks on create, it just takes few minutes to go his application from local machine to the real world. It will be accessible that fastly and that easily to the users who are trying to access that application. And anyone who is on the web can access the cloud run services if that particular cloud run service is available publicly. And what are the benefits of serverless? You have seen what is cloud functions, you have seen what is cloud run, and now we are talking about serverless. Before we talk about serverless, there is one more service called App Engine. I haven't discussed about this. We'll look forward why I haven't discussed about App Engine in the next following slides. But before that, we'll see why we need serverless. Like the main important advantage is quick deployments. There is no need to depend on n number of team members where you will sit together, you will discuss, and you will decide what type of infrastructure needs will be categorized for this particular application. It will be so easy, so deployment will be easy. Scale in seconds. As soon as any application which is running on serverless hits 80%, it will scale in, and it will scale out as soon as it hits below 80%. Improve security. When we have our code deployed on in cloud, we should actually take care of security. But when we have our code deployed on serverless part of the cloud, like cloud providers will make sure that they'll take care of the security part. So whenever we deploy any code in Google Cloud, security will be taken care by, like most chunk of the security will be taken care by Google Cloud provider. Having said that, since you have seen what are the advantages, what is serverless, you might think like, what are the organizations which are using serverless? One is Netflix, and the other is Spotify, and the third one is Airbnb. And there are many more, but I have chosen these names because these are well popularly known brands. And one of the best advantage of serverless which the particular company is using is Spotify. Whenever we use Spotify, as soon as you open a Spotify app, you might see a personalization feature, right? All those personalizations are generated exclusively for everyone using the cloud functions, and all the playlists which are recommended are the results of the cloud functions which are run in the background, and which are successfully compiling and giving you the results. Whenever you search for some features such as radio, or when you search for some artist, for example you are searching for Drake, all the Drake's music will be categorized using the cloud run. And similarly it is for the playback service. And before we conclude what is serverless computing, I also want to conclude the use case of Snapchat. Is there anyone who knows what is Snapchat? If so, please raise the hand and please let me know. If anyone is on, if anyone is talking, they are on mute. Okay. So during our whole presentation, I have only covered two services of Google Cloud where serverless is mainly used, and another service is App Engine. Google Cloud Function is for small living jobs, and Google Cloud Run is for applications. And then we have App Engine, which is mainly used for full-fledged applications where we will have deployments, where we will have different versions of the apps. All everything can be managed using this particular App Engine. I haven't covered about this because I want you guys to go ahead, learn about that, and get back to me if you have any doubts during this process of learning what is App Engine. After you learn what is App Engine, just make sure that you will go through the case study of Snapchat. Before as soon as you go through the case study of Snapchat, you will know why there was importance of serverless computing and how it all started with serverless computing in Google Cloud Platform. So I will just read out this particular phrase. Serverless computing is a powerful new way to build and deploy applications in cloud because it offers several benefits, including scalability, cost effectiveness, developer agility, and fast deployment. As far as the slides, what we have seen, all those slides will sum up and summarize to this particular statement. Having said that, I would like to wrap up this session by giving my LinkedIn details such that whenever you try any app, any service which is available in Google Cloud, or any serverless service which is available in Google Cloud, and face any issues, just do let me know. I'll be a ping away. That's it. That's the wrap of my particular presentation. I'll open this particular this for Q&A session. If you have any questions, please drop in the chat or please raise the hand.
Yeah, thank you, Vishal. Anyone here have any questions? All right, let's look at the chat as well. That was Mim earlier, just messing with you all on the camera, by the way, but thanks for being good sports. Oh, you have a question? Okay, let's get you the microphone. Nah, it's cool. It's good to ask all sorts of questions. All right, we got a question for you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for this really good presentation. I really enjoyed it. I wanted to ask, why I saw Kubernetes in there, but it was like kind of shadowed, and I just was curious, like, where does Kubernetes play? What role does Kubernetes play here? And I know it's kind of serverless, but just wanted to hear your thoughts.
Yeah. First of all, thanks a lot for asking that question. I skipped many things from the presentation just because I actually use the logo such that people can notice and ask the questions. I think somewhere I succeeded with that. Thanks a lot for asking that question. In Cloud Run, I have used an image or represented Kubernetes, which is also used as GKE in Google Cloud. Whenever we use Cloud Run, it is serverless part of the Google Cloud, where Google says that just bring your code and we will take care of the serverless thing, and you just bring your code, we will do the rest of the things. But whenever you use Google Kubernetes engine, you should take care of the infrastructure. Similarly, just to avoid that taking care of infrastructure, Google has come up with a solution where you can have Cloud Run with Kubernetes, such that whenever you have an application, you can containerize your application by just giving the code in the Cloud Run. There is no need to worry about what are the Kubernetes topics or what are Kubernetes concepts. Just bring your code, make your application containerized using the containerized version of the Cloud Run. And another main thing of the Cloud Run is whenever you use Cloud Run, all your codes will be made as container registry. All those codes will be made as container registry, which is also called as image. That particular image URL is what we are giving as input when we are creating the Google Cloud Run service. I hope
Thank
I
you.
have. Yeah.
Oh, just thank you.
Thank you. And I hope I have answered your question. If not, please let me know if you have any more questions.
And we're getting more light in here. Wake you all up. It's too dark. All right, any more questions? We're all good? All right, cool. Well, no, now it's all right. we're gonna figure out the lights here. But thank you so much, Vishal, for joining. And yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Miranda, and thanks a lot, everyone, for having patience and going through my presentation. Having said that, I would request everyone to go ahead and see what is App Engine. It is such an interesting part. It has two divisions. One is App Engine Standard, App Engine Flexible. Just go ahead, learn about it. And if you have any queries, just drop a message to me. I would be available, and I would be happy to actually clarify if I can solve your doubts. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a
Claps
good
all
one.
around. All right. We'll move on to the next one. Okay. Let me see if Nav is. Oh, cool. Nav, are you here? He was here. You are here. Okay. Cool. I see that. Oh, you said hello. Perfect. We still have a little bit of time, so go ahead, take a breather. If anyone needs to use the restroom, we have two more talks after this. So we have Nav's talk on. Let me pull up the event. Okay. Our last two talks, one is at 4:30, will be What's Up with Android's Back, and then at 5:15 we'll have Locked Out of My Account Again by Holly Schroeder. So they will be joining us both remotely. And let's see. Nav, do you want to go ahead and test out your mic? I want to make sure that we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Oh, perfect. Okay, cool. And yeah, so at 4:30, we'll just take a couple minutes just to like break, and then I will introduce you and we can get started. Although if you have your camera on or if you're screen sharing, I can't see that. It's just blank right now. Just an FYI.
Do you see my screen now?
Nav, if you're sharing your screen, it's still black for us right now.
Hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but the screen sharing is just a black screen right now.
Check.
Yeah, I'm seeing us. What is this? Yeah, we still don't see your screen. You might, I don't know, refresh, join. We have one. Oh, okay. Sorry, but maybe, I don't know. You can try like rejoining the meeting or something. Okay, cool. Thanks. We'll be here. Okay, cool. We can see you on camera, so that's good. And then let's see if your screen sharing works. Still a black screen. Are you like sharing slides or like what are you trying to share? Is it a presentation? If it's a Google Doc, oh wait, never mind, that won't work because you're not in person. I was gonna say you can send me the slides if needed or something. Also, if you are saying anything, I'm not quite hearing it. I'm hearing like a little murmur, so maybe I'm not sure.
Nav, are you on a Mac or a PC? If you're here, if you are on a Mac, you might need to give permission to Chrome to access screen recording or something. It's in the security settings. That might be it. Or you can try to leave the event and join back again. And then I can check. Nav, can you hear me? No, we can't hear you, Nav. Oh, here we go. I can see your camera. Perfect. It's frozen. Seems like it's frozen, but I can see a picture. I hope you can hear me. It might be because of the bandwidth, like internet bandwidth. Are you on a good Wi-Fi? Yeah, before.
Well, we'll wait for 2 minutes. But if for some reason, if Nav can't present, I am prepared to be a backup speaker. Yeah. Woohoo. So, but let's see what happens. It's a surprise what I'll talk about. It's just jokes. It's just puns. It's my improv comedy bit. No. Okay. We'll see.
So if we might be, who's the next speaker?
Nope, still can't hear you. I think your camera showed up for like a moment.
Hello? Hello?
Hey, okay. All right, perfect. We can hear you. Can you try sharing your screen?
Yeah, sure. Sorry about that.
Oh, the suspense.
And do you see my...
Perfect. Okay, now we can see it. Yeah. And if you want, although we can see the whole view, I don't know if you meant to go into presenter view or anything like that. But
Yeah, I'm going that. Yeah.
okay, cool. Well, I know we're a little short on time. Holly is still scheduled, so I think she's supposed to be at 4. Wait, what was it? 4:30? No, 5:30. What did I say? I don't have all the times. 5:15. Okay. Okay. So a little short on time, but hopefully that's all right. Okay. Cool.
Sure.
Well, I'm going to start recording and we'll do an intro for you and then you can take it from there, okay?
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
All right. Perfect. Okay. Let's make sure it's recording. All right, awesome. So we have Nav Sinj. He is a Google developer expert for Android, an organizer at GDG Montreal, and writes articles about Android and Kotlin. Apart from his day-to-day job, he spends his time learning new technologies and frameworks, and he is here to present on what's up with Android's back. So take it away.
Yeah, thanks for a quick intro. So as we are a little bit short on time, we will right away start with my talk. So hi everyone, in this talk we will go through the history of Android's back, like what APIs are there from the first version and when it was changed, and now what's the current state, and how we can actually support the predictive back, and what is predictive back I will explain in the later slides. So for the first 4 versions for Android, there was no such thing or no any specific APIs are there for handling, like if we want to intercept the back in our Android applications. For example, like if you have like a form that you are presenting to your user and you want to alert them when they try to, like when they quit your apps, to make sure that they still have time to, like just informing them that you might lose your information, things like that. So for the first 4 versions, we only have a function called like on key down, and then we need to manually check like if the key code is back, which is like the back button, and then we perform our code, like custom code there to intercept the back. And then in starting with Android Eclair, with then I will share the slides afterwards, but there is a really cool story behind this API. Like this is the article that I found when I was working on the slides, which is like the back and other hard keys 3 stories by Android team. So when for the after first 4 versions, they figure out like this is the most asked question by the Android developers or by the community, like how we can actually like intercept the back, or to write custom code to intercept the back button in Android. And the function that I show you earlier, it was like really pain, like it's not directly, like it's not like the standard solution. So Android team, they come up with a solution with now as a, if you are Android developer, you might see that this code is like in everywhere in activities or fragments or like wherever user like developers want to intercept the back of the system. And yep, starting with Android Eclair, we got this standard API to handle the on back press code in our applications. So starting with Android Q, which is like Android 10 API 29. So we got the gesture-based navigation. So if you want to learn more about what is gesture-based navigation, you can just watch this talk by one of the Google DevRel teams, for which is like Murad. He explained it really well here. So what is gesture-based navigation is like with the standard Android phones now, by default in Samsung phones, we got the 3-button navigation. Like we have like a virtual back button, then we have like a go back to the home screen button, which, and then to show the recent applications. So if you want to use gesture-based navigation, which is like performing gestures to going back and forth, things like that, you can like set that one using these settings. The setting is under the system, like in your settings, you go to system settings, and then there is a navigation mode, and you can select which one you want. So in this case, because this talk is highly focused on how we can support the predictive back. So if we need to actually enable the gesture navigation so that we can test that later on. So as I mentioned, like, and since Android declared until Android 13, this was the API that was there for intercepting the back, and then in Android 13, this API was deprecated, as you see in the image that I have here. So the lint is warning like, hey, this API is deprecated. You should use the on backslash dispatcher. So I'm going to explain that API next. So if you want to support predictive back in your applications, you need to actually migrate your code to on backpass to the on backpass dispatcher. I will show later on migration strategies based on your current scenario, or based on what you have in your current applications or current implementation. So in Google I/O 2023, I guess, or 2022, I didn't remember. So we got this predictive back thing for Android for the back gestures. So the concept is called ahead of time model. So this is basically focused on providing better user experience to the end users. So when user is performing gestures now in Android applications, they will see like where they are actually going after they're performing that action. So for example, if they are in your application at activity A, and they are trying to like they are want to go back and they're performing back gesture, they will see like if you're in your application is like going back to they are going back to the home screen, or they are going to the previous activity, or things like that. So starting with this new API, which is on backpass dispatcher, like this is the first stage, like in Android world, like where system handles all the inputs.
Hey, sorry, Nav, to interrupt you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
We see your first slide. Maybe you're sharing the wrong monitor, the wrong screen. We see only the first one.
That's just a sec. Okay. Let me know if you.
Yeah, no, we can see it. Perfect.
Okay. Thanks for, yep. So this is the first stage where Android handles all the inputs from the users, like the inputs that are coming to the system. So if we are using new API, it checks like if it's a back event, which is like if user is performing back, and then it's checking if the back invoke dispatcher is enabled. This is like a platform level thing, and then it start like it just invoking the code. So this is like the internals. You don't need. I just dump the code here. If you're interested, you can just go to the code search of Android, because it's open source. You will find that code in there. So with this new API, now this is the code from the component activity stuff, which is like this new API is available starting with activity version 1.6.0. So on backpass now it's calling it's a on backpass dispatcher, and then the on backpass dispatcher has this default implementation, which is like once you enable this new API in your applications, I will show you later how, then the default callback, if you see here in the run block, it's just calling the super class on backpass. So if you enabled it, you have on backpass in your activities or your classes, like in your application, it will not get called, because of this API is now handling it in a different way, which is like it calls the backpass dispatcher. If there is no callback, it will just call the activity, like the base activity super, like the component activity dot super on backpass instead of your on backpass. So what is this new API? It's called on backpass dispatcher, which is it's from Android X. And let's see like a couple of things about this and how we can use it. So the first thing is like this is the definition of on backpressed. Like this method is from the on backpress dispatcher from the component activity. So it goes through like this is basically a stack based implementation. So whenever you want to customize, like you can add n number of callbacks to your on backpress dispatcher. So this is the code, like it goes through all the callbacks that are added in there, and then it checks like if there is like we can enable or disable the callbacks based on certain conditions. So if there is any enabled callback exists in the stack, it will just pop that one and execute that. And if there is no callbacks, it will just check like the fallback backpress. If you remember from the previous slide, the default is like calling the super zone backpress. So it will just execute that if there is no custom code or no custom callbacks added by the developers. So now we'll see how we can actually use this new API from different components. So this first example is from activities. So this code is written in Kotlin. So we have on back press dispatcher, which is like the it gives us access to the dispatcher to the current activity. So this is in Kotlin. So this is like a getter for on back press dispatcher. And then we have an add callback method, which take two parameters. There are different versions like without lifecycle owner, but I would highly recommend to use this one because when you provide the lifecycle owner, then it will automatically handle for you. Like this callback will automatically be enabled and disabled based on the lifecycle state. So if it goes beyond lifecycle owner state, like the start state, like your activity is not anymore in resume state and user is not interacting with it, this callback is automatically going to be disabled. And if it comes back to the state where it's above the start, and it will automatically be enabled for us. Otherwise we need to actually remember, like to make, like we need to handle manually when to enable, when to disable based on the life cycle or some other conditions. And then we just provide the code that we want to execute on when user is perform the back, which is like handle on back task. This is the code. So by default it takes one parameter like enable or disable, like what we want to set the initial state of this callback. So here I am passing through, and you can based on your requirements. So next, similar thing, like we have on back press dispatcher, again access from the dialogues. Like, so if you want to intercept the back in your dialogues, same thing, you just get the call down back press dispatcher and then add callback on that and perform your code in there. So for example, here I'm adding callback and just dismissing my dialogue, and then remove method is on this API. So it will just remove this callback from the back press dispatcher. So from fragments, like most of the time we see like single activity architectures where we have single activity, and most of the time we use fragments. So in fragments, how we can actually intercept the back is like, it's pretty much same. Like we need to access the activities, which is like which is hosting the fragment. So in this case, like we did define the on back press callback, like if you see here, and then I'm accessing the activities back plus dispatcher and add my callback. The important thing to note here is like the lifecycle owner. So instead of passing this or just lifecycle owner, I'm passing the view lifecycle owner, because fragment and its view has to, they have like a it has a different life cycle owner, like a life cycle from activity. So your fragment might be like a still act like in a memory, but its view is not active anymore. So that's why I'm passing view life cycle owner. So this callback is only enabled when user is actually interacting with my view, or my view is actually in a state above beyond like the start state. So this example is from for compose. Like if you know, like right now we are mostly using this new framework called Jetpack Compose for developing our user interfaces in Android. So if you want to intercept back in your composables, let's say you have a text or whatever, and you want to handle your back there, so we got a like a built-in composable which is called back handler. It takes the initial state enabled or disabled. So you just define it here, and then you just pass your custom code in the lambda, which is like it's a interface with single method. So you just pass your code. For example, I'm just calling on backpress method, but here it can be like whatever code you want. So I will, in this slide I will show you a couple of methods that are available on the callback that we can use. So for example, if you want to manage your callback state later in your code base, like you want to remove it based on certain condition, you want to set it enabled or disabled based on certain conditions, you can actually get the reference to the callback. So in this case, I defined my callback and get the reference to the variable called callback. And then you can call the remove. If you want to remove, then you can check set its state to enable or disable. And then on the backpress dispatcher itself, we have a method called has enabled callbacks. So it will just tell us like if there is any callbacks enabled or disabled are presented in the currently, like in the current dispatcher or the in the current components dispatcher, for example, activity or dialog. So that was like a quick overview of on backpass dispatcher and how we can use it. Now I will quickly go through the migration based on like I divided into three parts. Like there are three different scenarios how we can migrate our applications. So the option first is like if you are not intercepting back in your application. Like you don't override on backpress in any of your activities or wherever we can. So you just need to set the this tag in your application tag in your Android manifest file, which is says enable on back invoked callbacks to true. So that means like system knows that this application is supporting predictive back, and whenever user is performing back, they will see cool animations like going back to home screen from your application, things like that. This is the internal code, so I'm not going to explain that. If you're interested, you can just check the Android's code base and you will find this code. So the option 2 is like if you have custom backcode, for example, if you're intercepting backpress in your activities, and you are using Android X. So if you are using Android X and custom backcode, then the solution is to use the Android X library, which is called on backpress dispatcher that I explained so far. So as Android X is backward compatible for all the versions until API 21, this is like the one major important advantage of using this API. The second is single source of truth. So what I mean by that is like if you're using Android X1 like this API, that means like you don't need to perform some sort of checks in your code base, like if API version is 21 or if API version is 23, do this. If API version is 13, do this, things like that. So it will support all the way to until Android API 21. So you are good. You just need to migrate your own backpass code to this new API on backpass callback dispatcher and add your callbacks, your custom code in the callbacks, and add those callbacks to the backpass dispatcher, and you are good to go. The option 3 is if you have custom backcode, again, if you are intercepting back at any point in your application, and you are not using Android X, which is like, I think there are not any applications that are not using Android X. So in this case, I would highly recommend you to like first, if it's possible, to migrate to Android X and then go to step 2, which is like migrate to on back, like the Android X1, which is like on back plus dispatcher API. But if it's not possible, then the option that we have left is with on back invoke dispatcher. This is the platform API, and disadvantages is this of this API is like it's only available for API 13. So the first thing is like we need to we can only use this API for very limited versions. Like Android 13 is quite new, so we don't get the spore. Like we need to manage the back, like the intercepting of back in multiple places. Like you will perform if Android 13 do this, I will show you in next slide, and then on the previous versions do this. So like you still have on backpress code in your activities or wherever you are intercepting, and then you also have this additional code in your applications on create, for example, by checking if Android 13 add these callbacks. So this is something it will be look like if you are using this platform API. You check like if its running version in the device is at least T, which is Android 13. You just create a callback, on back callback, and then you just instead of add callback, we have a register on back invoked callback. It takes priority, which is like we have two options: default or overlay. So default is for activities, fragments, dialogues, and overlays specifically for things like drawer or side sheets. And then if you later on want to register your callback based on certain conditions, for example, I'm here collecting one flow from my view model, and if it's true, like this is just a flag, just a sample code. So based on its current value, if it's true, I'm just unregistering my callback. So that was all until Android 13. So with Android 14, we got a couple of new updates with this new model, ahead of time model. So I will go quickly through those now. So as I mentioned earlier, like before we can only enable activity it at the application tag, like at the in the app, at like the app level. So if you have like 50 activities and you're intercepting code in like 20 activities, and it's quite challenging to actually moving for like migrating to the new API. So now we can set that tags like at false at the application level and set it to particular like at activity level it to true. That means like if I want to only support for, let's say, in second activity, I can set the tag to true in here, like in this case. And then in the main activity, I have a lot of custom code, and I don't want to break that code, or I'm not confident enough that I can migrate at this point to this activity to the new API. I can just set it to false, so that my application is like partially supporting this new concept, which is predictive back. So until Android 13, we only have an option for sport. Like we have our predictive back animations when user is going from our activity to back to the home screen where we show all the application icons or whatever. But with Android 14, there are new predictive back animation support for things like activity transitions or cross task transitions. So if you are going from activity A to B and when you performing back on B, you will see actually a nice transition from B to A. So in this case, if you are an Android developer and you are using custom transitions, you might remember the method that we are, or the API we are using, it's called override pending transitions. That is not going to work anymore. And we need to use activities version 1.8.0 or higher. And we need to migrate that code to this new APIs. It's called override activity transition. And it takes 3 parameters like the which transition. So in this case, transition open and enter and exit animations. So slide left, slide in left, slide out left. Same if you want to override the close transition, you can just pass the transition and set the methods. And this call is on the activities on create method. We also got a more information about the back progress. So until Android 13 on back press dispatcher, it just give us like the method handle on back pressed, which is just calling what we want to do. But now we, as user is performing the back gesture on the screen, we get the more information, we get the back events. So if the event, like we get the information like the swipe edge, if as you see on the screen, edge left or right, and when user is started, we got the callback handle on back started, handle on back cancelled. And as user is progressing the back, I want to, if you want to do some custom animations, for example, here I am, you back with the back event, we also got the progress, which gives us the floating value of the current gesture that user is performing on the screen. The next thing is Android X transitions also got support for predictive back. So we can use, if you have a custom transitions and you want to use that with the predictive back, you need to update to version Android X of transitions to 1.5.0 or higher. And as I mentioned, this is really important, is like it's only for Android X transitions. So it's not supporting the platform specific API, which is transitions. So you need to make sure that you are using Android X transition. So how we can actually, if I, for example, I want to use some custom transitions, or I want to translate some views on my screen or whatever, so we need to make sure that we are only using transitions that are supporting the seeking. So like for example, fade, slide, change bound, or explode, they have a seeking information available for us. So in this case, on back started, I initialize my transition seek controller, and I'm using the fade. I wanna manipulating these two views. So on back pressed, I'm checking if my controller is ready, and then I'm changing its current play time release based on the back events progress, as you see here. So I will show you demo later, like how it's actually animating my these two and event views, which is like TV1, which is basically text view 1 and text view 2. And when user is done with the back press, like it performs successfully, we got the call handle on back pressed, and I'm just animating to all the way to the end. And then same for if they cancel the back, just reset the transition manager state and the state of my views. So you might heard of material design system, which is like mostly couple of, like a lot of apps are actually using this design system by Google. So they also, like there are a couple of components they are providing support for predictive back. For example, if you see most of the like applications are using bottom sheets or search views. So bottom sheet, side sheet, and search view, they also got a support. So if you are using those components in your application, you just need to bump the material design systems dependency version to 1.10.0 or higher, and you will see the animations as you see in on the screen. Like as I'm performing those gestures, you see like what's actually happening on the screen. Like for example, here you see that my bottom sheet is going to dismissed. Same for the side sheet. So, and Android team also provided a very good back design guide, predictive back design guide. Here is the link for that. So when I was like working on these slides, I was like, I'm using the WhatsApp and trying to update my status there. And as you see, it's like when I'm trying to crop the image, like what it does is like it's somehow interfered with the system's gestures. So as I'm trying to change the crop area, it you see the it system immediately like it tries to it's like a it's trying to perform the back gesture. So this design guide is really helpful for the developers to understand like we need to make sure that we are not intercepting or we are not interfering with the back gesture itself. So we just pad around some like we just leave some area. I think it's a 24 dp on both sides. But if you are sporting and you are having these kind of use cases in your applications, I would highly recommend to check the design guide to make sure that it works as expected in these sort of use cases. So yep, that was all about the like the updates and how we can actually migrate and what was there until Android 13, and now what are the new things that comes to the Android 14. So I will show you quickly demos for those two versions. So this is the demo for Android 13. So as you see on the screen, I launch my app, and when I performing back gesture, like there is no gesture when I'm coming back to the previous activity, but there is this nice gesture when my application is going back to the home. I'm going back to the home screen. So this is only the thing. This is the only predictive back thing which is introduced in Android 13. And in Android 14, if you see like that world, like hello world, the world is getting like little fade and then it goes away. That is like I was the code that I was showing you earlier about Android transition, Android X transitions. That is how I'm doing that thing. Like I'm changing it based on the progress. And if you see on the upper part droid which says DroidCon San Francisco and the image of Golden Bridge, if you see that's also translating when I'm performing my back. So as you see, that is also based on the transitions. And this is like the cross activity animation. So you see the previous like the little like this is the activity. I can say A activity, this is B. So this is the cool thing about the predictive back. Now we have like more use cases are supported in there. And I guess that's it from my side. So yeah, here is the sample code that I have shown you earlier. It's like a publicly available repository. I'm keep updating because there are a lot of updates or support are coming for things like fragments and navigation libraries. So if you really wanna keep an eye on this, like this particular thing in Android, specifically this layer, you can just check this repository. I'm currently working on it actively, like to add all the possible samples so that it's easy for everyone. And here are a couple of references. If you want to read the story about like the back and other hard keys, like what was the major cause for them to introduce some specific API which is like on pair pressed, and then some guidelines for like what is back handler, guidelines for predictive back, and migrating guidelines or guide from Android team itself how to migrate from on pair press to this new API. And yep, that's it from my side. Thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Yep, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. There's claps.
Thank you.
Okay. No, you're fine. Does anyone have any questions for the QA? Let me check the chat. Nope. All right. Also, and I meant to, well, this is like a side note, but I guess I wanted to say sorry if I mispronounced your name earlier. Is it not Singh?
It's a Sing, yeah. It's
Singh? Okay.
Sing, yeah.
I see. All right. So
No
not Singh.
worries.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you. Well, if there aren't, oh wait. Oh, you said you have a question? Okay, sure. go ahead. All right, we have a question for you.
Yeah, sure.
I'll probably reveal a lot of obsolescence here. I've messed with Android from a smartphone. Does a phone need to be rooted or otherwise broken free of its constraints to perform this work or access these functions?
No, this is like this is working with the standard phone. You don't need to root it.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. No stupid questions here or anything like that. Feel free to always ask anything that you want. No? All right. Cool. Well, thank you so much for your time. Oh, you can see me up here.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah.
I'm going to go up to the stage again. But thank you so much.
Yep.
And yeah, I think our, unless you have anything else, I know that there's always technical difficulties. So thank you everyone for being patient with that. And our next presenter is Holly. She should be coming up soon. And she is set to present at 5:15, and that is our going to be our last session of the DevFest. So to everyone that has made it this far, if you've been with us the whole day, you are a trooper. Thank you so much. I hope that you all have been learning a lot in the meantime. So cool. Well, we will take. Yeah, thank you so much, Nav. And so we will stop recording on this session. And yeah, we'll just go ahead and take like a little 5-minute break, and then Holly should be on, and that'll be it. Woohoo!
Hello?
Hi, Holly.
Did I do it right?
Yeah, you're here.
Okay.
Don't worry. We just took a little 5-minute break. The in-person ones. I just got back from the restroom too. So, but before we start, do you want to try sharing your screen?
Yeah, sure. And comfort breaks are super important. So I strongly encourage it. Anyway, I'll tell you about it later. but I got the link thing was, I got confused.
Nah, but you made it. You're on time. You're ready to get started. And I know you can't see me. I'm up on stage. The camera's kind of facing the audience right now.
Oh, I was gonna say you're like
but
the Wizard of Oz. This is fun.
I know. I am just but earlier we had the cameras pointing at the stage. But yeah, just imagine me, a little floating voice.
I am. You look fantastic.
Thank you.
Love your outfit. Okay, so
yeah, sharing screen should just be like right in the middle. It should be an option for
oh
you.
yeah, no, it was more me. I'm trying to figure out how to, I want to do the presenter view on my end, but I want to give you the other view. I just want to make sure I'm sharing the right thing.
Okay, well, everything can be done on your side if needed.
It
I don't
is.
think you need to
It
send
is.
us.
Give me
Okay,
just
okay.
2 seconds.
Okay, no worries. I'm gonna go grab my phone because I'll do a little intro for you too.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, now I'm looking for the share button. And oh, share screen. Okay. I forgot I wasn't on Zoom.
Yeah,
It's not
this is Bevy. It's a little different.
it's not
but
green.
I think is it not? You are allowed to be a presenter.
Yeah, no,
you should be able to.
I got it. I got it.
Oh,
I
okay.
just have way too many windows open.
All right, perfect. I think we can see your screen.
Okay, that is what
everything.
I want you to see. So
Do you want to sing? Is that what? Wait, did you say? Do you want to sing?
Nobody wants me to sing, and that is truth. That is a very true story. I enjoy my singing, and I like to believe that my animals do also, but their standard is questionable.
There's a piano up here on stage, and I thought that if we needed to kill like 5 minutes or something as an interlude, I'm like, I could have played something.
Well,
that was
why I
it.
sent
That was
you
my
the link
special.
to Pi AI. That's my favorite bot to talk to. I'm like, what up, body? And anyway, I'll tell you about all the nerdy things I do.
All right. Perfect.
Do with the
All right.
bot.
All right. Well, I'm going to start recording. I'll introduce you, and then you can go ahead and just have at it. We will have your slides and everything recording, okay?
Okay. Sounds
cool. Thanks again.
good.
Oh, and if you have time for a little QA session, we'll have that at the end too.
Oh,
all right.
Okay. Great. And
what was that?
I was going to say, I can't tell. Where do I? Oh, so there's the chat. Okay. I'm just trying to get myself
And
arranged.
okay, yeah, no worries. And at the end, we can always read off the chat and anything that's in QA. So.
And you'll tell me because I know it's the end of the day, so I was gonna kind of lower the formality. So if you can
That's all right.
tell me if people in person, you're gonna be my Vanna White, if that's cool with you.
All right, cool beans. No, we can do that. We'll have the microphone, being passed around to say anything. Are you wanting like audience participation in the middle of your presentation, or hold?
Yeah, why
hold
not? I mean, it's like 5:15 on a Saturday.
That's true. All right. All right, let's get started. Okay. Last but not least is our final talk of the day, Locked Out of My Account Again, by Holly Schroeder. Holly Schroeder is a senior UX researcher passionate about inclusive and accessible design. She's a leader and community builder in the St. Louis UX community and beyond, and a top-rated mentor on ADP List. She always aims to learn more, utilizing her expertise, passion, and dedication to raising the bar, making it a more inclusive, accessible, and delightful world for all. So thank you so much for being here, Holly.
Oh, thank you 100% for being here. And thanks to anybody who stuck around at the end of the long day to talk about this topic that I know if it's not familiar, it sounds like math class, but it's really before we're done with our conversation today, I promise you that I'm going to share with you 3 ways that, particularly as a developers, this is going to be stuff you can practically do in your sleep that will actually really make a difference for people in with digital experiences, like on a global level. So that's my promise to you. And as Miranda said, how do I work this? Oh, okay. So I'm Holly Schroeder. Here's my deets. I will show them again at the end so you don't have to scribble really fast. I always welcome people to connect on LinkedIn or wherever. I am not a developer. I did take a web dev boot camp, so if you need me to break some code or replace some characters with the wrong thing, I'm really out of practice and I can definitely do that. I'm basically just dangerous enough to dig around with the inspector tool. So what I wanted to talk with you guys today is specifically about disability. And I think that one of the things that is maybe challenging is just understanding the legal status of being a person who is disabled and receiving disability benefits versus a person who has a disability, and what the government deems benefits eligible disabilities is really not the same. And I think that there is, in my experience from folks I've talked to, and I'm disabled myself, there's just a lot of stigma around the word disabled broadly. And I think a lot of people feel really reluctant to use the word at times because they fear discrimination. So just a little sidebar there. I'm very comfortable with it at this phase of my life. I hope that that's no longer the case, that it doesn't feel like an uncomfortable or scary word to people anymore at some point. And I think the only way that we'll get there is if we say it and it doesn't feel like a word that should be whispered anymore. So it really is pretty simple and truly something that ultimately someone can really only define for themselves. It's a disability is a condition of the body or mind that makes it more difficult for the person with the condition to do certain activities and interact with the world around them. Now, someone who is dealing with a really significant number of challenges, I mean, in those kinds of situations, someone could make an objective assessment. But for a huge number of people who have disabilities or call themselves disabled like I do, they have a condition of the body or mind that presents challenges throughout every regular day as they go about doing various activities and interacting with the world around them that require them to utilize coping strategies. And so when you think about it in that context, I think one, it doesn't really sound so scary. And two, it makes it a little easier to understand. It's essentially any hurdle that is, outside of what would be what the world has designed for typical humans that you have to accommodate for in some way. I guess I'm curious if anyone has questions about just what it means to be disabled, the word disability, what disability means, and then I'll move on. I know it's been a long day, so please feel free to chat. Okay.
Well, yeah, no, sorry. We have the microphone and we're just kind of here. Although, one thing, I don't know if you're going to go into it, but I know that for sometimes like behind the scenes for like user research or like user design, sometimes disability is not always considered like permanent. Like it might be like a temporary disability, like someone who might have had eye surgery or something recently, and like for the time being, they aren't able to like see very well or anything like that. Or it could even be situational. But I don't know if you would consider that like a true like disability, but in this context, is that what you also kind of mean sometimes in terms of
Yeah,
like tech and design?
disabilities can absolutely be temporary, and exactly what you said. And I do definitely plan to discuss that. I mean, when you're 9 months pregnant and about to drop a kid, you can't even tie your own shoes. I would say that that is significantly impairing your regular activities. And there's a whole lot going on that's pretty uncomfortable. That's, taking up bandwidth that you have to deal with. That's a temporary disability. I mean, hopefully you're not going to be pregnant forever. It feels like it, but absolutely. And I think a lot of times when people experience temporary disabilities, it gives them an increased sense of empathy for what it might be like if this was how it was going to be every day. You suddenly become aware of how inaccessible the world is broadly. Before I have numerous disabilities, most of them falling under the heading of neurological disorders, the most significant of which is a degenerative brain disease that causes tremors. But before I knew all that, and I also have some short-term memory problems, so I just lost my train of thought for a second. I was thinking something so I could make a point, and then I lost it. It was kind of a bummer. Short-term memory, you've got like a couple seconds. I always say that my short-term delivery driver is a total slacker. Like maybe it gets delivered to long-term, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it gets there and the package is all kicked to shit, and you can't read the label. If it makes it to long-term, I'm okay. It's a very short window. Oh, I remember. So before the tremors really, I had tremors at that time, and they weren't great, but they hadn't escalated like they did in the last several years. I had a car accident, and it was a pretty nasty one. It was a 60-mile-an-hour highway accident on 44, and my car ended up on the median, more on the wrong side than the right side. I ended up breaking both my legs, and I had to, I did the whole, I couldn't do anything for myself. I couldn't bathe myself. In addition to 2 broken legs, I had soft tissue injuries from head to toe. I was in a wheelchair for a long time, then a walker and crutches and a walking boot, and I had to learn how to walk all over again. And that was a really pivotal time for me. Though it was a temporary disability, it really did help me understand and be much more empathetic to folks who need to navigate the world using a wheelchair. I'm glad to report that most people were really nice, and some people acted like I was furniture and just reached around me. It's kind of a divisive experience in that way.
Well, I'm really sorry that you had to go through that, but thank you so much for sharing your story.
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, I'm the queen of falling down and bonking my head. So I have lots of those. Anyways, so let's go over just kind of, and this is certainly not an inclusive list. Disability is just as varied as humans are. So even 2 people with the same condition, the exact same diagnosis. So somebody who has the exact same degenerative brain disease as me could have symptoms that look completely different and totally different needs for accommodation. So this is not an all-inclusive list by any means. With hearing broadly, most of the time, people are talking about D-deaf or hard of hearing or serious difficulty hearing. So I'm hard of hearing, and I do wear hearing aids. And the reason it says D-deaf, if you're not familiar, within the deaf community, some people consider deaf to be as integral to their identity as any other aspect of culture. They consider it to be part of their cultural identity. So that's why it's capitalized. And then for visual impairment, obviously, if someone who is not sighted at all, they're blind, if you're low vision. So, and I think this is interesting to me. There's so many people who wear glasses but don't consider it a disability. It's a disability. But again, that stigma attaching the word disability to it, it's normalized because so many people wear glasses, except for the part where we call it a disability. But a vision impairment is a disability. Just dropping a little truth bomb there. But when we're talking about someone being visually impaired at the level of disability, typically they're talking about very low vision, more like Mr. Magoo glass thickness, like, has to hold the page right in front of their face. And then for cognitive disabilities, it's really a lot about physical, mental emotional conditions, emotional regulation. So it could be a developmental disability or just a lack of emotional regulation, difficulty remembering the order of operations of things, those kinds of executive functioning tasks. Technically, some of my disabilities fall into this category. And I think that there's some misunderstanding around cognitive disability, that it all means that you are intellectually impaired in some way, and that's not what it means. It doesn't mean that you might not be your typical average smart person or smarter. It just may mean that you could have an aspect of your brain for congenital reasons or an injury or whatever, that it doesn't want to work right. I've had several traumatic brain injuries, hence my short-term memory disability. So that's where that falls in. Then with mobility, I think a lot of time the mental model that everyone has, and the handicap parking signs don't help, is that if you're disabled, you use a wheelchair. Of course, that's true for some people, but the vast majority of people who are disabled or have a disability don't use a wheelchair at all, or any ambulatory aids. They might not. You might not be able to tell they're disabled at all by looking at them. And I think that's something that's really important for us to keep in mind, is that much like most things, you can't suss it out by just looking at someone. You may see someone who parks in disabled parking and they get out and you think, what are they doing there? They look fine to me, but they're going through chemotherapy and are very weak, and they have a temporary disability, and it takes every ounce of energy they have just to get into the store, buy a gallon of milk, and get out. And they really need that spot. And so I think it's important for us to remember that, mobility can include temporary disabilities like that, things like chronic fatigue, rheumatoid arthritis. My tremors are considered a movement disorder. I also have balance problems, as for whatever reason, tremors also come with a side of you can't do heel to toe. I could never, it doesn't matter how sober I am, I cannot walk a straight line. My brain just doesn't know how to do that. And I fall down more than average by quite a bit. I'm really good at it though. Like, I've perfected the roly-poly. So at least I've learned how to fall and at worst bruise myself most of the time. Then you've got self-care and independent living. So there's lots of different reasons. And the reason I don't have specific diagnoses on here is that a lot of times one diagnosis might span multiple categories. It might fit in one, and it's going to be highly variable depending on the person, just like anything else. People are just all really different. So again, physical, emotional, mental, difficulty dressing or bathing, we tend to think about elderly people when we think about those kind of things. But when I had my car accident, I was not capable of self care or independent living. I had to lay on my bed and be dressed like a baby doll. I I couldn't even put on a pair of socks. I couldn't lift my arm even level with my shoulder. Like I couldn't lift my elbow more than a few inches. I certainly couldn't change my own clothes, or someone may have an intellectual disability that just makes that too overwhelming of a task, and they're able to have semi-independent living. I have a friend whose daughter lives with a roommate and has someone who kind of comes in and checks on her and her roommate a couple times a day just to see how they're doing and if they need any help. So they get the sense of independent living, but they have a little bit of a safety net. So there's a lot of different ways that it can be organized. And then, just independent living generally, being able to fend for yourself. So just some quick stats. These are a hair outdated, but they really don't change much. So when it says non-institutionalized people, they're saying we didn't count people in prison or mental institutions, that sort of thing. 21 to 64 in the US. So in that age range, it's about 1 in 10 people. So if you think about 10 people at least one of them likely has a disability, whether you know it or not. Maybe it's dyslexia. Maybe it's a sleep disorder. It could be something like that, and that's why you don't know about it. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist just because you don't know it's there. The one thing that I think is really tough is because of that stigma, and also because of the inaccessibility of employment application websites that lack access. And here's one way, devs, that you can help is if you're working on those sites, make sure that they're accessible. I mean, please, for all. And, I did a web dev boot camp and they didn't talk about accessibility at all. I hope that's changed some since I took mine, but I had to do self-study. A lot of people who would like to be employed aren't employed, not because they aren't capable, but they can't even apply. They can't even submit their resume because the application website doesn't support a screen reader or doesn't support Dragon Reader, which is an assistive technology tool that allows them to navigate the screen with their voice instead of using a keyboard or a mouse. Like, they can't even get past the most basic hurdle. For me to be in a senior position and fully employed, I'm practically a unicorn. And I don't like that. I don't like that at all. And I hope that's not okay for anybody else either. So since I'm talking to devs today, I thought I'd throw some user stories your way to make this relatable. I'll start with a few of mine so that we can kind of frame this. And you can be thinking when you're at work, like some of the different ways, and I also hit up some friends for their examples, some different ways that disabilities might express themselves and the ways that people will need what people's different needs are and why it matters that you include things like alt text and ARIA labels, and that semantic heading order is actually in order, that you don't have web pages that don't have an H1. Like, that's a complete non-starter for someone using assistive technology. They get to the page, there's no H1. They're a lot of times they're done. They can't do anything at all. Or if you're skipping semantic heading levels, it's the same thing. It's like printing out a Google map that's missing steps 3 and 5. You know, it's those headings aren't just for style, it's also direction for the assistive technology. So use your semantic headings responsibly. That's my strong message. So as a disabled person with hearing loss and an auditory processing disorder, I need captions so I can understand what's being said. I'm a lip reader in addition to wearing hearing aids, and caption accessibility has improved by leaps and bounds in the last 6 months. A year ago, I literally had an absolute meltdown because I had had multiple days in a row of virtual meeting attendance and no captions available. No one knew how to turn them on. And it didn't feel very much like anyone really cared. It was like, oh, can I do that next time? I was like, I guess I'll hear next time. You know, it felt very dehumanizing. So, as a disabled person with a vestibular disorder, I need to be able to control motion on screen so I don't get sick. Now, I used to hear about people who got sick, like I had heard about people who can have seizures from flashing, and I had never even heard of a vestibular disorder until I got one. And it is awful. I have motion triggered vestibular migraines with vertigo. If I literally cannot use TikTok, 45 seconds of scrolling on TikTok, I'm on the floor, flop sweating, thinking about all the things I should have told people before I die, because that's how bad I feel. And it might last a few hours. So, and I would have had a hard time believing somebody could get that sick until it actually happened to me. So it's not like I can't understand why people don't think that, like they think, oh, well, that's kind of like an outlier situation. So maybe we'll get that. Like, we're going to descope it for the MVP. We'll catch it the next time around. Well, here's a fun fact. That condition developed when I hit this wonderful phase of life called menopause. And it's very common for women in menopause to develop this condition. There's like 300 million Americans. I don't know how many of them are going through menopause, but it's a lot. So it's not a small number of people. It's not an outlier. It's our American discomfort with discussing our health in public. That's it. It's not that it's not there. So as a disabled person with tremors, I need to be able to see my password during entry so I can verify what is typed. Dear God, please give me the flipping eyeball. Like, all I want to do is be able to see my password. If I think someone's going to sneak up on me and peep at my password while I'm typing it, I'll go somewhere else. Like, it's the goofiest security measure that makes no sense to me. It seems like the default would be the other way. that it's revealed all the time. And if you need to hide it, you can. But the lack of the option, just like the lack of option for user freedom and control, one of our most basic heuristics in user experience, the user freedom and control, and also the being able to remediate errors is completely removed if you can't see what you're doing. It's in the same thing with CAPTCHAs. So I literally get locked out of an account at least twice a week post brain surgery. Before brain surgery, it was 2 or 3 times a day because I'm a remote worker in tech and I have a lot of accounts I have to be in and out of all the time. It just is. And now there's this pin pad that every time it refreshes, the numbers are in different places. That thing just feels aggressively, it just feels hateful. Like if you're somebody whose hands have tremors, which my condition is somewhat rare, hand tremors are not rare. They're very common, and particularly as people age. And touch targets are obnoxiously small. I've gotten to the point where I do very little on my phone because the chances are that I'm going to fat finger it almost every time. I send text through my computer, almost everything, because it's just too frustrating. So another password masking, he's dyslexic. So there's another use case where that can really trip somebody up. There's a lot of people with dyslexia, a whole lot. So if you just take those two groups in the population, people with tremors, people with short-term memory disabilities, people with dyslexia, and think about how many of us are getting locked out of our accounts on a regular basis just because of the lack of very simple functionality. That one little thing could mitigate a tremendous amount of frustration. That's not even the one of 3 things I was going to tell you about. Does anybody have questions? Because I'm getting near the end. I know it's been a really long day. Okay.
Yeah, I think we're good, but we are. Oh, you have a question? All right, cool. Actually, one question. Hold on 1 second.
Oh, yay! I'm ASL clapping.
Hello, Holly.
Hi, I can't see you at all, but I'm very
Let me
excited to
stand.
chat.
Okay, I'm right here.
Okay, you're like you're half a Smurf,
Okay.
like size-wise.
Are you forced to do 2-tier authentication now?
All the time. I hate it.
Because with somebody that doesn't really have to deal with a lot of that, I routinely lock myself out of things because of the complexity of access. And it is frustrating. I understand that. I guess some of this presentation would be an appeal to programmers, coders, and that to make it easier, widen the spectrum of access, just or develop a platform that's more friendly. So I would support that wholeheartedly.
Yeah, or even just give choices. What's your preference?
Oh, wait, sorry, Holly, for 1 second. I'm not sure. And Mim's gone. Oh no. Okay, you're back. Sorry. Can you try speaking again one more time?
Holly?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, you're back. For some reason, the screen blacked out while you were speaking, so we missed your response to that. Sorry.
Oh, and I was like patiently trying to lean in and thinking, what am I not hearing? Which is not unusual for me. Oh, and I saw Meme Armand said some even, I have something covering it. I think some of them even prevent copying and pasting. They sure do. And I hate that also. I mean, it's like everything I'm trying to do to prevent myself from getting locked out yet again seems to be an obstacle. And a lot of times captchas are the same way. I can't remember what I was trying to get logged into the other day, but I did the captcha like 8 times. There's a new one where you have to drag a puzzle piece into like a larger set of puzzle pieces, which with my mouse isn't too bad, but on my phone, come on. It's if you have any sort of, you know, if you have less than stellar eyesight and fine motor control, that's going to be hard. And I just wonder, I don't know, maybe a dev can pipe in on this one. Are captchas even effective security in the end? I feel like I'd like to see some stats on that because I bet they're not as great as they purport to be. Anyway, so my pal Brian said, I'm ADHD AF. I need simple, clear interfaces that have bite-sized chunks of work to do, or I'm off on tangents. And then he's got this disclaimer, and this bums me out, but I totally get it. Yes, I've been to a doctor therapy and I'm medicated. I'm not just scatterbrained or lacked willpower. And that's that stigma. And it really, it's like people are like you're making it up, like it's fun or something, or that you are willfully driving yourself bananas. I mean, me forgetting things is annoying to me. Also, I'm not doing it to be annoying. So if I ask you, can you remind me what that is again? Really? Being sassy about it isn't really helpful. But anything UI wise, I'm 100% with Brian. The more simple and clear the interface is, the better. Like, please give me some white space, give me some good headings so that I can skim and know where I'm going at a glance. Make it very clear what's a button, what's interactive, what's not. Label icons because there really aren't universal icons. What I have seen some very interesting interpretations of what icons are supposed to mean for all kinds of things. I think the only ones that even get close to universal would be like the caret for up, down, expand, collapse, and the home icon and the hamburger, maybe. Close. That's about it, though. Everything else, it just, where you've been and what you've done, your experiences all influence your interpretation and understanding of those things. And text labels, instant clarity. And it doesn't ruin a design, it makes it better because your purpose is clear. In my opinion, anyway. So my pal Meryl, who she is deaf and has a cochlear implant, and something that she also deals with, does a lot of public speaking on advocacy and also on accessibility. She's a lip reader. She does not use ASL at all. Often when she's booked to speak, she'll be confirming and someone will say, "Oh, and we booked an ASL interpreter for you," without asking. And she's like, "That was very nice, thanks. But I don't actually know ASL at all. I just need to be able to see people so I can read their lips." So I think that Meryl is a really great example of what I was talking about before. People can have a disability and have completely different needs for accommodation than maybe what's familiar to you or what you would expect, or the person next to them that has the exact same diagnosis. This friend is like, I got all the stuff. All the things are hurting me. Animation, they need captions, color contrast, no focus indicator. Now, I just recently did a study with someone who used a screen reader, and there was all kinds of weirdness going on with the focus states. They were getting focused on things that I couldn't visually see at all. There were things that were hidden and labeled. There were duplicates of what was visible. And then other things that they should have been able to focus on that weren't. Like, all that stuff makes a big difference for someone who's going through with a screen reader. And if you've never seen someone navigate a website with a screen reader, I would really encourage you to check it out. There's plenty of people in the blind community who are generous and share that kind of information on YouTube. I have no idea how they understand anything that gets said because they're so used to listening to them. They listen to them at warp speed. It's kind of a superpower, I think. Small touch targets, also a personal struggle. There is potentially, and I hope it passes, new guidance for 70 by 70 pixel text targets is the new standard. And that would be a flipping dream for me personally. And honestly, I would think anyone with adult hands. Text format, people with dyslexia, as much as everybody hates on Comic Sans, it's actually a really dyslexia-friendly font, as is Atkinson Hyperlegible, which is the font that I've used in the body of this presentation. Volume, I'm also very volume sensitive. That's another one where the heuristic of user freedom and control, like, dear God, please let me adjust the volume. Don't scare the bejesus out of me when I navigate to a site. This woman really benefits from being able to use dictation and have it be native. I also depend on, because I started when my tremors were getting really bad, I started depending a lot on voice activated devices to use them as an intercom, set alarms, reminders, messages, all kinds of stuff. She has rheumatoid arthritis, which, ask a handful of older folks in your family and you'll probably turn somebody up quick. So it's a very, very painful condition. And using her phone makes that really difficult. Dark mode. This person's really photosensitive and dyslexic and needs to have dark mode. I'm the opposite. Dark mode hurts my brain for some reason. I'm photosensitive, but dark mode doesn't work for me. So giving people that freedom and control to be able to turn dark mode off or on so that it best suits their needs, I think is a really important feature for any website today. And so here's the 3 ways that you can make a difference. Web AIM, which is, let's see, what did they say officially? Let me tell you their website. Let me not misquote. So they are an organization that is focused on accessibility. And they're a bit of a powerhouse in the world of accessibility. And every year they do an annual audit of 1 million home pages. And these are the top 3 offenders for 2023. These haven't changed for years. It was the exact same 3 last year, the year before. These are very easy fixes. So low contrast text, there are many, many browser extensions. It's really easy. I'm sure you can find stuff on GitHub. There is no shortage of tools that you can use. I know I've got, what is mine called that I use? Mine's called a Wave Accessibility Evaluation Tool. It actually comes from Web AIM, and it will check all sorts of accessibility issues just through the web inspector. So you can immediately see if the contrast between the text and the background is sufficient. For somebody who's low vision, that's a big deal. And it really improves the readability for everyone generally. Alternative text for images, I'm assuming you guys know what this stuff is, but just that descriptive information. And I know that a lot of, when you're not coding, there are a lot of auto-generated descriptions. And I would definitely encourage you to not depend on those and take a look at them and see if they even make any kind of sense, because sometimes they're really they're just off. They're just not quite right. And alt text, you're not writing a story. You just want to give the most critical information, and a quick Google search can give you plenty of guidance. I'm not an expert alt text writer, but I do my darndest. And if you use your web inspector or your inspector tool, you can go poke around on some images on the internet to get a feel for the different kinds of alt text that's out there. You definitely don't want to write a book, and you probably don't want to use the auto-generated stuff. And then empty links. Or the other thing is, and that came up yesterday too, like not yesterday, sorry, in the study that I did recently, he kept hitting things that said that they were links, but they didn't go anywhere. If you are a screen reader user and there's not a smart link where you have the actual title or name of the place that you're directing them to, and the file name instead, that's what the screen reader reads, which is obnoxious. So it'll read the whole URL like it's a word, one letter at a time. Another thing that's really helpful, this will be your bonus tip for the smart links, is that instead of saying, see the document here, and putting the link here, describe where they're going. To access the application, or visit our website for the application, and then application would be the thing that's hyperlinked. That way, if someone's using assistive technology, they know the link they're about to open is going to an application. So they can make a decision about whether or not they want to open that thing. If you think about, if I had to go and open every single thing I encountered as I browsed the web to find out if I wanted to look at it or not, that is a less than stellar experience. And that's a really easy fix. That's not hard. None of these things are difficult, but 83% failed for low contrast. That's abysmal. That's a lot. And missing alt text. I mean, we have stuff that can generate it. It didn't even have that. It just didn't have it at all. So really small actions on your part can send a shockwave through the internet in terms of difference. Like if everybody who is listening just starts doing those 3 things, and then you tell a couple people, it's the best pyramid scheme ever, you know? So thank you all so much for your time today. That's my exciting thank you graphic. And if you'd like to keep in touch, I'm on LinkedIn and Twitter. I refuse on the rename. It's Twitter, and I want my bird back. And you are certainly welcome to email me. Fair warning, I'm always a couple days behind. So LinkedIn and Twitter, and I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody's still here.
We're still here, Holly. Don't worry.
I can't. All I can see are like empty tables.
Aw. there's a crowd in the back. So I don't know what you can see, but no, thank you so much. Are there any questions?
I have a remark. I just wanted to say I agree wholly. And you said there is so little effort to do some of these. I want to say that sometimes they do actually a lot of work to go against those. And I have seen engineers and developer teams from big companies disabling normal accessibility features that's part of the browser itself, which does not make any sense. So they are not only not working to make it more accessible, but they are working to make it less accessible. For instance, you mentioned the password field. They disable copy paste functionality in password fields. Big bangs, stuff like that, which is just mind boggling.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, like, when was the last time someone was leaning over your shoulder while you were typing a password on your computer? Like, never? You know, I just wonder, is it even necessary? You know, it's this, I feel like it's a security feature that's more about the illusion of security than it is about real security. Because your password, you know, you're not talking about encrypted services or like multi authentication. I'm talking about just logging into my bank, you know, or like I don't know, just a regular logging into Target or something. They're not high security websites, just regular e-commerce websites, neighborhood things. So just doing my daily life. Not I'm not doing any spy stuff over here. And they just seem like uh, security measures for the illusion of security that really create a lot of unnecessary hurdles. And I think there are probably more things that are far more effective that are going on behind the scenes that the users aren't aware of, that don't create the kind of friction that, CAPTCHAs and no password icon, not being able to reveal your password, all those millions of problems.
Hi. So I actually had a question for you, which is regarding passwords. If you have something like a kind of like the mobile fingerprints or any kind of like those biometric, does it help more than if you have to type something? Does those kind of authentications help you more, or is that more helpful?
Oh, yeah, sure, when I can use it. Yeah. I mean, I use it wherever I can.
So hopefully the scene will change a little bit. We have a new standard coming in called passkeys. Hopefully by next year you will see a lot of services kind of like advocating getting rid of the username password kind of scheme completely, and relying on more of these like devices or kind of like chips which you can carry around, physically put in your devices, like keys, like physical keys.
Oh, like the RFID keys?
Exactly. Instead of RFID, where you still have to enter the password or look at things, this will be like FIDO keys. So you just plug it in, your key is your key, and if you put it in your computer, that computer authenticates you, kind of like that. So hopefully it will be a little bit better by next year.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm just I it seems like CAPTCHA keeps getting more complex. But I read an article, and I haven't had time to properly fact check this. So someone please, if this is way off base and let me know. But it's my understanding that the image selection you do in CAPTCHA gets mined for mapping services. So basically, it's like free user data. I don't know if that's true or not, but it would certainly explain the persistence of it, giving the public's hatred. I don't know anybody who's like, gosh, I love CAPTCHAs. So great. I mean, and we just scratch the surface for all the different things that can be difficult. There's a ton of different kinds of assistive technology. There's a little like sticker laser thing that you can put on your forehead if you have physical disabilities and you can use your head as a mouse pointer to direct things on screen. I mean, there's all kinds of really great stuff out there, but if the code isn't written in a way that's accessible, all that great stuff doesn't matter because they can't use it. So that's my appeal to you all, because you all are really like step one, right? And I'll appeal to your common sense. This will save you a lot of work in the long run. You don't have to remediate code if it's written accessibly to begin with. And the difference between code that's written with ARIA labels or without is not really significant. So why not include it? And you might have saved future self days of work, because they are definitely, the public is not having the inaccessible websites, and the lawsuits are definitely piling up, and the pressure to be accessible is going to continue to grow. And the accessibility overlays we don't have time to talk about today are mostly hot garbage. They're a band-aid on a geyser of a wound. They mostly just look good. They don't really, the problem is the code is not accessible, and you can stick all the band-aids on there you want. It's not going to change that. You know, it's just workarounds. You're just plugging holes. The fix is to fix the code. So write it accessibly to begin with. And if you teach it accessible. Teach folks to write code in a way that's accessible. Right?
Okay, I think we had, thank you by the way for that, but I think we had one more question. Also, yeah, some of the comments here from Donald. He says, better biometric authentication is needed. Oop. And then fingerprint readers, oh, okay, are very unreliable. CAPTCHA ISD infuriating. So it kind of seems like you're in good company. I don't know if that's a good
I have
company
never
to be in,
ever
but
heard a person say they like CAPTCHA. It's like I've never done you know, I'm a UX researcher. I've never done a study where somebody was like, man, I wish this site had more clicks.
that's true. Okay, I think we have time for one more question then, and
I'll
then
keep
this will
this
probably.
brief, but it has not been raised as an issue yet. But that's about the design of the websites themselves, in that they seem to decoy the user away from what they were looking for into something that's not legitimate or more expensive. The way they're worded, the way the links are set up. If a person clicks on a link for a free version of antivirus software, they will encounter many other links going to pay sites. It's very hard to find what you're looking for because these companies do want. And I wish it could be through regulation or maybe some kind of self. Oh,
Spot your mic.
that.
Sorry, that's even worse. You gotta like talk.
Okay.
That websites. Honesty and advertising. Oh, okay. What? Why does it? Is there? Oh, it was a statement. Ah, okay. It was a statement. It was a statement, I guess, about being misled in advertising, and like on websites. Oh, okay. I don't. Okay. Okay. No. All right. That's it. I guess everyone's just angry. I guess that's the that is the yeah. Thank you so much, Holly. I don't know why the microphone wasn't working for you, but here we are. Oh, but you can see me now. Hi. Oh, Holly can't hear us anymore. Oh no. Sorry. But Mim, could you like send a message maybe that like just say no, she can't hear us right now. But we'll just say thank you.
Oh, I can hear now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they can hear
I
us?
can hear
Okay.
you now.
Now you can hear us? I don't know.
can hear now.
I don't
And
know.
I heard the comment that
Oh well. But
we
I
need
think
We need to stop having swindly websites and regulation. Agreed. Not quite a accessibility topic, but I don't disagree.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Well, thank you so much for just coming here and speaking on a topic I think a lot of people need to be aware of. And I think I don't know, it's really enlightening and kind of brings some empathy into how you might take for granted some of the ways that you navigate the web. So, okay, but I think on that though, that is time. I think we can stop the recording, but thank you so much, Holly. Thank you to everyone that's online for joining. I guess I'll just stand in the middle here so people can see everything at the end. So yes, thank you all who. Oh no! Oh, okay. Our even our mics are kind of like dying, I guess, at the end of
I
the
think
day.
it's very much the end of the day.
Yeah,
Even
right.
the microphones
So
are like, I'm
I think
over
even
it.
the building is kicking us out. So on that note, though, thank you everyone who joined us online. We are going to have the recordings up for everyone, and hopefully you can like view them again. If you have any comments or anything like that, please leave us some feedback. We're always welcome to it. I know that there were some technical difficulties today, but thank you all so much for being patient, and thank you all behind me in person. I know it was a day. We made it to the end. Woohoo! So, on that note, thank you all.
Take care. It was nice to virtually meet everyone.
All right. Thank you so much. Whew. All right. Okay. But yeah, I think that does it for us. So I'm gonna probably stop the stream here. Yeah. So to everyone that was online, thank you again for joining.